Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
fucking all coming right up. Fucking all coming right up.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to EU League. Very happy for you to join us here today. We only have a few more playdays, this 7, 8, and 9, and today the 7th one. So there you go, stage 3, the last stage of the entire competitive year here in 2022. And welcome you again to our analyst desk, live from very weird temperature and, I guess, weather Paris, as everybody likes to have an update on the weather. I'm going to make your host. With me are the wonderful Anne and Fresh. Hello, Walking Gang. What's up?
Good. Why would you consider it weird weather?
Because
Good.
I come from a place where it cannot rain for 3 or 4 months, and that's normal because it's the summer.
Yeah.
Whereas this morning, it was incredibly cold and windy and gray, and then it was incredibly sunny and beautiful, and then it swapped again, and then back again, and then back again.
And then luckily we walked when it was sunny.
There you go.
It's just a good
Yeah,
thing.
I wore shorts. It was a really nice walk, actually.
Always having fun, getting the blood pumping. But today, there's enough games to get it all rolling pretty smoothly. I guarantee you, a match of the day that I'm very excited about. I'm sure we all are pretty hyped for it. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Now, this is Playday number 7. We could decide a team or two maybe today, depending on many variables that we will discuss. Now, who goes to the major in Jönköping in a month's time. But this is, crunch time. It's a fight for the top 4, and if you're not in there, you're probably having a bad time. So let's talk about things that will impact everybody playing, because if you didn't see, there was a patch that came out on Tuesday that you're thinking, oh man, it's like a 600 megabyte patch. How bad can it be? I'll tell you what there, brother and sister in MB. That's Doc, Dokebi, and Rook especially that have had big changes. Goyo, Cool, Kali, now you can one-tap people. You got more ammo in the TCSG. Castle now has a pistol secondary, as if anybody cares. And then, the 3 operator that really matter, because Doc, Dokebi, and Rook, it's a massive deal, man.
Yep. And the thing I am most excited about is seeing Dokubi in play today. The reason why is they've changed Dokubi, whereas her Logic Bomb now affects defenders in support mode. What that means is if you are on cameras as a defender and you were dead, if the Logic Bomb goes off, if you get called, you basically get put off the cameras, you're put in spectator mode of your teammates, and you can't go back before the call is done. So a lot of information is interrupted. That's going to make it really difficult when there's like a flood coming out on site from the attackers. And if you're a defender in the process of dying and the call's going on, the call will run all the way until the end. So that's a long time as well. Big change.
To contextualize this inside of comp, Dokubi was already target banned away from Dan in the last Playday by Rogue for Outsiders because he is that good with that operator. She's been buffed. She's going to be even better.
Now, Dokebi is not the only one doing it better. And, robots, if you listen to the song, but Doc and Rook. The Rook change, I believe, should have been there forever, but the Doc one is also a pretty massive deal, Jack. He can just boost up all the time.
Yeah, he can. And so Doc is now viable. Doc essentially can stim himself from 1 HP all the way overhealed with 1 stim. The gadget is now so good, you can do that to a teammate as well. And you have the Bailiff secondary. That's the big thing. We've got a lot of teams in this league where if an operator's got a Bailiff and a 1.5, they're viable. Doc has both. I think it was 28 ranked games yesterday. I love my ranked. Every single one of them, I mained Doc. Unreal operator. I can't wait to see Doc and Rook back in play.
We've seen him in APAC as well, for example, where there's players dying to a grenade coming from underneath, and then all of a sudden they're back to full HP. So it's really strong, and you can literally stim someone back up that has just taken a gunfight. So I'm really curious if we'll see it today in EUL as well.
And it combines with the Rook, because now if you put on, Rook armor, you get basically in a DBNO state no matter what. You can pick yourself back up, which is pretty insane. I expected more of the Far Cry kind of style, heal yourself kind of move where you pull out bullets, but it is pretty similar, not gonna lie. Both operator combine pretty well together. All I gotta say about all of this is welcome back to 2018. No matter how the metagame changes, it always comes back. And as Kix used to say, always, if you go back and watch, I guess, the original times when we started having something other than Habana and Thermite, it's a cyclical meta. It always comes back to how it was.
Can't wait until we have the Finka meta back.
10 years
Please
from
no.
now. 22nd meta in 2035.
That can go.
No, and no Finka meta either, please. Thank you.
So a bit of theory crafting. We'll have a minute here. How do you feel that this will go? Because I feel Alibi is just going to drop off with this change.
I don't necessarily know if it will be Alibi. I think, it's going to be any operators, because Alibi gets brought for the shield. I think it's any operators or teams that have fluid lineups, particularly Doc and Rook. Or I think if you're really looking to reinforce a power position, for example, Pixel Spot and Cafe is a prime position where you invest a lot of utility into that. Now, there's no reason why you couldn't invest more utility. It often gets grenaded, for example. So the rook change in combination with a dock that's playing white stairs, you don't get killed by the grenade, dock yourself back up, you're 165 HP overhealed. Things like that, I think that's where we might see it inside of this meta. Any bomb sites or maps where you play long angles, they've both got 1.5s, 2 times on rook as well. I think that's where we might see dock and rook inside of a UL.
I think for Dokkaebi specifically, there'll be 2 scenarios. You'll have teams that aren't that good at droning, and they'll suffer with that a little bit, and then they'll use the Dokkaebi call to make that easier for themselves, but also teams that are really good at attacking and are really good at that time-coordinated attack, whereas it comes down to a few seconds where they actually flip the side. If you run a logic bomb at that exact time, and there are dead defenders, they won't have any information on you at all.
There's so much that the operator can do, honestly. I can't wait to see it in action, or maybe a good ban all day. Who knows? Let's move on then to our next topic, which is actually how the games have gone over our last Playday. So here's all 5 matches, best of 1 series. And it started off with BDS versus TT9. Very close. Unbelievably close between BDS and TT9, but BDS collect all 3 points and keep it in the running for the top 4. 7-4, M&M versus Team Secret. They also are in the top 4 fight. 7-4 in our match today was Wolves versus Heroic. Pretty decent game if you ask me. Wolves also got away with 3 points. That keeps them pretty high up in the standings in the top 2 positions, with Rogue at their side, who also defeated Outsiders, an incredibly close game, and that was all 3 points that also went Rogue's way. They're going to be very happy with that, as now they are confirmed for 6th Invitational. They're the only team here in EU to have that accomplishment so far. We'll probably have more of those confirmed by the end of the stage, and of course at the major in Jönköping. And finally, probably one of the worst games I've ever seen, but also probably one of the most entertaining ones, because who doesn't like, laughing at goal 2? It's Navi versus G2. That was 7-0 for the boys at Navi. Blink and you'd have missed it.
Speedrun any percent. Basically.
That's pretty much what we had. And it was pretty speedy. That's coming from Fastan. Just to make it clear for everybody. But if you missed the action, don't you worry. It's a handy dandy, not too fast video to take you through it.
Welcome to the European League Playday 6 recap, the first day of our Super Week. Our first game of the day had BDS take on TT9. The latter still on a quest to find points this stage, and as we headed to Bank for the matchup, and at the first half shaped down to be a 3-3, it was looking like TT9 could have been able to pick up some points against BDS due to the attacker-sided theme that is going on in Bank. However, BDS was a bit too strong and managed to lock it out with a 7-5 victory, maintaining their top 4 position. After that, we had Secret taking on M&M, and M&M is still a team we all had questions for. Would there be more 1v4 clutches happening against them, or had they finally learned from previous mistakes? Chalet was picked, and another 3-3 split came to be before M&M took the reins in the second half of the game, where they put 4 attacking rounds on the board against the just 1 defending round of Team Secret, which for now puts M&M just barely into that top 4 in a major qualification position. The match of the day, Heroic versus Wolves, is coming up next, and whichever would win could continue their top 4 run and solidify their chances for a major qualification. Again, Chalet is the selected map we go to, and Wolves was leading from the start after a solid 4-2 half. Heroic did not go down without a fight, however, as they managed to find 2 more rounds before Wolves had enough of it, locked it out, and managed to take a full 3-pointer, putting up a lot of ground between themselves and Heroic in 5th place. Our 4th game of the day had the Berlin Major champions of Rogue take on Outsiders in what turned out to become another one of freshest bets, where if Outsiders won, TwitchCheck could choose his hair color for the next major. As Bank became the battleground, the two were truly neck and neck, trading rounds all the way towards 5-5. And that is where Rogue was finally able to get some well-needed rounds in a row for the full 3-pointer that they needed to qualify themselves for the 6th Invitational as the first European team to do so. At last, it was Navi up against G2, a game with a lot of history between the organizations, not only due to scorelines but also due to player transfers. The only thing I can really say, however, about this game is having a lot of praise for Navi, who completely wiped the floor with G2 as they quite literally played ring around the rosy with them for most of the sides, whilst they locked in a 7-0 victory. Besides that, the 2 highest EPSs ever in Europe were recorded, as Kaiser, for example, went 10-0 whilst beating G2. And that is going to be it for Playday 6. Only 3 more days to go before all the major spots will be locked in, and we have a clearer view of who has the opportunity to make it to the 6th Invitational and who will unfortunately miss out.
And that was the action. If you missed it, dankjewel Stein Happers for voicing over our recap of our last Playday. And yes, indeed, we go into the last 3 days that will determine who will go to the major. Now, from our last Playday, it gives us this ranking here on the screen for you. Who is number 1? Currently, it's Rogue, but only by 1 point, with Wolves at 13 and BDS at 13, breathing down their neck. 11 points for M&M in the top 4, but the fight doesn't stop there because Navi and Heroic are right behind with 10 points each. You see, there's from position 6 to 1, there's a 4-point differential, which is not much at all, with a total of 9 points that you can still make out of it all. And Outsiders had 8, 7 points for G2, 4 points for Team Secret, and none for TT9, who admittedly have pushed so many teams to the edge, 7-5, day after day after day. From this on, I would like to take a look at our schedule for today before we talk about the standings, I guess, how they will work out in the future. Outsiders versus TT9 is the first match, BDS versus Navi right after, or match of the day. And I cannot stress this enough. You cannot miss this. Literally the top 2 teams over the past 6 months here in Europe, Wolves versus Rogue. They go up head to head. You gotta come here and watch it. That is midway through our Playday. M&M versus G2 is after, and finally Secret versus Heroic will round out Playday number 7 out of 9. And on from here, we'll talk about the outcomes of today's games. Now, this was provided very nicely by our regional statisticians here, Sparbuni and Wrath, so thank you very much for them. You might have seen those posts on social media, and I turn to you, Anne, here to help me with the qualification probabilities of this Playday.
Yeah, there's a few important things that we'll have to talk about when we look at these graphics. The thing we'll talk about most, or first, is that Rogue has, with the regulation win, a 99.9% chance of qualifying them. Basically, almost 100, but due to the blue border around that number, it can mean that any other game, or one of the other games, can confirm them for the major. There's a few different scenarios in where they will be qualified, but we keep you updated, hopefully, on that today as to what might happen.
So it's not just the match of the day.
Yeah.
It's not just the best 2 teams. Whoever wins it probably secures themselves the major. I know it's not statistical for Wolves, can be statistically secured for Rogue. That's absolutely incredible. Obviously, you've got BDS there as well. And then that race, we'll talk about the race for the other teams, but Heroic, M&M, and also, who else is in the race? Navi. Can all give themselves a really good chance today with regulation win.
And now on from our qualification probabilities here. Like you said, we could qualify 2 teams that both, Wolves and Rogue basically need 3 to 4 points. 4 points realistically if we're accounting for next Playday to make it through. And here is our probability to the major and to invitational. Only Rogue is qualified, Jack, though.
Only Rogue qualified so far. Wolves can be qualified today. We'll keep you updated if and when that does happen. And, in terms of invitational, obviously it looks like we're dead set to send at least 5 teams, depending on how Heroic does as well. Maybe 6 to the invitational, based on those percentages. But again, we'll keep you updated throughout the Playdays.
One thing I'd like to mention, though, is if you look at some of the other teams, there's a really interesting thing shown. If you look at Navi, for example, you can see that they still have a chance to qualify themselves for the major, but SI, not so much. And this really shows that this team is a work in progress, because they started their stage or the year not so good, so not having enough points to qualify for SI, and now they're starting to get better, so they're on that upwards climb.
It gives you a level of consistency, actually, seeing this side to side, right? Yeah, it's I agree.
Same for G2, but then on the other side.
The other way around on this consistency.
Yeah, you don't want to have that.
Yeah, now if you look at that fight for the top 4, really, with how things are, it might be just for 2 spots or maybe even 1 spot in the top 4 if we're looking at how, Rogue, how Wolves, how BDS have been performing in the stage, really dominating in the league. So what is the probability, and who are the 3 teams, I guess, that are fighting for 1 or 2 of those spots in the top 4? We have a graphic for that. Let's put it up on the screen for people to see, and we already talked about it. M&M, Navi, and Heroic. They're going up in the fight. So, Jack, these head-to-head games, I mean, the 3 matches can determine so much.
Yeah, so this is the last 3 fixtures of currently our 4th, 5th, and 6th place teams. Now, M&M in 4th, 51% chance. So they're the front runners. You've got Navi with a 43% chance currently for the major, and Heroic for a 38% chance. So the way it's shaping up is that these are going to be the 3 teams that are fighting it out for 4th place. And there's 2 big kind of storylines with what the fixtures are going to be for these 2 teams. If we call the current top 3 teams premium teams, Rogue, Wolves, and BDS, then they all play a premium team once. M&M play up against BDS on the final play day, Heroic play up against Rogue on the final play day, and poor old Navi, they've got to play 2 premium teams in BDS and Wolves. And then the other key storyline, I think, is that M&M and Heroic play each other next week. So there's going to be a lot of movers and shakers within these 3, but I think, in my opinion, these are the 3 that are basically chasing that 4th spot.
Yeah, it might come down to points as well, and it might come down to head-to-heads even later on. And for some fixtures, we can't see it yet due to teams still having to play against each other. But for M&M, it's looking kind of bright considering they have the head-to-head over Navi, for example, with their 7-4 win. That is looking positive for them. But then on the other hand, for Navi, if they end up on the same points as M&M, it's looking kind of bad for them. So yeah, still a lot of things to happen. And if it comes down to, for example, the same amount of points, there's still those heads-to-heads that will come into play as well.
Heroic have had a bit of a turbulent year also, given everything. You're expecting them in last stage. Maybe they needed that time to reset and get themselves back into shape, but they're still playing from boot camp, are they not?
When are they not playing from boot camp?
Exactly, that's the answer I'm
I
looking
can't keep
for.
up. I don't know if they're back home. I don't know if they're at boot camp. Who knows?
They were back home Monday.
I think Officer posted a tweet up saying, they're aware that they've had a pretty bad week last week. Not even a bad week, realistically, but, a pretty bad week last week. But they're going to be ready and they're going to go again today.
Oh, man. And M&M also talked about how, SI is a big probability for them. That has to be a big motivation piece.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, any points you can get by putting yourself further in that top 4 is the more chances you get points for SI, indeed. So for them, it's going to be a really big motivation. They'll have the head-to-head over Navi, a little bit of a comfortable feeling for them, I would say. If you look at those 3 teams, Navi might be in the worst position, considering you said they have the 2 most difficult fixtures, and they don't have the head-to-head neither to M&M, neither to Heroic. So they'll need the points. They'll need all they can get.
Imagine the rookies in Navi that keep on making it now. Yeah. This is the long-term project that you talked about, Jack, earlier on in the stage. It seems like it's working well in stage 3.
Yeah, I mean, they look very balanced. They look like they've got a great balance. They've got good strategy. They've got good counter analysis. They've got good balance. They've got a perfect amount of rattiness. They've got a great entry. They've got big explosive players. And they've just come back off the 7-0 win. So what's not to love about Navi? They're in a run of form where they could well go and beat one of the established top 3 teams.
And these are the 3 teams that are potentially fighting for 1 or 2 spots. We'll have to see, because we did mention that there's 3 top teams in there, Wolves and Rogue, and of course BDS, that are fighting in already there between them. But if we move on to our match of the day, I talked about the top 2. Well, they're Rogue and Wolves, and let's introduce them to everybody out there. Rogue is up first. Jack, have you ever heard of this team?
I've heard of this team. I've played against them in ranked, and I've seen them win a major.
Never gonna let it go.
And I've seen. Interesting fact: I got more rounds against Rogue than BDS did. So Anyway, look, for Rogue, they are the pedestal team, I think, in this league and potentially even in the world. They are the current major champions. They are the team that everybody wants to beat, that everyone wants to be like, that everybody wants to aspire to be like if they're not currently there. And they set that template all the way back at the start of stage 2 when they picked up Spoit and said, we're building this team around you. But we're not just doing that. We're building it around good, solid information, a really good, strong backline with Deepak, and an aggressive play, aggressive ideology that involves a lot of team play as well. It's not just the Spoit show, it's the Rogue show.
Yeah, if we look after the major, they may have had a teeny tiny bit of a dip in performance, which we see more often of teams that come back after winning a major or winning an SI, but they're starting to come back up from that now. They'll have a really difficult enemy against them today in the shape of Wolves, a team that we know looks for those opportunities, finds those opportunities, and for example, are also really working well on attack.
All I'm going to say is NIP 1, Phase 1, took a while. TSM 1, 2 stages even.
Yep.
At least Rogue are keeping it up a bit better.
Rogue top of the league still.
There you go. Consistency as it goes. We'll have to see what happens if they actually were to make it to the major. But we talk about their opponents now. Wolves on the other side, and what do you think they can offer today?
Yeah, we talked about Rules being a very solid team when it comes to the attack specifically. You mentioned how they have the highest attacking win rate at the moment. And if you look at these players and their statistics, a few things that really speak to me is that Bibu has the highest EPS on the team, the highest KD, but he's playing, for example, on the Ace, which is kind of strange if you think about that. If you think back a little bit, we had the solid Rules where you have a support and you have your front line and your back line. Bibu seems he can do all of that.
Yeah, he's honestly, it's like he's reinvented himself because he's been around since I was in nappies, I think. Like, he's been playing Rainbow Six, genuinely.
Since day one.
Since day one. And he's had to go through various iterations, various roles, various teams. Like, he teamed with Fabian. And then Fabian's retired, come on the desk, coach, like everything. And Bieber's just still there, just still performing. He's been absolutely incredible. And the team play of Wolves, again, and this is why I hold these two teams as like the top two teams in the league for me. It's why they're the top two teams. Their team play is incredible.
And Bibu started off on Xbox in the days, and Xbox Pro League. This is what we're talking about. And the man is still playing. And the whole team kind of moved on in those days, and he's kind of the only one that's still left in high competition. So there you go, something to look at, a legend in the game. But if we talk about strategy, both of these teams have shown excellent strategy in how they adapt in the games. I think Rogue have maybe something of a different flair to the man.
Yeah, exactly. I'd want to show something on the telestrator in a little bit. I guess I should.
Of course, please go ahead.
Yes, going off of the little box that I had and onto the onto the telestrator. Yes. Well, we mentioned before how Jack posted a nice little graphic with Wolves having the highest win percentage on attack. Well, Rogue can certainly do something on attack as well. I'll show you a really cool strategy they used against Outsiders last week, where technically they boxed in the defenders on site, and this is how they did that. We'll see in the beginning of the round or halfway through the round already. Leon moves his way through tellers and he's going to open up the line of sight through the admin wall. What that does is the players in open area are now not able to move from the left to the right side, and they feel so pressured in a certain way that this player right here moves to the PC parts. And they're stuck. And not just stuck, extremely stuck. The hatch is reinforced, you can't drop, you can't escape, and you can't rotate from the left to the right either. That is problem A for them, basically. After this, we see that in a little bit, Spoy is going to move his way through the Marlborough hallway, and he's got a nice line of sight established all the way towards the cafeteria hallway. I'll show you that it looks like this. So we'll have a line of sight to cafeteria, a little bit of dots at the end here, and a line of sight from admin down to below. You can't cross anywhere in open area. That's looking really dangerous for these players of Outsiders. Simultaneously to that going on, we'll see that upstairs, Kento is working his way in stock office. He's using his nades to get rid of the electroclaws. He's making lines of sight for himself, and the players on side can't move a single place. Further in the round, we'll see that Rogue is continuing to open up opportunities for themselves. We'll move down to about 20 seconds in the round, where there's more entries and more opportunities open up for themselves. It's a little bit too far. There we go. We have the door open from Square. We have a line of sight from there. We have a line of sight or an opportunity from admin, a line of sight from the marble door, and Cryan at that moment is going to jump into Printer to also push the site. There's only 3 more defenders of Outsiders alive at that point, and there's so many angles that Rogue have created for themselves that basically, there's too many to shack, and Rogue floats the side at a really good timing, kill those final defenders, and that's just a really clean and solid attack coming out from Rogue.
Thank you very much, and that was it. That's the strategy that we needed to see from Rogue in here, and back you go. On the box, indeed. Now, I want to talk about, very quickly, because we're almost ready to go, about highlight players, ones that we really need to look at, and do we have a graphic for it?
We do have a graphic for it.
Oh my God, I was ready.
And it's our favorite graphic that we use for the match of the day, specifically the EPS head-to-head. So this is not just stats, this is the combined stats, the expected performance score of a player. Graphic, in a line graph, shows how they are consistent over time. Now, we chose Cryan and P4 for this. It would have been very easy for us to choose Spoit and Mowgli, for example. But we wanted to look at some of the alternate players that have big impacts in particular games, which has been both Cryan and P4, where they can be inconsistent, but then they can pop off and have these massive games for their teams at times. But even their inconsistency, look at this graph. Most of it is over 100 EPS. Most of the time, even when they're inconsistent, they are above average.
That is very solid indeed. This graphic tells me a lot because we see a little bit of a dip in the performance of Crying, who is now coming back. Look at that from before. His lowest was 68, and he's moved himself up all the way to 141 in the final play. They're specifically pushing in from the other side, killing players that are not even looking at him. So these two EPS together, it's going to be a banger of a game.
And that's not even the top ones, as you mentioned earlier, Jack. So very much looking forward to it. I hope you're calling your mom and your grandma right now just to come on and watch, especially the match today, but the entirety of the league. Let's be fair. Anyways, Prince, thank you very much. And do we need to talk about predictions? We can show it very quickly. Come on. Let's see. What did we predict for today? We have a moment. I'll steal it from production. Thank you very much. TT9 for Fresh. Cool. Establishing that he does despise outsiders after all. Navi. All right, a bit of a split on the Rogue Wolves. There's G2 and M&M, and then a bit of a divide at the end. This is cool. This is probably the most divisive play day we've had here in EUL between everybody on the team. So very much looking forward to what you guys, or seeing what you guys have voted on socials, and of course in the chat with your points. That said, it is time for us to take a quick break. A reminder for all the VODs that include the desk, the beautiful cast from our casters, and the post-game interviews and post-game desks. You can find them all on YouTube, R6 Esports VODs, the channel, or if you're watching right now on the YouTube channel, the R6 Esports one, you go to the homepage, it's a playlist, you got everything on it from every single region, and that's all you need to know. When we come back, though, it'll be time for game number 1 of Playday number 7, Outsiders versus TT9, a classic Russian derby. This is the Spartak Dynamo you do not want to miss. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Outsiders versus TT9. Our two Russian teams going up against one another. It's a classic game here in EU League, and we finally get it in Playday number 7. Hello, this is the Analyst Desk. I'm Nostematic, your host. With me are Anne and Fresh. We're going to talk about these two rosters to set the stage for you, because one of them is down on the ruts, and the other one has a chance at the top 4. I know it's not a wide chance, but they do have it. It's not the first time. Let's talk about TT9 first and get them out of the way. And this squad, yes, they might have 0 points, but my God, they've had some pretty good success against big teams.
Yeah, exactly. They've had some rounds and they've shown some good things. I think specifically they're trying out certain things, and then when it works, they're like, you know what, we'll just do it again. And at that point, you're becoming a little bit predictable and you make it easier for teams to read into you. There's also moments where I've missed a little bit of team play in certain panic moments from them. I recall last map when there were retake situations and they would just not play together. Like, they would play solo, they'd all try, like, do different things. And well, guess what? With a retake like that, it's not going to work. So I'm missing a little bit of team play there.
And I think the team play point is the key one. If you saw in the previous graphic, in the team card graphic, 25% attack win rate is just simply not good enough.
No.
1 in every 4 attacks. You know, you're not setting yourself up. If you start attack, you're not setting yourself up at all, right? And you talk about team play, but it's not just team play, it's problem solving. They will come up against a defensive problem, whether that be a shield, a runegate, utility burn, 3 people not wanting to live, whatever it is. Plethora of problems that you can face, breaching, whatever. And when they fail, their answer is, let's just throw bodies at it, and then they all just get wiped out. And it's why when you see in the EPS and the KD, it's not looking too good. So if they can solve that on the attack, then they can be a good team on the maps that they play. But it's not, overall, it's not a great picture to look at from the outside.
That sounds like my rating experience with Hap and M. Anyways, moving on to Outsiders and what they have to offer on the other side, because they might not be too deep into the fight in the top 4, but they've been big upsetters here in the league.
They really have been. Yeah, we saw what we saw from them last Monday against Rogue wasn't too bad. They get some rounds, things go well, and then once again they're looking at a loss. We've seen both teams work really well with nades. This team is really good with that too, but something specific in this team might bring a little bit of tension up towards this specific matchup. Because can we call it maybe a little bit of a revenge tour or seeking for revenge? If you look at the players on this roster, we'll have Joystick, their coach, we have Dan and Always, and well, they used to be teammates with Scyther, then they got kicked, and now they're playing against him.
Yeah, obviously Dan, you know, Always, Joystick, Paul Shepard, who's just not, you know, he's sat at home watching. We're all on the previous roster there, you know, TT9, where we played an SI final, you know, with Cypher 8 months ago. So, like, for them, they want to go to the major, but there's that little bit of a, we want to win this for a bit of revenge as well.
I mean, beating your, I guess, local opponents, your local rivals is the most important thing in the day. We talked, you know, about Empire VP. It's pretty much the same thing here with TT9 and Outsiders. So how this will go is going to be pretty important for both of these two squads. And, you know, before we get into our map bans, who's really got to show up, in your opinion, for this? And players that we look forward to seeing really performing well in the day.
Okay, I want to see one thing, and that is Dan play Dokkaebi. Now that Dokkaebi has been buffed, I want to see him use it more. Hopefully it won't get banned against him. Well, he's got to step up for sure. We were talking about Always as well. If we're looking at the side of Outsiders, we've talked so many times about Emission as well. Well, he has to step up for sure together with Exodus. I think if you look at those two front lines of the team, we're talking about those two players, mostly.
I think whichever team wins this, because I think it is a little bit more 50-50 than people think, will have improved one of their key attributes. Either TT9 will have improved the attacks, or Outsiders will have improved the defense. Now, you've got one side that's, you know, both teams are comfortable on one side and not on the other. So I'm expecting to see whichever map we go to, a very high quality half and then a very not so high quality half, but whoever improves in that half will probably win the game.
Something I'm maybe a little bit scared about if you mention the defenses of Outsiders is that they rely on certain things. They rely on a Goyo to utilize and help extend the round a little bit in their favor. Last game, they relied on the K to keep the hatches closed in lockers. I think that was a majority of the reason why Rogue kept losing those downstairs attacks. If teams read into that, and they ban the operators that you work so well with, then what else are you going to put out of your back to make it work?
Yeah.
All right, let's see which map we're going to be playing on. I wonder what Jack. We're looking at one another. So what did you predict?
It was very hard to predict. You know, the reason it was very hard is because TT9 have started leveraging a bigger map pool because they played Bank. So we generally could see TT9 go to a Clubhouse, Oregon, Cafe, one of those maps that's their like big, one of their big map pools.
It's Cafe Dostoevsky.
There we go.
Bank banned out, and who banned Oregon? That was TT9 earlier on. So we will have a TT9 get to pick Cafe Dostoevsky. They start in the fence. Outsiders wins for the attack start.
This is the perfect scene for this matchup. Two Russian teams, a Russian map, if we may say so. One game for Outsiders in the past 4 months. They haven't. TT9 hasn't played it at this stage. In that game that Outsiders played, they had a really good defensive win rate. So if we're looking at a defense that is maybe a little bit shaky from Outsiders, they can pull similar defenses today. They might have a really good shot.
I think in this iteration of this roster, the best map that this roster's played, the best fixture that this roster has played was when they played Cafe. They played Cafe Stage 2 up against Navi, and they decimated them 5-1-1 from, well, it was Pones, it's now TT9 in the last stage. So we're setting this up as Outsiders love this map, TT9 love this map. They're both really good at it, and actually it's looking like a very nice, juicy map to go on to.
I always loved seeing Pasha playing on Cafe, just the way that he handles it. But the problem was, in the day, we're talking a year ago, was how to handle attacks. So we'll see if things have changed since then. And Fresh, thank you very much. That was a preface, a prelude to TT9 versus Outsiders. Our beautiful casters are sitting and waiting for the action, so let's not keep them waiting too long. It's Hap and Em. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. And yes, it is us here, ready for the CIS region showdown to see if it's a grudge match.
We're going to have to find out. One of these two teams is still in good contention for a potential run at a major, so we'll definitely look to pick up as many points as they can. That team is, of course, going to be Outsiders, currently with an 84% social vote. Going up against TT9, a team who has struggled so far to get more proper points on the board.
You say proper points.
Yeah, points. Points in general, I think.
Points in general. They've struggled to get points in general on the board. Yeah. So yeah, it's a tough game. It's a tough game to call because it's two teams that know each other well. Two teams that have had history together, playing together and against each other. They're obviously same region, some from the same team. It always puts an element of two things: knowledge and pressure. Knowledge being the sort of forefront. Yeah. They know how each other likes to rumble. They know each other's strengths and weaknesses. They know how they might be able to put the pressure on. But B, the pressure. It's something that sort of cooks you. There's an unending sort of conversation about a game. If you go and you play against a stranger, it's a tricky game. You can sort of play to a level. If you play against a friend or an enemy or a co-worker or someone with a connection, not to make assumptions on the relationship statuses between the teams, but someone with a connection, there's heat there. There's a certain something that you cannot quite comprehend unless you've got to try and run it.
The thing is as well, right, the CIS region has always been very competitive within themselves, and the teams, back with the alt rosters, used to be trading wins left, right, and center in their own regional tournaments. And now it's coming here up towards the European League, where these points are up for grabs. It's the last stage of the year. It's the last time these two teams will be playing each other this year. Unless maybe they go for SI Quals.
You never know.
You never know. They might meet each other there. And both these teams want to be locking this out with a victory. But as mentioned, Outsiders, they are chasing a major spot currently. And if you look at the right top, but you see 7th, you might be like, well, there's still... It's not...
Are they? You might be like,
really?
Are they? Yes, as strange as it is to say.
EU is quite close.
Yeah,
currently.
that's it.
It's all within 3 or 4 points. There's still 3 more play days to go. If the top 4 have slip-ups, then suddenly everybody is going to be on 1 or 2 points distance here. And that is what we're aiming at here. Also important to note, though, if only 2 points get picked up from by Outsiders, the first place is going to be out of reach. Because Rogue already would be too far ahead. So, well, not that they're probably aiming to get that first place, they're probably just focusing on the major first. It's always a nice little extra story to follow.
It's something that if you missed the pre-show, we highlighted it a bit before. Technically, there are ways to get teams locked in and out today, but there's a lot that has to sort of fall into the route to get teams locked in. We're likely to get 1 or 2 teams locked out today, but locked in is an entirely different story that will probably get itself said next week, next Monday. Now I've said it, every result's going to go the way to get some things put together. But here, it'll start with this, a showdown where outsiders are the ones with all the pressure. As TT9, if you're unaware, are the only team technically out of contention.
Yes, they have no ability anymore of making it to the major, and thus they don't have any pressure anymore. Of course, coming down into this game, but for performing against their fellow regional potential mates, as you said, not assuming any of the relationships between these teams. There's a bit of challenges coming down on towards Pixel. Nico, he's receiving quite some heat. A couple of grenades bouncing around, but nothing is finding him as of yet.
And with the Nook off the board, it's going to make that sort of slow creep game that teams love to play on the approach here towards Library, and the pressure put there trickier. Outsiders aren't going to be able to sort of run that as a game plan here either. Even though there's this presence, there's Exodus sort of lurking around on pillars, trying to cause a problem, there will be an engagement. You can see an Ash going for the wide rotate. The pings are coming through onto that player as well. Pasha is on a hunt, and Malusi, I think, has a little bit of a premonition there of hearing a repel and making sure they don't get caught out. The player's forced out. Exodus with jump round the pre-fire. Will they make a connection? Oh, perfectly played there by Pasha.
Well done. They realized he went downstairs, so Pasha followed as well, but WTG will be able to reply. Milan hits the deck. He's not going to be able to have any impact on this round whatsoever. A jump out comes through. Pasha will catch him. Not much damage done. Actually, Always, who was up on that repel, took most of it.
I was going to say it was the jump out, maybe to try and get the catch there. They got the single player out of it, but at that point, they're sort of stuck outside. Pasha's just going to repel their way up. They had somebody coming down from the top as well. They didn't really have any route to go, and they didn't want to risk the hop over. Can they break through the mirror windows? That becomes the big cost. The first gets popped off, and it makes this position a lot more awkward to play, but Scyther can still swing it, but gets swung. Rask with a needle point connection onto the back, making a picture that is probably not in TT9's preference. Down with one more over the top, 20 seconds, a single player left. Amision, the backline player, and the big draw for a lot of TT9 fans. Can't quite get that first connection. Rask is going for the plant, a great bit of movement. The kit is being put down just on the other side of a wall. C4 has just put on the corner. He cannot quite get the connection.
I was wondering about that C4. Might have thought that was for a bait. If he would be chased down, that, you know, he could blow it up. By the way, no connection further than that. Not another ace clutch for him to get on the board, or, well, 1v4 clutch in this instance. And Outsiders will take that first round off the board. I was going to touch on it. The Azami ban, of course, usually used in Piano to create that giant maze with, well, keep barricades up everywhere, blocking off the normal lines of sight, really changing the dynamic of attacking through there. But instead, the mirror has been left open, and mirror is quite difficult to clear out on some of these walls. You just saw one of them, Piano, basically becomes unplayable if you're an attacker due to the fact that there is just these long-range angles, and that forces them to walk through from Cigar, just instantly into the site, see if you can lock it out that way. Managed to do that well on Outsiders, but mainly due to some sharp shots coming down from the Outsiders players as well as they were being shot at. The jump out as well, called off just in time. All these little things result in that round win. And now, as we take the top 4 again, and now it is a question whether or not things have changed on the TT9 side. I mean, I don't see a mirror anymore, so clearly not too happy about that one.
It was shut down very well. I think you've got to sort of look at how Outsiders attacked the space. They took the pressure over onto Cigar at the same time. The pings on the pillar player. They knew when they had to act. They knew when they had to pull out the player. It's something that we sometimes see Outsiders, I think, struggle more with on their defense. Sure, it's a meta that's played a little bit away from defenders at times and points, but you got to remember on Cafe and the maps that we've seen them sort of struggle on before, it was a tightness, a quick response. They lost the one, but then again, another quick response to the pick up against WTG. They made sure that they were active in what they wanted to do and get it done before time became the biggest issue, but a 20-second difference, and it might have been a slightly different setup here. Again, that sort of similar hunt. They're looking for a loose thread to pull. They're looking for a player to maybe force out a position. It seems like TT9 aren't going to give it so directly. They have one, I think, lurking around. Yep, Exodus this time. Instead, he's on the bottom, rotating towards Library now. I was going to say he's around Train instead, but it seems like he might try and retake Pillar as WTG suffers massively on white.
But believe that was a grenade that just popped off right in front of him and dealt most of that damage. But it seems like Outsiders is eyeing up to just go for a bit of an aggressive push right here. Magnet will catch off that grenade, so that utility will stay put and safely in place. And Outsiders now, they need to find just that one entry, just that one opening. And if only one of the TT9 players overstays their welcome, that might just be handing them the opening they're looking for.
An air jab just got popped there on the corner by the sounds of it. I think caught by Magnet as well. There wasn't really anyone that was in a position to stop it. 90's held a little bit more passively, I say, as he swings. Tries to find the fight on the door. Everything's being caught out. Hope you could try and get a little bit of a, sort of swing during the explosion of the grenade or just before on the Wamai disc, but hasn't quite been handed them. Here, Outsiders, they're sort of knocking on the door, and as I said, TT9 aren't quite giving them that loose thread to pull. They're sort of keeping themselves a bit reserved, and they're going to have to go for plan B. A bit of a rotate over East, and Dan taking the head off of Scyther.
And that's the opening we're looking for here. He finds a second one, and now the side is slowly being started to be ripped apart here. Still two players holding off, one in the freezer. WTG low HP next to that double door. If he takes that gunfight again, he might just lose his life instantly due to the low HP he's on. Player rotating back up from the white stairs as well. Gives away that position due to that re-engagement of the Syria laser gate. And that must mean that Outsiders do have a proper clue now of where these last two players are at.
But the one touch just behind the back-end barricade makes this a dead man's land of trying to cross it. Dan's getting that Malusi Banshee on the closed door, but WTG's able to take one out, even with the sliver of health. Looks for the second ping a bit too high, but Nico over the top takes off the cover of the head. You're looking at 10 seconds, and here they've been held at bay. Dan is doing his best to try and drive the plant, and Dan with a 4K. If he wasn't there, the round wasn't theirs, but he was there.
He definitely was. He opened it up. He created that, opportunity to start pushing the side with those first two initial kills, and then pushed himself into the piano, which, the round before wasn't really playable due to the fact that the mirror windows were out there and still being manned. Those were left behind now. He could actually push it, went through Pixel, and found two more through the rotation. And as you mentioned, if he wasn't there that round, probably wasn't theirs either. So luckily enough, he showed up at the moment he did. That brings us to that to 0. There you have it, the qualifying probabilities. Outsiders could be going up to a 24%, and with a regulation win, it is still looking pretty dire, but not as dire as TT9's, which is just a cannot qualify.
Yeah, I don't think you can get more dire than...
They've been locked off pretty early as well.
It's what happens when you go 6 games without a win. This is the bearer of bad news here.
Seems to be the case, indeed. If you don't win, you won't qualify.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. I mean, we talked about them on the previous sort of showdown, is although they were sitting towards the bottom of the board, they'd had scrappy games, they'd had scrappy fights. It's just missing that final connection. A lot of 4, 7, 5s. Unfortunately for them, but Outsiders, they know the importance of this game, and we talked about their run, their possibility of making it to a major, the change of faces, and how, parts of this roster have always been the bridesmaids, and parts of them has been on the biggest stage. It's that sort of change-up that you kind of got a bit excited about, and this is a game to prove that.
It is a game to prove what you're capable of, indeed, and so far they're doing quite well. They have shown that even though if they run into that wall and seemingly cannot get through it, someone just pulls the trigger, someone just finds that kill that is so desperately needed so you can start snowballing the site. It's worked twice now, but that is also a thing you cannot keep on relying on. You need to make sure that you are able to win it methodically. And this round will be another attempt at it. Quick clearance off the top floor. The first floor as well is being droned out as we speak, whilst Milan is pushing himself downstairs. Tracks are being tossed in to ensure no one is coming back up towards that middle floor and, eventually, potentially even the top floor. Just a good bit of flank watch, a bit of, control of the map at the same time.
Look at this, a quick pace clear. They're trying to get an angle on anyone that might have been close enough to get an angle on, but TT9, again, they're playing their cards close to their chest. They've got themselves spread out around the ground floor. It's a hold that you can do. You have yourself the extension around onto, the bakery itself with the Echo drones keeping a watch towards VIP and Cocktail on the back end. You have a little bit of a pop-off and an almost response there, but always just playing himself. bit of caution from the sledge, and emissions forced out. It's what they're sort of going for here. That steady clarity across the board. Hope that they can just find a pocket to plant in, as everything's red from above, but still no entry engagement yet. They might need Dan to start doing Dan things again.
They know exactly where these Yokai drones are going to be located, so those shouldn't be a surprise for when they do go for the execute, because the more time that ticks away, the more powerful those Yokai drones will become, of course, with the denial opportunity they bring. So they just need to go for a bit of a push right now, and that's exactly what the Ossa is doing, just preparing themselves, providing themselves with a shield, and now going for the plant. However, the cover dies. Are they going to be able to get this off, though? 45 seconds soon to be on the clock, question mark?
No, Nico swung the corner, got the kill just in time. WTG late to the party, but probably happy to see corpses by the works of Nico. Huge swing. And this is it. Suddenly outsiders, they found themselves outside the site. The kit's in there, gets one on the long-range kill. There's somebody tucked on the close corners, able to get themselves down into a technical 1 versus 1 with the Gon 6, but the other player is in Narnia. And this is a TT9 round.
To slaughter in the end. TT9 will be able to pick that up. Well done by Nico, just tossing himself at it. The Yokai drone not in position. And of course they knew that due to the fact that the IQ was on the board. And Nico he ran for it. And I think that was like half a second, maybe even less, the moment he stopped that from happening. Tactical timeout will still be called, though, by TT9, as that is not quite how they imagined the round to go. Because, again, it was quite close that they actually managed to stop that plan from going down.
It couldn't have been closer.
I probably couldn't have.
There really was just a split, just a teeny tiny split second. In between that, we'd have to see the replay and see it slow down. We were looking at an Echo drone that was too late. If that Echo drone had hit the roof, I think they might have been able to stun a man who was already looking up from the ground, and maybe they would have lost a follow-up fight, but still, it was that sort of takeaway there. And then TT9, they want to have a conversation. They know that Bar was a site that slipped away from them twice. They know that one came down to clutch. And it came down to the fact of, you're curious, I guess, when the call came through of they're inside the site planting. Because suddenly having a swing on that double door, it comes with the clarity of calls of they're in site planting. They got the cover early. And I guess you're always curious, when was that made apparent?
The thing is, there was also no one in VIP, if I remembered correctly. At least there was smokes down to cover for a player there, but I believe they indeed did not know until they saw the ace run by. They actually managed to pick up that kill, and then the panic starts to occur. It's like, oh, they are inside. They might already be planting at this moment. But of course, we will never know. Unless an interview question could clarify that later on, but
5 seconds left.
The 2-1 scoreline. Outsiders so far probably quite happy. Probably would have wished they were able to pick up that last round as well, because everything seemed to be going quite well up until Nico jumped over. And that's again why the pickup on the ace was so important, because that could have been the cover. That should have been the cover onto the Ossa going for the plant.
All right, outsiders, that was also time for you to have a conversation and I guess see what you think didn't quite work about that. There was a bit of a barrel through. Obviously, the Ossa used the shield as their own cover to then try and get the plant down, but didn't want to deploy it. I think they might have thought they were a little bit more secretive than they were. They didn't want to make the loud sound of a Talon shield being deployed, and that's why they were caught the ace just sort of barreling across the site instead of maybe holding onto the chassis and going for a swing round there. But you know, that's one of those sort of problems of, okay, well, now we've had a minute to have a conversation, or 45 seconds, we can see if we can try and slow that pace down. Here, the pace is going to start on the top floor, as it often does. They're going to try and clear here across, get some vertical control, and just steadily piece apart these top 4 players.
Pretty, well, standard method here for outsiders to work yourself top down. Need to get that verticality onto the direct side, of course. That is what this side is known for. Wall gets breached down. There is going to be 2 ADSs out there, so if they do try and get rid of that shield, which just has been droned out, it should be caught up by one of those ADSs. So they need to get some flashbangs down range, just to make sure that a breaching round would stick on that shield. There you have it.
Yep, there it is.
Second.
They're burning.
Opening.
Yeah, Cypher's going to see if they can try and swing into the angle and get a surprise fight. The drone just rolls on by, and well, he can't hit a body and can't hit the drone yet today. It's been a rough start for Scyther. Just saw the tail end of a player is caught and revealed. Dan gets a bit of revenge. on a previous teammate.
Must have been a whole lot of stress coming down there for Scyther. Just all these drones around him, the explosive, the flashbangs coming through, and every single time he checks, that's a grenade. Beautifully tossed in, always. We'll find another kill, and that is the opening onto the top floor now. C4 pops, will at least find Dan. Brings it back slightly, but the top floor has fallen.
Imagine a lot of work to do if he's going to see if he can try and keep himself alive inside reading. He knows the pressure is going to start to hit downwards soon. There's also the appearance around towards the Christmas side door on the swing outside. So it's just a sort of steadily falling place and pace that he can kind of keep himself alive with. The pings on the pillar player. Milon wants an engagement. Oh, just looks away at the worst possible time, but does get the pickup. Pasha is supporting there. One up Brown stairs, and Pasha still supporting. The man is at the top, and as I said, Emission's going to have some pressure up here. He's able to swing onto one. They know the calls come out. The plant's going down. Everybody's rotated around. There's one to his left. It doesn't quite see him. The fight is there. Gets the cover. Doesn't quite get the planter. Run out of bullets. Emission, he's under huge bouts of pressure. They know where he was last. One of the players is peeled off. Going to head up to the second story. The other one is behind him. He's tucked around. Going to hold on for now. The swing's about to come all the way around the corner. Wow, Milon, he was still in the territory.
He knew he went outside, he knew he went up to the top floor. That is that small gap he had to go for the defuse attempt there, Amy, because if he would have stayed, he would have had to go for a vertical gunfight and a horizontal one and still have enough time to go for that defuse. So I guess it was the best bet he could have gone for at that moment in time. Unable to, unfortunately, connect on the Hibana. He saw one extra bullet, and that would have been another denied plant coming now from TT9 onto Outsiders, who now find themselves on 3 rounds against just 1. And that top floor beautifully taken under control. And you mentioned it, Pasha coming in with that support vertically first onto the player on pillars, having to rotate out, gets caught off, and quick response on the player pushing up Brown. Again, saving the life of Milon there. And this team play, that's exactly what we want to see from Outsiders. Just able to help each other, able to push each other just over the finish line when it's necessary. And STT9, well, they might be lacking that here and there. There's no real trade game coming through. Exodus and Cider both still on 0 kills. Haven't been able to find that connection yet. As there's a lot of architecture actually being brought to the site right here. See the mirrors, see the castle. They really want to be making sure that the piano stays theirs, it seems like.
2 more rounds for Outsiders. Try and put a bit more distance into this. TT9, they've taken their time out as well, so they can only really try and hold on. An attacker-sided cafe isn't the most common draw and drive, but it sort of shows how well put together Outsiders have been on this, the lockout so far. Also, only 2 more rounds for Ant to get an opportunity to see Dan play Dockerby.
There is still an opportunity.
There's still an opportunity, Ant. Don't worry.
Of course, has received a bit of a buff due to the fact that debt players no longer are able to watch cameras.
They want to do this quick. They know a player's in the territory, and it's going to be Milon swinging right behind this castle as soon as it gets popped.
There's 2 X-Cars on it as well.
I think they're baiting the X-Kairos. They're hoping he gets close. There it is, the swing round, the pre-fire, but the player had just left. Exodus slipped away. Smelt the danger on the air.
2 seconds prior to that, probably lost a drone. So there was some old information they were working with at that moment in time. Or just a bit of a sound cue because the player was out there repelled for quite a bit. Milon just firing as he does not want to be shot down by anybody in the garage as he went for that final repel. Nico finds the head of Pasha though. That is going to be a massive first kill coming down for TT9. An opening that they are in need of because they have been lacking on that department. They need every advantage they can get as they are defending this top floor again.
Well, with Pasha gone, it was that bit of a lead-in through. Outsiders, they've struggled with time, and time was the one takeaway from the round that they lost. It was almost close to the wire on the previous times, though, so they've got to see if they can try and build behind it. Dan was, obviously, as we said before, a man of a moment with a 4K that really drove the team home on the second swing up here, and they're still trying to find that first bite, that first little lean-in here from the guns of TT9 that they can put pressure across it. They're 1 body down. There's 1 still on white stairs, I think 1 roughly around pillars as well. Yep, WTG, they have the stretch and extension that they need here, and they're just sort of holding at bay and waiting for Outsiders
that's a great one
to make a presence. Great play.
And that will open up the piano to be played right now, because that mirror window is currently not more manned anymore. They just need to worry about Exodus, who is going to be on those white stairs, and the player that is playing near the bathroom as well of Nico. Going aggressive right now. Swings, gets one, goes for the second, but gets shut down. 3 on 3, 2 on 3, as we continue counting down with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, Exodus got the revenge kill, retook the territory, still makes this awkward for them to try and clear Rask. He might, yep, he is swung. I was going to say, he might be about to be swung behind the back of those flashes. And always still sat on the roof, too late to the party in the presence for anyone. I think there's a rotate coming up the stair set behind him. There's a fight that's going on in front of him. He has an awareness and a clue of all of the dangers being put across the board, but once again, hit, slowed, and scuppered and scarpered. TT9 able to take a second round.
The mirror window's doing what was needed here, just keeping them at bay for long enough, and as indeed TT9 takes that second round, it was Outsiders unable to deal with those mirror windows. The one that was played on the cocktail balcony before was shot out from a window on the east. Not done this time. It makes it a bit more difficult to go for the main push. He also had that mirror window in piano that they could only start to push, piano that is, as soon as that grenade kill came through on the player right behind it. And that should have been the turning point, but they were unaware of the player in the bathroom, who basically was completely locked off. They were unaware of Exodus that was playing on the white stairs, and well, suddenly you lose 2 more members and the entire push just falls short. Back to the basement though. And CT9, well, they've won two sites. It's going to be the third they hope to go to. And as they do, last time, remember, they almost managed to get that plant off. It was only because Nico was able to just make it in time, jump over the service area and stop the plant from going down. The Echo drones not in time in the position they needed to be in, partially due to the fact, of course, that there was the IQ, which is, again, here on Outsiders. They knew exactly what these yokai drones were. They knew that they needed to have a bit of pace as they went for the approach. They just had a bit too much pace with too many members, not having the cover ready for the Jumpo.
All right, Outsiders, can you try and keep this not level? You had a really good lead in at the start of this game, and it seems TT9's woken up to some of your games sooner. And you've got yourself a little bit complacent and comfortable with the approach. You're getting a bit cautious. And this is one of the things I talked about at the beginning of this. When we see these well-threaded put-together holds and these takes that had a lot of clarity behind them, they had a lot of sort of power, it got a bit scrappy, it got a bit away from you, it got a bit how it was on the play days where you haven't quite hit the mark. And that's the worry right now, is when you're looking at the games ahead of you and the 25% roughly chance you can have, you've got to try and make sure that this is the one against the team that is the only team that hasn't got a win and isn't qualified, or possible of qualifying, off the board with a little bit more fervor.
Top floor cleared out. First floor seems to be clear, as well as the track stingers again are being deployed. Means they can start opening up now vertically. Just put some extra pressure down onto the actual site. Open up that hatch as well to have yourself the opportunity to start dropping in. You see right here, they're spotting out those yokai drones, trying to figure out what position you could actually go for a plant with, or if they can actually try and find them. One of them is currently driving around or hovering around. Rask, he's ready, he's waiting for it. He feels like maybe a player is trying to follow up on it as well at the same time.
Well, the Echo drone is doing that reconnaissance work. We've seen them do the sort of outward bounds. You've got the player playing just at the swing at the bottom of the stairs. And most of them are still tucked inside, actually. I think they have a little bit more of an awareness based on where the Outsiders players are trying to set up. TT9, as we said before, it was a little bit of a later response. But if anything, Outsiders were the ones that had the complacency that had them punished here. Still breaks above. They're going for this a little bit later than they did before. They're trying to harness just a single player out of it, cut off the rotations and the routes through the standard approach. And now, as we start to hear the position, Scyther is the man that, as you called before, wasn't quite there before. Nico's the one who made the round before, and he's gone first.
Imagine playing this from the bomb chassis, might be receiving some pressure soon. Playing on the shotgun, but he gets wallbanged down, I believe, from above. Milan and Pasha drop in with a kill, and now they need to try and get that plan down. 20 seconds, time is starting to tick. WTG knows exactly what's happening as he sees the Talon shield moving through. Is there any yokai drones left on the board, though? As Exodus is looking to flank around, gets picked up from the player onto the white stairs. That's one burst from the yokai drone. Still a second one in pocket, but he knows he needs to go for a bit of a challenge, and as the time starts to tick down, it's 45 on the clock. WTG now in a 1v5 situation, and they know exactly where he's at.
Yeah, this was a great read here from Outsiders. They did a little bit more work. They didn't trust that the site was as empty as they thought it was before, and they've been able to pay the price for it. There's two, though. Can't entirely count him out as of yet. He's pre-firing for the third. Does a lot of damage to Always, who's just a bit lucky to survive. The main gauntlet is getting to the kit, though. There's a player stuck on it. I'm not sure if they've deployed a Talon shield or not. Don't need it. Pasha pops up, drops down, and it's a 4-2 half with 3 plants for Outsiders.
That's exactly what they hope for here. Pushing themselves up in a very good first half as they... Again, we mentioned it before, chasing a full-fledged victory as they want to be chasing a potential major qualification. Had a bit of a slip-up, of course, against Rogue, where they, well, unfortunately not able to pick up any points. A 7-5 loss. An extra round, and that would have been a massive difference coming through.
Attackers need to
And they've done all they could in that first half. Now, needing to go to the defense themselves, it's important they continue with the momentum they have just built up. They need to start off with a victory here right away to alleviate a lot of their pressure. Because if now TT9 wins and then suddenly they win the next round, it's 4-4 and it's in anyone's ball game. There's no use of the mirror coming out from Outsiders. Big difference compared to 2 of the defenses we've seen from TT9, the 3 we had.
Yeah, I mean, what Mirror allows is that big extension, the walls that we've just seen, not entirely reinforced, but the cutoff between Piano all the way back to Lumber, all the way back to that area. You just make that an awkward sort of period to transition across. You then have to hold yourself onto East and give yourself some safety that way, and you know, it's the different tack, different approach. But Outsiders, they're happy to sort of assume the mantle of swing.
There's no Pulse with an M110 jumping out this time.
Not this time.
Not this time.
No.
Those of you who missed it yesterday during APEC, we had that happen. Almost actually managed to pick
Ground floor to someone rappelling on the roof.
Yeah.
They jumped out with the American shotgun.
Brought him down to 10 HP somehow.
With 30 shots.
Yes.
Is the somehow.
Almost had time to reload before he died.
Yeah. All right, but what we don't have is that. What we have now is TT9. Going for a standard approach. It's Cafe Dostoevsky. You will see this as your lead-in for pretty much any team, regardless of the weather, unless you're doing something a little bit kooky and crazy on the eastern side or a drop down. It'll be this sort of approach. They're going to get that wall electrified.
On a soft piece of the wall.
On a soft piece of the wall. It's the risk, and as now 90 starts to suffer a bit of pressure, there's a pop round. They're going to see if they can just try and get anyone out the back of it. Rask hits the hammer of the pre-fire of that DMR, but nobody's home.
No, definitely no one that got hit so far, and, you know, Outsiders, they notice as well, if they play passive enough, suddenly the time starts to tick down in their favor, and pushes need to be made. I was going to say, something just flew there for quite a while before it got destroyed.
It was really...
Not quite sure what it was.
I was also trying to work out.
It's like there's no Candelas or anything like that, so it can be that. But either way, it got destroyed, and as these Syria laser gates are getting opened up right now, Mission gets into the first gunfight, almost loses it out. He's about on 10 HP. He needs to be sure that he doesn't walk too close to these electrified walls, though.
And that's it. That whole wall is locked down. They have the ping on a player down in pillars. That grenade's just going to burn it out. There's ADSs behind it. Nico finds Milon. I'm assuming that was the pillar player caught out underneath. Dan, he's ready, locked and loaded on the swing around to catch anybody that tries to push, but 50 seconds, and that wall's still electrified. TT9 are trying to come up with a plan B right now because they don't have it. Obviously, Thatcher is off the board. They don't have anything that can really try and disrupt it without properly getting an angle in a fight, and Pasha finds a mission on the journey. WTG is just trying to cause some attention here, but nothing is being offered to them.
They need to make a play. They need to just start pushing through. Basically, White and Piano is off the board. They need to start pushing in. Find Always that is playing on this balcony right here to really open up. And as he finds Exodus, another one comes through. A triple kill from Always as he just gets them all from that balcony we just discussed. It's only going to be up to WTG now. Up on the East, Repel goes off, just deciding to take his time here. Just nothing really he can do from this moment, from this spot, and that will be Outsiders. As I mentioned, they needed to start it off with a win to alleviate a bit of pressure. They do that right away. That's 5-2.
That is 5-2. That's their first defense. They've been able to take one now of the couple that's required, but the journey is getting over the edge. The journey is finding themselves all the way comfortable and sitting with the 3 points. They cannot get to OT. I mean, technically they can, but they do not.
They prefer not to.
They do not want to risk it. It's not even that their journey is entirely in their hands ahead of them. That's the sort of, it's the double-edged sword of having teams ahead of you that are ones that aren't in the top 4. Is technically your games might be statistically easier to have that sort of dying run as your chance towards a major be out of the hands of the technical better teams, but also it means you cannot make the better teams bleed.
That's it, right? Like, if you will be up against, like, the number 4 place team in the last Playday, you're in 5th, you're 2 points away from each other, you win, that's it. Like, it's over. You knock them out and you find those points. If it's number 4 and 5 and, well, 4 plays against 8, they win, there's nothing you can do anymore about it. So
it's that sort of irritating situation here. Now, there is obviously some games that are back and forth in the top 4. We've generally got, I think, Eminem heading heads with a couple of these closer teams, especially, you know, you've got the teams around Outsiders as well, Heroic and G2
as well,
are sort of playing against them. Yeah, there are moments where you can hope that the top 4 teams make each other bleed, but for Outsiders, are sort of making the point their run is both in their hands, but also, unfortunately, outside of their hands.
Yeah, they need to do some stuff themselves and also hope other stuff goes their way. Either way, as the top floor is being cleared out here by TT9, again, methodical. You need to go top down if you want to be attacking this well, ground floor site, due to the fact that verticality is just so powerful. A lot of the side actually has a verticality that could be destroyed above it. You managed to open that one up. Suddenly there's a lot less safe places to play in, and you start seeing the defenders going outside of the direct bomb sites. That will then result into needing other pieces of utility to stop these plants from happening, such as Rask, of course, with those. Okay. Dan is just letting her walk by, doesn't care about the Gemini replicators.
You're not real.
But Yokai drones, as I was going to mention, are going to be more important as more of this flooring above gets destroyed.
Looked like they wanted to try and lean into a fight there, back against them. The Sledge is going to get some sort of busybody work done. It's a slightly different attacking approach that we saw happen. They're still going for the same sort of pace, but this time there's only the Sledge working on it. You compare it with the approach we had of Outsiders, where it felt like all 5 of them were sort of buzzing around each other. It makes trying to get a catch at the end of it tougher, but it also means it's safer here for the team, and they can try and get a little bit more width done first. The hatch itself gets it broken open. Nico is looking for maybe an angle in the fight of anyone just close underneath the grenade to bounce around the corner towards that shield. Doesn't get caught by the ADS, but does get the shield. Yeah, very clever.
Using the shrapnel range there rather than having it pop up right next to the ADS, so that way you can actually play around it. Well done. Mission is very close to Pasha, and he probably doesn't know it. Pasha, he's just staying put. There is drones coming out. Oh, that is going to be the magnet that will catch that grenade, so he stays alive for now, but needs to be careful because the verticality is still on point. Another one being tossed in. Here at that pin, he's moving.
Yeah, that one is not going to try and risk the fight. And Dan, he takes care of Nico, gets rid of the Hibana. They've done most of the work they need to, but you still need another player as you're going for a drive. We talked about the body advantage and how tricky a wide site like this can be. Dan gets another pick there against WTG. Dan takes care of Scyther. Dan takes care of Exodus. And they are falling like flies in front of him, and he's more than happy to swat a mission. He's the last one left on the top of the hatch. He can sort of stay here and not die. There's an Echo drone, but he's not going to give Dan the ace. And I was going to make the joke there as he took care of Scyther, who was on Dockerby. And can we have Dan on Dockerby Well, we have Dan and Dockerby at home.
He did it all from one table, by the way. He's getting them served to him. 6-2. 1 round away from outsiders, and it is also something we might not mention enough, but the first tiebreaker in the European League is round differential. So if they do lock this off at a 7-2 or a 7-3, that is going to be playing a massive role potentially in the final play there when it does come down to teams maybe being tied up in terms of points, which then, well, would help outsiders if they do have a higher round differential. So the bigger the win, the better it will be for them. Again, talking about factors within their own reach, stuff they can take care of themselves.
He's had an outstanding performance, obviously on the back of that 4K, now finds himself 11-3. And it's just sort of, you know, not that much different from, to be honest, a lot of the pressure that's been put on by the rest of his team. Sure, he's leading it, but the fact that you've generally got a positive KD all the way across the board, I think it was tougher to sort of see on attack where the biggest pressure to them was time. Here on defense, where they have that working for them, I think it's becoming more and more apparent just how well connected outsiders have been throughout this game.
I mean, as I mentioned, they can really just play with the time here. They can just sit still, be passive, let them jump into your lines of sight, because if you don't give them anything, they need to force. And if you start forcing through, you start making mistakes. That's how the defense can capitalize off you. And that's exactly what they did in those 2 rounds. Just let it bleed. Let that timer tick down. And play to the best of your abilities according to it. Twitch drone in first of Scyther, yet to find a kill in this game. We'll be finding 2 cameras first. Spots out the Malusi, almost loses his drone as a result. It's going to be Dan, though. Will survive, will fall back slightly as well. Still being droned out by Scyther. So far, no real harm done to any of the players. On either TT9 or outsiders. And as the next drone comes in, this one is meant to check if the top floor is currently occupied. And that's 1 player, that's 2 players currently spotted out. A mute jammer and ADS gone as well before that drone gets lost. But that's a lot of utility taken out.
Yeah, Scyther's had a bit of a rocky game throughout this so far. Hasn't quite been able to find his feet and the energy in the derby that requires it. Or at least he can try and do some of that final work.
What?
The C4 Rask went on an adventure. And Exodus was the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow there, thrown over the top. What a huge blow. The Eon has gone. They've lost that sort of drive. 2 grenades were still in pocket as well, and they're going to be precious resources a bit missed on the back of it. The patch and the breakiness. The second Twitch drone's finding its way around. A good grenade from Emission does at least make some of the work from some of the remaining utility. At this point, they've got the pings on the last player. Mission's just going to swing. Do they know about the one tucked onto the hatch, though? That's potentially the big problem.
Don't think they do. There is going to be some concussions coming out, though, so they're definitely aware of a player being out there. Mission looking to go aggressive together with Nico, hoping to find some elevation. Finds one. That's Milan gone. Back on a 3 and 4. They know about the player on Lumber, so all they need to do now is isolate him and take him through. And as Mission picks up yet another kill, that brings it to a 2 and 4. They need to clutch this out on outsiders now if they want to lock it off here.
Now the wearing of the slightly faulty MI disc. Ignore that. There's nothing really caught in it. It's just a little bit of an audio.
Nighthaven needs to fix their stuff. But
Nighthaven, WMI's discs. Osa needs to tweak those, but at this point, Pasha and Dan, or just Pasha, who's suffering from the little hole above. He looked like he went for a rotate, caught out on a drone. They'll catch him probably on his way back through. The plant is going down. Does he know? He has no idea. Oh, and that is a shame. Pasha, he just misplaced the call and gets caught out. 6-3. TT9 find their first in a while, but it is on the tertiary side of outsiders.
And there's always a bit of the worry, right? It's like the tertiary, they win. They need to start turning that around right now. They need to find that primary and the secondary to have an opportunity of finding that victory. But the issue is there is no more tactical timeout. And that means any adaptation they might make to the holds that are being tossed up by outsiders need to come on the fly. Need to come out during this pick phase, during the prep phase, when you have the opportunity to, well, re-pick your attacking lineup. Because if they don't, this game might end here. Timing, again, was an issue. It is just difficult to attack this top floor because if you look at it, the only way in, it's going to be 2 hatches and 4 windows or 5 windows that you can realistically use. Plus the skylight, but that doesn't often go our way. currently being highlighted by our observer, all the windows that are in the
So many windows.
direct entry. But a rappel through is not really ideal if you know there is defenders on the other side. And that is basically what the defenders are playing with as well. And that's why you usually see the red stairs being opened up first, or at least the hatch above. You then open up into piano, you get yourself a bit of ground you can work with, and you try and go on from there. Because basically red stairs is the only bit of safe ground you have as the attackers. The rest is a bit too dangerous to play around. And TT9, they know that, and thus most likely will be opening up those hatches first, but waiting to see if any C4s are coming over the corner, because sometimes you have that as the rappel sounds come through. A C4 flies in through one of those hatches. Not the case this time. And they will be opened up without any issue, just to see whether or not they will be able to take full control of that top floor.
Scyther picking up a slightly different version of a drone. Actually was on the Twitch before they swapped out to see if they can try and do some of the good work they did before. Breaking their way steadily across the top here and getting the open angles, and anything that might have been just caught round on the corner. They don't really have the time to get an easy drone out there. Sometimes with the floors, you just got to take a risk before it gets shot out. There's a steady watch though. Asher might be in a position to catch off anything that comes closer. The fight goes around the corner. The pings of a bulletproof there. Dan's just giving the call. The stun comes out. They're putting pressure onto Cigar at the same time. Scyther's drone, that one gets caught out as it tries to go all the way around the corner. Rask is still just sort of beating on the heart. That bulletproof is again providing all the intel that they can want for a swing, but it's also still the risk of the swing. They know you're going to be on that side of the door, and they know that they can just kind of line up close towards it.
But again, it's just wasting time now from outsiders. They need to stay active just long enough so they aren't actually going to be able to find themselves a safe route into the piano, because as soon as they do, that's when you can start opening up the walls. That's when you can start putting up a multi-dimensional push onto the actual site, because otherwise it will result into one of the players having to muscle through, taking him down head-on as you push through the side, the middle of it, and all these angles that will face it. Oh, that didn't get it.
No, didn't get the bulletproof, didn't get any player behind the back of it. Dan is happy to just sit on Overwatch and keep watching over anyone that tries to put the pressure. Swinging around from the side of Cigar as well. All of them are stacked up, and with 50 seconds, they got to try and make sure there's a connection here. They're just going to have to sort of brute force their way around because they're not hitting 19 Pixel. The only single player that isn't currently on this swing round is Scyther watching from above, hoping he gets a lucky pick and a pluck over the top, but it's Nico that opens things up, takes the head of Rask with WTG quickly following. Pasha on the close angle is able to do some damage, gets caught out by Nico, who's the drive round on the back end. They're going to see if they can stick the plant. The fight goes through the top, but WTG actually pulls off just at the last second, stops the plant. The C4 was the cause. The swing round gets the man with the kick, gets dropped. The 1 versus 3. The rotate round, the reveal of the player. They've been able to get it recollected, but Dan's on a triple and a tear as he has throughout this game before. 14 seconds. Scyther has to hit the ground. There's the ping on the player planting. There's the reveal of where Dan's at. 9 seconds. Suddenly they're stacked either side, close on the door. Scyther with the watch. Can't get the connection. A quad kill. He was denied the ace before. He's got one. It's Dan!
To lock it off, and it was a 2-on-4 situation, and Dan locks them all off one by one. He puts his hands into the air as well. It's like, I did it, we got that ace. Got so close twice before. And that is going to be a full 3 points for outsiders. They were looking forward to get those, because that puts them back into the race for a major spot. 17 kills from that.
I mean, we talked about how there might be some elements of a grudge match, and there might be some elements of teams wanting a bit of revenge. If that was the case, Dan got it. An outstanding performance from him, but outsiders, if they look this collected on some other games, who knows where the limit is?
Who knows indeed. They might be back on route towards a major, but we'll have to find out in the next couple of playdays whether or not that will be the case. Either way, that's 3 points. That's a pretty decent round difference as well. So without further ado, let's just toss it to a quick break before we head to the desk.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. What a great way to end our first matchup of today. What a clutch. And we have the man himself, man of the hour, on the call with us. It's Dan, as the song goes. Dan, what's up? How are you tonight?
I'm incredible right now. Feeling great.
How's everybody feeling now? The entire team is together playing in one space?
We're feeling good because we finally did less mistakes and won the game.
How do you feel things have changed? Because, I mean, you pushed Rogue to the edge, right? That's pretty impressive, and took it to the edge also against Heroic. What did you learn from those past couple playdays?
In my opinion, all of in these games, there were a couple of rounds that mattered a lot, and we lost these rounds because of some mistakes, like small mistakes, and that cost us a lot of points. That's what we're trying to work on now, to not lose our rounds and focus to take as much points as we can.
So here there's a big rivalry, right? You're going up against TT9. There's also the story of kind of the big two Russian teams that split, if we're talking about it, after SI. That was a big surprise for everybody that was kind of watching the news and how things evolved after what was a grand final run. So what does this game mean to you overall, and also specifically to the stage for a major run?
That game means just like to play against one of the main opponents, and winning in this game matters a lot. Of course, it gives you more power, and this game also means in terms of points, because we are in the middle of the score point system. And we need to get as much points as we can, so we will have a chance to qualify for the major.
I mean, currently with this win, you go up above M&M at position 4. You're tied in points, but of course you beat M&M a few play days ago, so that was play number 2. So that gives you the advantage over them. So you are currently in the top 4 major running, but that of course will depend on how the rest of the day will go today. But speaking about our next play day, you guys are going up against Navi, another tough opponent that I guess nobody can really read well or expect. So what can we expect out of you in that game?
I think it will be a great game, because even before the stage, we scrimed against Navi, and I knew that they are going to be a really good team. They have a different play style. It doesn't match other teams. It's very slow. I think it's very smart play style, and you need to outsmart them to win against them.
I mean, you've had now 3 games going up to Monday in 1 week of competition. That's a lot to prep through, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to fix mistakes because, for example, you lost a game like we did, and we didn't have much time to change something, and you need to spend more time to work during these super week play days.
All right. I can't wait to see how that game will go for the fans. Make sure you're tuning in. That'll be Outsiders playing next play. That is on Monday, a regular time. No more super weeks, only one of them. And they go up against Navi. That'll probably be game number 4 of the day. Dan, anything you'd like to say to the fans out there? Stay hydrated is one thing.
Yeah. I want to thank all of our fans. You are helping us a lot with your support, and we will keep grinding to take this major spot for you.
All right, very happy to hear. Dan, thank you so much for joining me here on the interview. Congratulations on the win again against your Russian rivals at TT9, and we hope to see you next time. Спасибо большое. До свидания. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
There he is. Always good to have a chat with Dan and hear his words of how things go. And honestly, he's had a pretty decent game. Would you say so, Anna?
Oh, yeah. We talked about it in the pre-show. He needed to pop off, and, well, he did. Would you look at that? Going 17 in 4. In particular, there were 2 rounds where Dan played a huge part. Yes, that last round where he got the A's and all the players of TT9 started pushing him solo, but also that round where they're defending downstairs and Dan was playing in kitchen, he was playing in Christmas, and TT9 had thrown them out with the replicator, then they spent a minute not doing anything with that information, and then they all dropped the freezer hatch, and then Dan was still there in Christmas. So those 2 rounds were so influential for him. A very well-deserved MVP if you think about it. EPS of 186 as well.
Do you know who's the big loser of this game? It's not even TT9. It's Kayak, because Kayak last week, 172 EPS, not even last week, on Monday, set the highest EPS of the stage, and Dan's gone, can't be having that today. I'm going to set it. And I think, he was there, and I want to say this because, hold the phone, I'm going to praise outsiders. When teams are not at their best against them and cannot problem solve, outsiders there to capitalize. Today, that was Dan. That one in VIP in Christmas, and then the second one right at the end, they're the ace. And we saw it from TT9 is when there's a problem that they cannot solve, they just throw bodies at it. Dan's just there. Bang, bang, bang. I'll have the best
Bang,
DPS
bang.
to the stage. Yeah, easy.
Chitty chitty bang bang. That's a throwback. Anyways, every time somebody like Dan comes up in conversation, it reminds me of a video somebody made after the Pro League finals in Milan. That's 3.5 years ago now. My God, we got old. Of the Gorilla song Dare, which is, it's coming up, it's Dare, but it's Dan, which is great. It always is stuck in my head. So thank you very much to the person that made the video. I think it's somewhere on the internet that I have to look for. But it was a good performance, and this keeps outsiders in the run. 3 extra points, and now because they hold the tiebreak against M&M, they're in the top 4 for now.
They're not.
What? No.
Differential, tiebreak. Sorry, have to be factually correct. I've got to do a hap on you there. But they've got the 3 points. They got a decent amount of round difference. And I'm not going to say these are easy fixtures because I don't want to disrespect the teams, but they've got winnable fixtures coming up. They've got Navi and G2 coming up. It's absolutely doable for this squad.
Ooh.
Definitely.
6 more points to collect.
Yeah. It was a 24% chance, no? When we talked about it at the beginning of the Playday?
Do we have the graphic?
24%,
It's
I
not
think it
updated
said in
yet,
the
but-
Sprabuni graphic. Well, obviously, prior to their matchup, like, if they would win it in regulation, they would have a 24% chance, I believe.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
That's-
have it. Thank you,
We've
production.
seen worse, and teams still made it to the major, so...
It depends on other teams at this
Yeah.
point, right? But they're doing their part, which is the important part of it all. TT9, of course, no way for them to qualify out of all of this. And today, somehow, against outsiders, they didn't pull as much weight as they did against bigger teams.
No composure whatsoever. I just thought some of the rounds they started out well, but then it hits that mid round. It didn't matter attack or defense. They just came up against a team in outsiders that had more composure, and they just kept giving away kills. They kept, especially when they got in the attack. Like I said, they were throwing bodies, and it was just another bad day at the office for this team.
Yeah, it was. I mean, if you look at their defenses, they were very slow. There were some opportunities they were trying to find. I mean, we saw Nico swinging around for the diffuser, getting some kills there, but they were also very unaware of the drones that outsiders had set up. Numerous rounds where they had the same drone with the same information that helped outsiders massively to find those orbs, to spot them, and to eliminate them. And TT9 just didn't know they were there.
Some things to work on here, and for TT9, this is back to the drawing board. They'll be facing off against Wolves next Playday. Good luck with that. However, like I said, outsiders going up against Navi, that could be a big deal for both of these teams, that they're both in the running for the top 4. We'll see how that goes, though. And Fresh, thank you very much. We will take a quick break. When we come back, mention Navi. Well, they're playing BDS, so we'll see you in a second.
To look it off, and it was a 2-on-4 situation.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to EU League. It's BDS versus Navi up next. And in many ways, this game is the old guard versus the fresh crew on the plate here. And I'm very much looking forward to this dynamic between the two squads and how it all shapes up in the server. I'm Ostamedic, your host. With me are Ann and Fresh. And we're going to talk about these two squads, starting off with Navi. And this team has taken a lot of people's hearts by storm. Can they keep it running? Because they are in the running for the major.
Yes, something I really liked about Navi last week was in the interview with Skitty, he talked about how the team has been specifically prepping for how to play against G2. With those wide and open defenses, clear comms, so I can only imagine how they must be prepping against BDS, a team that is on bootcamp, so that might be something scary. However, that last week's game against G2, it's almost like you're a new player, you set the game mode to easy, and then you're like, nah, it's too easy. Playing against G2, I want something more difficult. And you accidentally set it a little bit too difficult, and you end up playing against a team like BDS. But it shouldn't be too easy for BDS because it's a very good team that is going to show up against them. We have to talk about Leader, an absolute clutch master as we've seen before. The most clutches of EDL, 4 in total.
Yeah, I think, Leader, we've got actually a player highlight card of Leader that we're going to bring up because we're going to focus on him just a little bit. There's a clip as well. And what I want to say is this guy, when he was in Tier 3, when he was on 10-star, when he was in NPL, was so clear at times. His composure, his clutch ability, he provided 10-star with a level of a backline that was just unmatched across. And the thing about that was you could rely on him. Then you could rely on him to clutch. You could rely on him to frag. You could rely on him for anything. So what I want to show you is a little clip about Leader. We're going to bring it up. Now, it's in the last week game. It's the game against G2. Mm-hmm. He's playing smoke when the clip comes up. And what you will see is he does his role really well. And then the situational awareness from him. So he's playing smoke, plant's going down. He's doing what you should do as a smoke. Obviously, hear the sound cue, throw the smoke, keep them at bay. But what a lot of smokes do inside a competitive play when they run out of smokes is they try and play close. Leader throws this last smoke, immediately thinks, right, I have no utility to deny the plant now. Valkyrie, swap with me. You've got a C4, I'll go on the flank. By the way, just side note, G2, they're running Nomad and Gridlock and he's been allowed to flank. What the hell's going on there? I don't know. Goes and gets one up on the top, that will be Doki. And then just situationally aware. They know that Citizen is now in open area. Him and Skiddy managed to go and find him. Good slippy movement there from Leader. And this isn't clutch ability. This is just playing what he should be playing. Gets in, gets the Monty that's pushing through deep, goes around and fires the Citizen. And genuinely, I think this situational awareness from a guy who's so new to this league, to know, I'm playing the utility game, to know, right, I need to leave. We need to make a play on these guys that are holding the half clear and then actually clutch out the round. He does this so many rounds, and that's why he's so valuable for Navi.
Exactly. I've seen it specifically on Bank, for example, as well, where he gets those flanks off and he has that influential gameplay on a team like G2 that isn't that much aware. I would reckon that BDS is going to be a lot more aware of things that are happening around them. We've seen scrappy post plans from them too sometimes on Bank, but they themselves have said we had a little bit of a slow start, we made some mistakes, but they are very aware of those.
I caught you roasting G2 there in the middle of it, so you got a fair shake out of it, Jack. It was a fun time. But moving on to BDS, I don't think they need any introduction here, but we'll do it anyways. And what about these boys here?
Well, we mentioned that they're on a boot camp. It's going to help their synergy a lot. And I mentioned that they had a bit of a slower start against TT9 last week. They benefited afterwards a little bit of the mistakes that TT9 were making last week. Well, there weren't really any clear comms in a 5v5 post-plan situation, but they still got away with it. They have a very solid front line. We have Leak Effect that goes for those solo plays, but a very influential backline as well. Playday has got such a high cost. He's very much helping the team, even on the backline.
Playday's back. Like 2020 Playday, that was scary as hell. He looks back this stage, and I'm all about it.
I cannot wait to see what this team can show. We heard him on the interview with Likifak, as they're saying. But what about our map for this series? Best of 1, and this is big hope for Navi if they can defeat BDS. They want to have all 3 points. A tough game. We go to Bank. They start off on the attacking side, as BDS has opted for the defense. Does this make sense to you?
It makes sense to me. I've always liked to theorize about the map and phase. I said here it could be a possible decider. Well, BDS won it once this stage against TT9, and Navi's won it against G2. You'd say maybe G2 could be a better team than Navi, but, well, Navi's defensive win rate was high, obviously due to them 7-0ing G2 in that case. I mean, BDS has a good opportunity on this. We've seen them do very crazy plans with the 5v5 situation. It looked a little bit messy afterwards, but they still got away with it. So that's a good promise for them, or a good prospect for them coming into that game.
I actually found this map ban very hard to read because I thought, what's the one map I would ban against BDS? Clubhouse. Navi, they've got an 8-map pool, so they're only going to ban Chalet as their permaban. That leaves 2 free bans. For BDS, they've got a 9-map pool, so what do you ban against Navi? Wherever you fancy going. Both teams went and won bank last week. Both teams are going to play it again today.
All right. I can't wait to see then how this game will shape up. Maybe a very aggressive one. Maybe we'll see more flanks from leader in the game. Or can BDS stop Navi's role? Fresh, and thank you very much. That is it for our pre-game. We toss it to our casters. Tap and enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos, as we're coming up for a game between 2 teams, also both chasing down for one of those major spots. Now, BDS currently finds themselves in top 4. Not super much to worry about. You saw it earlier on. Basically won everything bar 1 game. Navi, they are slightly below that, so they have some ground to catch up on.
Yeah, it's the thing about Navi as well. Even though they're slightly below it, it's been sort of 2 overtime losses. They've been knocked about a bit, but it's always been close. There's only really been 1 loss that didn't quite get it all the way, and it was the 4-7 versus M&M. And then they go and they have a 7-0 versus G2. Do you remember that game? Were you there?
No, really, it was quite short.
It was quite quick. It was a bit like a fever dream, and maybe
you missed it.
Maybe they're about to be woken up by that dream here. Navi going back, doubling it down on bank. BDS, they want to sort of bring them to this fight. BDS also technically doubling it down. Played TT9, won a 7-5, a much closer game. I want to see what Navi we get today. I really want to see what Navi we get today.
Same, because there is like the magnificent Navi we've seen play against G2, but there's also like been questionable moments in previous game days that we were wondering, like, okay, there's clearly the potential, but it's not really coming out yet. And I mean, if you look at the lineup and all the changes they've been having to make over the last year or so, it's quite logical realizing that they do need some more time than a team like BDS, for example, to get back into a rhythm. Because just look at the right hand side, you see Skitty, Teb, Leader, basically all new additions to Tier 1 this year. All playing in their first competitive year, compared to just Likafak, for example, on the side of BDS. But there's a lot of potential on that Navi lineup. And all we're just waiting is for them to consistently start threading it together.
Spooky Cade.
Defenders,
Spooky
protect
Cade,
your
indeed.
bombs from being defused by attackers.
As the Doctor's Curse event is back. Happy Halloween.
There is some of you may have noticed that the last UL show event on Halloween.
Spooky.
Who knows what might happen?
Who knows?
Who knows? No, we've no idea. All right. Let's get ourselves set up. And they talked about Playday and what he can deliver. I'm quite curious to see what he delivers down here in the basement, because he was actually one of those people that when Tachanka first had major changes, we highlighted a couple of clips and a couple of his plays on bank specifically as well of how to utilize the bounce of the Shumika launcher and how to utilize the control of the space. It gives you, A, look at all the setup that he's done, but B, this sort of tuck around the back with a shield often in front of him as well, just bouncing it over towards the exit sign. From my memory, he was the first person to sort of start running it quite quickly.
I think so as well. And of course, if you think of Playday, he has basically been named the best support player that was in the European League for quite a while. He knows exactly how to deny these plants. He feels very comfortable doing it after, like, you know, normally smokes and well, in this case, then at Tachanka, they play in very confined areas. Like, you have 2 or 3 square meters you can play in, and that's where you have to toss your utility from. Playday feels like he's very restful as he does it. No real stress coming out. Always a lack of jitters that come from his hand if he needs the clutch. Either way, quick entry from Tab onto top and instantly into the first floor. They probably have a good clue it's going to be clear, and a majority of BDS, if not all, are going to be on the side or directly around it. The only real worry might be Shaiko, who is peeking aggressively from the blue stairs every now and then.
Yeah, they're not wasting time. They're making sure that they can sort of get in, put the pressure on, the quick use of the pocket EMPs, and we're getting a bit of a taste of a Dokkaebi. Kayak obviously was the man of the moment in the previous game, did not die, set the highest rating score ever, And, well, there's something that they're probably not used to here on Bank in a while, is losing that entry. Shot up through the hatch. He said Shaiko was peeking. He agreed.
Yeah, he likes to swing every now and then. I mean, he is one of the players that has reached 100 kills, like 6 stages in a row or something like that. So, you know, he's definitely a dangerous player you need to deal with if you're new to Siege and have never heard of the name. But Navi not too scared by that initial loss. Continue moving on, taking out the Vulcan canisters now that have been placed, just so they don't need to worry about the fire once the actual push comes through. I believe most of them, if not all, have been taken out now. But there's more fire on the board, and that's in the name of Playday that will shortly start bouncing those Shumikas into default plant spot.
They also have a LEMS on the Echo drone. It's a really good UC utility from both teams currently. I kind of like this war of attrition, and Shaiko just likes a war. Kayak can die, as proven on Bank here in the opening round, before he can get a kill and net one of his own. They're going to see if they can try and put the pressure. That means Echo's in a much more powerful position now. Cannot drop the calls at the same time as the plant. Shaiko, he's able to take care of Skiddy as well. The drop comes through the hatch. They're looking for the fight on Nath. Playday is able to find it with the big, hefty backline of the Chanko. I talked about the shield. There's the bounce of those fires. I said he's mastered before as well. And everyone sort of became disciples of, and here, Tab, he's tucked around on a corner. There's pings on a player right on the door. He's only got 15 seconds. He's going to see if he can maybe get one out for the journey, but the fire is still so hot inside the site. Nowhere he can go. They're just firing across the bow, and I think it's fair to call this a BDS round.
Yeah, this one is confirmed indeed. It's just the fires on the board. Echo came in for a quick stun as well, but yeah, BDS, they had that under lock and key. Decided to
go for it.
Yeah, he's like, I want to get this stun out. I'll take him out. It's all fine. But yeah, BDS, they wanted to go for a turtle setup there. They had a lot of denial ready in terms of the Goyo, the Echo, and the Tachanka. So they really wanted to play into that. Let them come through. Let them have servers. Doesn't matter. Even though Shaiko had a bit of a different thing to say about it, picking up 4 kills on his way downstairs. Somehow took out damage from like 2 or 3 of them as well while surviving. So definitely on that tanky operator of the Warden. And that's the first round for BDS without any worry, really. That's a cool castle barricade.
It is. Look at the mean dogs. Woof woof.
You're so full of surprises, Navi.
I'm excited about this game. I'm excited.
I am as well.
You want to see a bit of a brawl here. This is 2 teams that, you know, if we talked about outsiders being on the precipice of getting to a major, it's fair to call Navi a similar sort of fractured team. Usually they'll put in a bit of a pace and be, you know, sick around that sort of area 56 and a bit short and a bit shy of it. But with these changes recently, it's exciting. But also it's exciting for BDS side as well, because they're a team that's obviously beaten the boards a long time. They got a bit down in the dumps, missed some appearance, then Liquefact shows up and entirely transforms the energy of the team. It feels like a different team. It feels like a team happy to be here playing Siege, and it really shows in their gameplay.
Also at the same time, the fundamentals haven't really changed that much of BDS, right? They still have the same method to their play. They still have that same sharpness, if not increase that with Liquefact, who's of course one of those young new gunners that are starting to come through in the European League and basically worldwide. They just have that extra bit of firepower now, which makes them an even bigger force to be reckoned with. And, you know, we talked about it before, BDS, like when will they win a major? Now that conversation has died down, but this is definitely a change that could bring them back to the grand stages.
Now, if we're talking about the importance of this game and how we might start getting the board shaped up, it's worth sort of mentioning if BDS take this and put themselves up to 16 points, Navi only have the capacity to be below them. They could get 6 of their own and find themselves around 16 with the remaining days, but this is where things are starting to shape up, because although it's still close, it might be the start of this. Leader has to cover, takes care of Renshiro. Liquefact takes care of Teb. The back and forth and a blow either side, and the fight on side square is one that kind of goes a little bit even-handed. It was a bold attempt by Renshiro, it's fair to call it. They just didn't expect the cover to be clearly locked. However, losing the Twitch this early could be a little bit devastating.
And the top floor still being in the control of BDS, as Navi has no intent of trying to change that, is going to be very helpful for them as well. They can rotate down, they can use these little bits of verticality to stop them from truly using the archives, and Navi, they need to be very careful as they threat to this site. As well as the Lambs, he can just pop up anytime from the top of square and take out one of these players that, you know, currently seems to be working on getting the quad wall open.
Held at bay and waiting. Yeah, this is it. Alams, he's playing a patient game here at the top of square, and oh, he is almost, and he is entirely rewarded for it. Gets rid of one on the window. Will he go for it? He's able to get the lock in. He's going for the jumper as well, Alams! And what a devastating pocket of seconds for Navi, and it's kind of good. Liquefact puts the end on that because, oh, that was a destruction on square.
That definitely was, and I talked about it just seconds before, Emmy. The top floor still under control. They can use that verticality. They can just use that top of square to strike as they move on to try and open up that door. Well, Alams did just that. I realized someone was on the rappel outside of him as well, so instantly took him out. Not giving them any opportunity to get back into it. Really snowballed that situation. You get those two, instantly find another. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's now 2-0 for BDS. Sparbidi and Raf have provided us with some new graphics today as well for the qualifying probability of either of these two teams. A regulation victory of BDS can only bring them up to 94. There is no way they could be statistically confirmed today. Navi with a regulation win would be up on 66, still having a lot of work to do. At the start of today, we could actually lock out one of the teams, which was Rogue, but I believe with the previous result we have, that is no longer possible today. So it will calm down towards the next Playday before we start looking at teams.
Yeah, Outsiders were one of the ones where they had to have a certain result fall away. Navi were one of the other ones. Obviously, you're generally looking at the teams that are on 10 points. They're the sort of gap and the divide here.
Yep.
If that is a divide that widens, then it was always going to be risky. Outsiders, just by netting their win, pulling themselves around the middle of that fight, means that it's never going to look as wide as it could have by the end of today. But we will still definitely get teams likely written out of the opportunities and the chances.
Yeah, especially if teams in the top 4, you know, get their victories. It's going to be so much Scar's gone, and instantly following it up with an extra. I was checking if there's any Twitch drone up on that little pillar there. That's usually where they would appear. Take out those banner wires. For those of you wondering that, like, why is he looking at the roof? There's no way that someone could be there. You're completely correct. It's just Twitch drones that can take out the utility. Either way, Lems picks them back up. He's not wanting to get them destroyed by a grenade or anything like that flies over, so they continue. And Liquefact coming up from the bottom of the square stairs. Here's some barricades being punched up. Didn't slow him down. He's actually going to be using that. Here's someone up on the rappel. Prepares himself. Tab not too worried about it as he continued opening up the barricades, though.
Yeah, it's one of those pings where you're not going to play yourself in that drive. There it is. They're going to catch some of them. Do they have them on both sides? It doesn't really matter. They're all caught out. Alams! Devastating. Once again, we've seen it now. He can take on all comers and he can take on all utility as well.
I'm just going to say, this is why I place it in the middle of the two walls, Emmy. Because then you cannot catch out both. You throw that EMP grenade, there's nothing even on it, but fine. You then put the Excaris in the middle of the wall, so you always have a opening. If you place 1-on-1, it's going to be easy to trick out if he has the right rhythm here. Liquefact coming up, spots ahead, finds it as well. Beautifully taken off leader. It's going to be an entry kill again, and now Navi, well, they just have to repel in because that's all they really have.
I mean, that's it. They're going to see if they can try and move on the back of the smoke. The smoke canister of their own goes against them. Renshiro swings out, gets dropped, but he's the only person they've been able to kill twice over the 2 rounds outside of this one now. Playday and Liquefact are going to be picked up either side. Lems does get 2 more at the top of the lobby stairs, swinging their way around. The kit is cold, 30 seconds. Shaiko's able to get one on the back end. Lems clips the wing of the last, and BDS hold on 3 rounds in a row.
Proper lock off there for BDS, and Navi really struggling with opening up Kanto there. Just, again, procedural issue that we've had right there. It could have been opened up when it's a bandit. But either way, the tactical timeout gets called because mistakes are seeping through and BDS is able to perfectly deny them any form of entrance. And when you're attacking that top floor and all you have after 2 minutes 20 of play is 3 people up on the rappel that could potentially go in, that's not ideal. Like, that's how you're going to start losing bodies as you go through. And that's exactly what happened. So they need to fix it. And there's ways. And their coach will have a quick chat. There's multiple ways to approach it. It's either morale or either methodical.
It's tricky for them. Obviously, you're coming in on your attacks here onto Bank. You're against BDS, who are on a rise. You know, they've been able to sort of have a very good run so far. There's only one loss to their name throughout this, and a couple of overtime wins, but still, that's the big flip. Navi, they haven't quite had that consistency. They had a fantastic previous showing. There's no two ways about it. The only 7-0 that we've had this split so far. But then the game before that, they lost against M&M. And it's that sort of inconsistency that Navi struggled with here. They need to try and find some of that mindset, some of that momentum. They were the closest on the most recent round, but you look at how well they were locked out here on this side before.
I mean, they were closer on the previous round due to gunfights going away. That is basically it. Because they repelled through and managed to get away with a kill and 2. That's how they managed to bring it back. But they had no business winning that round because of what they had opened up. It was basically just a repel with 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. That shouldn't be happening. That's a drone that is still left on top of the microwave there. Not quite sure if they've seen it.
Making his lunch.
Making some lunch, indeed. You know, sometimes it's time for that.
Lunchtime, I think it's called.
Yeah, but what do you call it? Okay, thank you, medics.
We actually were just informed that our food has arrived.
Our food has arrived.
All right, I'll see you later.
Yeah, you know, you take a break, you take your 5.
Yeah,
I'll
thank you there, mate. Now I just get to sit here hungry for a while. Okay, enough about us. Let's about Siege. And let's see if Navi's conversation has been one that drives them a little bit more success. They're not going to play around with the pocket EMPs. They're not going to go for anything so explicitly quick this time round. Obviously, the limitations are one that does allow those hatches to be more electrified. They took care of them pretty nicely on the previous round. This time around, they're still not going to dabble around that. They're not going to bring the risk.
Massive change is that this time there is these roamers on BDS, and yes, they start falling back now, but at least it keeps the pressure up on Navi. They cannot just assume that the first floor is going to be clear now. It needs to be droned out, and Tab is waiting to go for a bit of a hot drop here, so as soon as that drone clears it out, he will take it in control. Easily takes care of some of that utility as well at the same time, so they have that form of security, but the default cam is up. And Tab has been spotted. They know someone is in an open area. And Likifak is just trying to go for a bit of a bait. He's hoping that they come their way. And if that C4 gets shot out, that's definitely a warning sign to BDS that they are being watched out there.
Yep, BDS pulls themselves back in. They obviously don't have the Echo this time around. They got themselves a slightly different hold, but they do still have in the pocket to breed a lot of utility, and they also have a lot of utility still tucked around on the door of the site itself that Navi has to clear. They're looking at the fire canisters, and they're maybe looking at a slightly alternate direction here. The pressure into the bottom of the white stairs, the angle towards the site itself. They're angling towards maybe the elevator hatch and the lobby one instead. I think Tab might be rotating towards garage. They're just going to try and draw some focus slightly further away from what was, as we said before, just such a solid lockout. However, there is seemingly a setup and a reaction possible here from the side of BDS. They are keeping everything pretty steadily watched.
Navi need to be attacking from multiple different directions. Mentioned before, if you're all going down servers, that is when you start, well, finding out about BDS and all the denial that they have as Tab decides to go back up. So, again, a change of plans coming through. The hatch still closed. So Skitty is not going to be able to use that to truly put pressure onto Red, and that might be a round differentiating factor here.
I mean, you could see he wanted to try and put that pressure around the flashes to the back line. Likifak pulls back. He doesn't want to get caught out in the attack itself. There's a C4 that's thrown just to stop any approach. They go for the drop down on the back, and it's Renshiro that wins out against Nave. Kayak suffering inside as well. Tab's got to make a move, but Skitty's going to see if he can plant just behind the chassis itself. Do they know? Oh, that one is just going to kick him over the top, and Shaiko gets the end result of it. Leader with a quick double. Round on the swing of white, but it's Playday and Shaiko to get the last little bits of a connection. BDS, they weighed up where things were coming from, and they just had that one extra step.
It seems to be going all so calm for BDS, right? It's like the plant is going down. They know someone is involved. They're just working their way around the pieces slightly. They're not rushing anything. They're not like making these mistakes of having to toss bodies at that problem. Because, oh, there's a Goyo canister, we'll just pop that, and then Shaiko will find a kill because he has to move off. Boom, suddenly diffuser is taken care of. And after that, you just lock off the remaining gunfights as the timer ticks down. And BDS leading 4-0. This is the BDS. I mean, Jack said it before, BDS is back. And I think if you see a performance like this on the defense, you can definitely start to argue that BDS is looking to go back to the major and show the world what they're capable of. Because this is a very scary team to play against. And also, the Duck has made it into play in European League. There's no P90 on it, sadly. It's the MP5.
There was a lot of fun P90 play.
Jack and I are both a big fan of the P90 now as well. So. But the MP5 does the job just as well. No worries. Maybe a little bit less on hip fire shots, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, we were sort of wanting to see it. Obviously, in APAC in the very first game yesterday, since the changes in APAC North, we had both the pairing, both Rook and Doc were able to get through. Bit of a missed moment there. Liquefact was...
Didn't do much.
Yeah. I think they thought that would get shut out. They saw the player, and there was a bit of panic from both sides.
Like, Shaiko missing a character. Okay, unlock Shaiko. There we go. I'm going to just use a different wording there. And the wall staying close. Liquefact has a clue, by the way. The kayak has entered. It is going to be an Amaru.
Yeah, they used the gun 6, but they missed the bulletproof, unfortunately.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Castle barricades have changed color. Different skin used this time by Playday. And Lem's just holding tight. And look at that. He has two Prismas right next to each other, just slightly up, both on different angles. Kayak looking to yeet himself into the balcony here. Waiting for the E1D. Pops off. They should know that no one is moving now.
There it is, the swing round. They're going to try and put the pressure onto that elevator. LMs is still tucked in. The pre-fire over the top. They can't quite get the full connection. It's a lot of bullets used. And Tev is the one that gets the slip away there. LMs finds himself in a new pocket location. Another pull, another ping, and another E1D that doesn't quite net the result. Liquefact, he's in a bit of a support position here. He's still locked into elevator. LMs surviving and getting out on the back of this rush. Kayak, he's got to make a connection here with either of the two players, and he doesn't quite see the fall of the Doc, but he does fall Lambs.
Sad for Lambs, he actually got healed back up to full HP with Liquefact. Of course, the new Stim Darts healed 200 HP. And now the lobby attack starts to come through. They need to do something. A small opening made, so Liquefact is kind of stuck in that vault, but he's not receiving too much pressure now, and of course has the opportunity to fully heal himself back up to 200 HP. So they need to really make sure they can take him out. Try go with a C4. He's not throwing it yet. He's just waiting for the call.
Yeah, it's just this sort of pause right now in the movement. Navi, they've suffered on the back ends of missing the right connection there, and there's a connection Preyday's able to make. He's happy to watch. Let the drones roll closer. They can still try and get that open pretty easily just from going from the little side box if they really wanted to, but you're looking at 40 seconds, and any forced rotate is one that can pull away from them. They're going to have to make it, though. And that's where the Habana is likely heading, just to apply some pressure here onto the back end, get these important parts popped open. Skitty finds Liquefact. In the meantime, they've got the body advantage for, I think, the first time this whole game, as the pressure's going to start to swing round. There's nobody quite revealed from that position yet. 15 seconds, still above with the kit itself. Nafe's going to have to go for the drop and needs the pressure to come through. Playday and Shaiko at Red Zero swing against all of them, and in the blink of an eye, they've lost the man advantage. He's able to get one on the way out the door. He's got to just hold plant, but he can't. BDS 5 in a row. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a big uh-oh coming through. Remember the first 7-0 we had in the European League, dished out by Navi to G2 last Playday?
I remember it.
You remember it? Yeah. What if we're heading towards another 7-0? This time it's BDS heading it out to Navi.
You know that meme of the guy at the window and he's like, yes. I don't know if you know that one. If you know that meme, that's what you two are watching this game right now.
They are. Give it back to them.
Navi. Oh, no. It really has been a rocky start. Now, they are leading on their attack. It's, you know, always something you got to sort of mention on Bank here.
It is pretty attack-sided nowadays.
Yeah, sure. But BDS are playing so well.
Yes.
The game here from BDS is really well put together. There's aggression, there's great balance. The utility usage, I think, from both teams has been good, but from BDS has not been perfect, but closer to the little ways of juggling against the approaches of Navi. We saw it in the X-Kairos around Kanto. We're seeing it there on the holds underneath the castle windows, just stopping what Navi want to do at the pace that they want to do it, and Navi are a bit stumped by it.
There's also a thing to mention that both Trico and LMs almost have as many kills as Navi currently has, bar one. It's 8 total on Navi. There's 7 on both of them. So, yeah, Navi seems to be lacking a little bit in the gun skill department today. Just BDS a bit sharper. And again, I mentioned it before there on boot camp, it is usually an elevation of the mood and of the cohesion of the team. So that might actually be the case, and a difference maker right here. Why BDS is just that little bit sharper today.
It helps that there's no two ways about it. There is something about being in that situation, especially on a super week like this. You have to sort of take into how different a mindset is if you're all together. Sure, every team will be practicing, prepping, and doing what they need to on the days to get the synergy in together. But if you're in the same space, doing it as a unit, those quick moments where you feel a little bit more like you're on the approach of the land just work better. I drop back down. Two BDS players are able to slip away. They're going to play themselves onto the site that we haven't seen yet and is a rarer seen site here. With the hold underneath, you can sort of play your way back round. Obviously, the Oryx was removed as a possibility here, but that's not going to stop BDS playing with the space.
Oh, for sure, and as the hatches start opening up as well, the open area becomes a bit more dicey to play around. I think the big issue will be Alems that is close around those main stairs. Just got very close to first engagement. There's Vincere that just blows Teb out of the skies. That just sledge gun as well. Means that it's all coming down to Nath now. Luckily, they had that redundancy in terms of verticality, but Shaiko's gone for the chase! Doesn't find it. A little bit of damage or HP left on Nath, but that could have been the second soft breacher gone off the board.
I mean, they still got another C4. They've still got another opportunity here. And a pocket bulletproof, but I feel like Breeday's not going to try and get too much use out of that. Throughout the rest of this game, Shaiko suffers in the scrape. Skitty is the one that has to retreat, though, forced to back out the door and rotate round, and Kayak does get the kill. Leader's trying to find the plant as well at the same time. They sort of read that the site's clear. BDS, do they have an awareness? There's nobody close enough to stop it as everybody's caught and distracted elsewhere. Very, very well put together there by Navi. They saw an opportunity. They've seen the hope at being able to clutch a round out here. The first time we've had the kit fully locked, planted on the ground. Alems takes the Beepers fight, wins it out. Puts us into a 2 versus 2, but Nath with the vertical control is going to be a very important fight here. Oh, loses it out, but the 1 versus 1 leader. We did a piece about his clutch capabilities. We did a piece about his importance and what he can sort of bring to this team. Likefak, we've done so many pieces about his ability as a player. He might be out of time to get to the kit. Doesn't matter. Navi will not suffer the same fate they bestowed last Playday.
They find themselves around. It is a small consolation for what has been going on so far, but they need to find more. Because you see it on that scoreboard, dropping down to 7th, if this is how they end today. And that wouldn't end their chances completely, but it's definitely going to be putting a very big dent into them. And if BDS manage to lock this off with, you know, the next half, as long as it's a full 3-pointer. I'm not going to say they are confirmed, but we've said it before, 15 or 16 points. That is usually the breaking point of when you're qualified or not. It can occasionally happen that it is 15, but it almost never happens that you need 17 to be qualified. So BDS, if they win this, are basically qualified. Not mathematically yet.
Not mathematically.
But by precedence.
Yes. Precedence.
Just looking at previous statistics, you know.
I know. I know what the word means. I may act dumb, but maybe I am. It's funny. Do you know what I say? I may act dumb.
Yes.
There's all of our wonderful co-streamers out there. I believe there's one that is Bikini Birdie and Shas, and I've never sort of seen a more like Pinky and the Brain situation of knowing everything about the game and being Bikini Birdie. Must be a lot of fun to listen to. That was me just throwing heat at Bikini.
No.
And compliments to Shas.
I actually enjoyed watching the co-stream of Shas back after the GT game. Descended into madness. But BDS looking to find themselves 2 more rounds. That's their goal. And the quicker the better it will be, due to round differential being that first tiebreaker in case it comes down to it. As Likefak enters very quickly into that top floor, meets little to no resistance. The drone comes through, they know exactly where Skitty is, needs to open up the hatch and will drop off as well, but Likefak blown up by Kayak as, well, he was chasing down Skitty.
Oh, a bit of a long-range fight here. Alems, he wanted to be in the position to try and catch this drop-off. They hoped there was a bit more pressure coming from the top, but a very important C4 is the difference maker. They can't quite get the full drive through, and Alems found himself not entirely alone. Skitty, however, is fighting it and making sure that he might soon be. Gets one on the route back round. Shaiko was going to see if he could be the other pinch. However, with only a single finger remaining, Alems is going to see if he can just try and drive back in, get a bit of an engagement. They have otherwise drifted mainly away. The site is obviously down in the basement on the bottom floor. There's work to be done up here. But with a minute 30 and 2 bodies lost, it's going to turn into a trickier pusher.
Hey, well, they just need to try and isolate some of these players right now. They need a pick, and preferably 2, to start opening up. Because if you look at it on the side of Navi, 2 Yokai drones, there is going to be smoke canisters as well, and an impact and a C4. Those are the opportunities they could go for to stop these plants from happening. So BDS really probably will have to start pushing for kills at some point. But before they can start dropping, they need to find a kill or an entry first. And the big question is, where are you going to find it? As Vincere just found the electric law, that means they can start opening up.
Yeah, it was very clever. They sort of droned it all out, and they were like, it's not here. And it's like, oh, cool, well, we have the vertical control. They're going to see if they can try and stick and bait some of the utility. It's a game now of attrition. They've got to try and waste leaders' pockets before they can really try and waste that down to the kit. But you're also looking at an Echo on the board. You're also looking at C4 on the board as well. The second goes round. They need to try and do something against the back line. The Echo drone's just going to pop up, make sure nobody's planting closer than the smoke. Alems, he's still holding on. He's gone for a bit of a rotate and a cover here, but Kayak is 1 step and 1 floor above, takes the drop onto the site itself, looks for the fight down onto gold. There's the take. There is the single smoke round on the back end. He's suffering in the meantime. Nafe gets 1. They pulled themselves back in, and it was almost a perfect round. But for 1 dead body Navi, they get their 2nd.
LM's chasing down the smoke there. It's like, I swear he was just in this room a second ago, but not anymore. And Navi indeed find their 2nd onto the basement site. The one that is quite difficult to attack. Again, like, you need to waste out so much utility if you're an attacker, especially when there's Yokais on the board, there's C4s, there is smoke canisters. It takes you about 45 seconds to completely drain the pockets of those defenders and make sure they could get a plant off. And that time just wasn't there. It was like 35 seconds-ish when they started. And now we're headed towards the open area. So it's not going to be the top floor first, it is the middle floor sites. This open area comes on, again, it is difficult to some extent. There's no direct verticality you can use, only slightly when you think of stock. When you open up Janitor as well, you can look into the little side office. But that's not a direct place that usually defenders play. This hatch, by the way, that's currently being portrayed. And that means that you need to open up around it. Quad wall, usually part of it. Part of the start of it. And also the elevator hallway. Try and push in from multiple different angles, because if you all just throw yourself through one doorway, that never ends well.
Navi, they have the groundswell of being on their defense now, and they're going to see if they can try and tie these 2 rounds into a couple more. BDS, I don't think they're still under any intense pressure. The game still has rooms and legs, and nothing they need to call a timeout about. Again, you're attacking onto a bank defense. You're generally expected to be on the back foot, so losing the first isn't the biggest blow, isn't anything that's specifically going to take too much of the wind out of the well-prepped sails they've had before this. However, there are lessons to be learnt here in caution. You can see they're not quite going for the full pace clear that they went through before. They don't want to try and find the fight as quickly because they suffered pretty badly on the back end of it. So instead, get some of the structural work done, put this well-balanced pressure against them.
Oh, just not placed right.
Just a couple of inch.
It's going to be using an extra RC Retiro, or he's actually going to come close around the corner and start punching it, because his feet should be relatively safe from that position if you want to keep a hold of it. But I believe he's going for the RC as Vincere just went on. As Liquefact takes out that top floor, at least takes it under control. There it is. The big double door has been opened up. This will put a whole lot more pressure onto the kitchen area from Kayak. Just blocks it off again with keeper barriers just to provide himself some safety. 3 punches or an RC, and it is going to be gone again, though. That you need to keep in mind.
That one got muted out. Yep, well placed and played. They're not going to quite find the route through. However, if they can get rid of that jammer, it's still going to pop off on the back end. Vincere is just going to break through it, though, and pre-fire as he reverses out the door. They know the suffering that can come on the back end of just spraying towards a predicted angle on that window, most notably. Here, some work happens over the top. As I said, they're sort of focusing themselves more around the structure of the site itself. They've still got C4s to get through. They've still got an Echo drone in the pockets of Nafe as well, which was more than happy to sort of dance the dance in the remaining minute before.
Time ticking down. Alem's finding himself in a good position here as he heads into the archives. That is a long line of sight. You can basically cut out the kitchen area through half. You know it's going to be on the left side, close to the quad wall here, as Well, grenades are being used, but they're not finding anything as of yet. Kayak is the first one that needs to fall. He goes aggressive. That might be a mistake, as he does get spotted out. Takes a lot of damage, but Shaco gets a kill to Skitty on the grenade.
There it is. The grenade puts a bit of pressure in. Kayak, he almost swung right round into somebody on a Rotaro, and it would have been a freebie, but instead suffers the scrapes at the back end. However, 20 seconds-ish, and they've got to start for the push. Dropped instantly onto the hatch. Liquefac tried to find an entry and just found a quick exit there, unfortunately. The fight over the back end. Alems gets the lockdown on the stairs, and Bride is going to do what he does, which is try and stick the kit. The Echo drone, I think, is making its way over. There it is. There's the reveal. There's the player. There's the catch on the drone. And, well, still down on the ground. Bride just going to double it down and see if he can make the second one stick. Teb, with the rotation, he's going to see if he can try and find a fight, but he can't quite get the angle of it. And now the two remaining players have to battle their way back up a well sort of echoed stair set. There's a player up on the top. They don't know. They almost lose out both. It might look that way. Teb has to pull himself a little bit further back. All of the BDS players are aware now of this final position. They know he's got nowhere to go but out and to map point.
4 map point opportunities for BDS here to lock it out and find themselves with those 3 points. We'll put them at the top of the table for now. Of course, as the other teams in the top 4 still will have to play as well. But that is definitely a result they are currently happy with. Staff room in the open area again coming through. Choosing to rerun it here on Navi, not wanting to go to that top floor. They themselves, also, of course, will realize, hey, we need to get every single site from now on in a complete rotation and more than that. But every single round we get from here on forward is going to be helping us later down the line for a potential extra place. Round differential, again, the first tiebreaker. And every round you pick up now is one that you do not have to catch up on later. And thus they choose to go for a site which they think they can adapt to properly enough to win it. And of course, the last time, the big turning point was basically Kayak being inside that corner next to the quad wall. As soon as they figured out where he was, though, it was easy goings, because then you can just start isolating the other players around it, start working towards clearing out that player on the quad wall. That was partially, I believe it was the Lems pushing up, getting the kill on the main stairs, and that is just suddenly the pressure coming down from 2 sides at the same time.
There was a lot more structure, I think, a lot more development towards the site itself. They weren't looking for the immediacy of the firefight they hit before, because it's always worth remembering that, you know, you have some great gunners here on the guns of Navi. Here, though, this is a quick opening. If I'm going to say they've maybe changed tack once again, the reveal and the bounce round of the grenades, that was very quickly popped open, as well as a castle. They're sort of making a loud statement here. Teb is in a position to try and pull away from anyone that goes for that immediate lean through on towards the site itself and onto where Alems, as you said before, found his route right round in the middle. Hello, goodbye.
A bit of panic from Kayak there. Wasn't quite sure if it was the real one or not, but it is going to be him repositioning himself right next to the fridge. He wants to stay unpredictable. He needs to stay in a position where they don't know where he's at, because then you get pre-fired, then you get swung on. And the phone calls that just came out from the Dokkaebi are not going to be of a big help of Kayak. So instead of falling back and turning off, he just stays in his position. They know where he is. The pre-fires are coming through, and he digs himself again into this corner.
Yeah, we saw there Shaiko hit the ground. He expected to be sprayed through the soft. We also had Liquefac rotating his way up round towards the bottom of square. They're droning themselves out. Teb is in a power position here, has the C4 underneath. So they're going to maybe just try and drive themselves past the site, but it's so risky. The adaptations here that have come from the sides of Navi are entirely shutting down the approach BDS wanted to make before. So, crouch walk into sight, take the fight onto the man who's dropped down the hatch, but blinded a little bit as well. Skitty tucked in a little box here, caught in a bit of a bad situation. Teb's about to be under a bit of pressure from Alems on the back end. Liquefac is watching the hatch from underneath. Nath and Liquefac find one apiece, but Skitty gone in the core, and now they can get themselves stuck in on square a little bit more. It is just Teb, but he gets one great spray through there onto the site itself. The kick goes cold. There's a rotate coming onto the stair set. They know where he is. Oh, Teb does that, though. Pulls one back, pre-fires this player coming up. There's a call there on the rotation. Liquefac's just going to go for the blind. 2 versus 1, barely any health. He's tapping and pre-firing 50 seconds, and now the kit's back in their pocket. They have loads of time, and that's the big thing here for BDS. They're going to reposition. Liquefac's going to offer the cover, just going to tuck themselves close enough that they can give themselves a support structure, and, well, they know where he is, and they know now that they can put it into the post plant. Makes things a lot trickier, a lot riskier. They're not quite close enough to get caught out by that. He's trying to battle his way through onto what is generally a locked site here. The long-range angles aren't going to work too well with an MPX and barely any health. He's going to have to be a bit scrappy, and he's able to find a triple. Only one left. Alems got the kit down, needs to get this. Teb, the Eternal, down as well. Pre-firing all the angles. Alems is waiting so patiently for that. BDS 7-2.
Well done by BDS there. In that last round started to look a bit shaky. Teb managed to find kill after kill after kill. But BDS at least managed to play around the information they had well, isolate where the player was, quickly go for that plant, and put the timer in their favor. And that's going to be 3 points for the French squad, and that is going to be putting them on the top of the table for now. Not quite qualifying them just quite yet, but it should be enough.
Yeah, with 16 points, the top of the table, and with other games still to play, we find ourselves now not quite getting the full shape of things, but definitely starting to get the outlines of the picture. BDS, another fantastic performance, and they're starting to once again look like those teams that you want to see on the major. Well,
it's going to start looking dangerous if they do make it through. I think a lot of teams are going to be looking towards this new fragging duo of Shaiko and Likefak that might be extra dangerous on that stage.
We'll go to a quick break before we're back with the desk to break it down.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. That was a quick one. BDS victorious 7-2 against Navi. And if anything, Navi are happy that they were not 7-0'd after doing the same to G2 in our last Playday. Let's talk about our victors, BDS, and the secured 3 more points. They're looking real good.
They are, in fact, looking real good. Like the cast has mentioned, on top of the scoreboard for right now, obviously due to Rogue not having played their game yet. Navi tried today. They had some good attempts. It started in the Ben phase. They really tried to target Ben EFAC, we could say, with the knock Ben and the oh sorry, what was it? And the Oryx Ben. Yes, of course. Yes, we saw him do that a lot on Bank last week. And well, look at that. Lems leading the scoreboard, something that we don't always see too often, but still, Shaco and League Effect, they put in a good shift.
What impressed me the most today about BDS was actually, I've been waiting for them to really step it up in terms of their team play, in terms of their strategy, and more so their processes. Now, that's easier to do on defense. Obviously, it's easier to do on defense, but they played very well together in terms of the team play. They would just like identify these explosive moments where they could just win the round. In the mid round, they did that so well on defense. Then once they got into the attack, that was where the team play really got me, was when they was getting the defuse down. They was literally just playing as a team together, despite the fact that they've got unreal players in the front line, they've got the best spot, and then LM's had a great day on Ash as well. It really was almost the perfect game from BDS today. And if you cycle back 10 days to the Rogue game, where, you know, they clearly lost it against Rogue, didn't look that good at all, they've had to go to a boot camp, they've seemed to have sorted itself out, they've got another win, nearly at the major, everything's looking pretty good.
This is some great news for all the BDS fans out there. Like I said, nearly at the major. It's like 99.9%. You cannot confirm it today, but literally any point or anybody else slips up and they're pretty much through. It would be nigh impossible for BDS to not make it to the major. But then again, there's always a scenario that Sprabuni and Wrath kind of came up with somewhere that might actually be the downfall of the team. But a moment about Navi, because it seemed like, yes, it wasn't a great game for them, but let's not forget that this is still a brand new team. And to get to where they are, even if now their chances at the top 4 are significantly lower, it's not too shabby.
You'll have to think about these two teams being of a completely different caliber, what they're facing against. Last week, a team that didn't, well, play together that well so much, and this is a team that, like you mentioned today, really played together well. And as a newer team, where you're still trying to gel with each other, isn't always going to be the easiest. There were attempts, players maybe weren't having the bestest of their days. We've seen a clutch, for example, of Leader, which you've talked about in the pre-show as well. They got some rounds. Unfortunately now, they're looking at an 18% chance to go to the majors. That isn't too great.
And I think for Navi, one thing I've been trying to do all stage is taper expectations. Even when they beat G2 last week, is like, look, they're going to have these massive highs and these massive lows. When they get the consistency, they're going to be a really good team, bit of experience. But we're looking at that for next year. This stage is kind of just a bonus stage, right? And today was one of them lows. Last, on Monday was one of them highs. And I think that's the thing for Navi. It's all the learning experience, both winning and losing.
Exactly. And, well, now let's have a chat with BDS, our victors in this matchup. Another interview, double interview this time, again with Elems and Likefak live from bootcamp in Switzerland. Gentlemen, congratulations on the win. Elems, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good, Miloš. Thank you. Thank you for asking me.
Thank you very much, mon ami. It was a good day, good game for you today, huh? Dokebi, good operator.
Yes. Yeah, good operator. Very broken operator since the last patch, to be honest. But I'm happy to play Dokebi. Very good operator. Very good.
Were you surprised that Dokebi was not banned in this matchup, Likefak?
No, I wasn't surprised because we know that Navi love to play Dokebi. And we also love to play Dokebi, so it was between who played Dokebi better.
Fair enough, but we still saw an Oryx ban. What do you think about that, Likefak?
I think it was a little bit to counter my roaming. Like against Tichina, I was a little bit annoying, and I think they tried to counter our roaming, but we just adapt and everything were going good.
Were you expecting to have this map specifically, Lems?
Yeah. We are expecting Bank. Firstly, because like I said on my last tweet, we didn't play that good against CT9. We got the 3 points, but we could have done better. We could have do like a 7-2 or 7-3. So we watched the VODs just after the game and see the mistakes we made. Even though Navi won 7-0 against G2, we were like, yeah, they are playing a good Bank, but I think we can beat them if we correct the mistakes, and that's what we did today.
Yeah, it seemed like your opponents were baited into this matchup. If we're looking at the last two fixtures that both of you had, today was a great day for both of you in competition. How's the vibes overall now that you got a couple days to rest and prepare for this matchup in Super Week? There's always a lot happening. I guess bootcamp helps out with that, Likefak?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, everyone is hyped to play Yule match, and everyone want to go to the major. So the vibes was really good. Everyone talking. Everyone was like, "Let's go! We win this! Go together!" Things like that, and we are very happy.
Elems, I even saw Renshiro smiling for a moment.
Yeah, it happens sometimes.
It's like Christmas all over again. Honestly, it was a beautiful sight to see and to behold. Now you guys are 99.99% confirmed to the major. Not yet done. You're pretty much there, and you go up against G2 in the next Playday. Now, Navi beat G2 7-0 on Bank. You beat Navi 7-2 on Bank, which means you're gonna beat G2 before the game even starts, right?
No, I think we're gonna beat them 7-5. I think.
Okay, I'll hold you up on that. I think that's a scoreline I would love to see. Do you expect any different maps to go in the next series, Likefak, or are you just sticking to Bank now?
I think we're going to play something else because, like you said, they lost 7-0 against Navi, and we won Navi, so for sure I think we go on another map.
Now, the big fight for the top is between, you, Wolves, and Rogue, and the fourth team is yet undecided. You just played Navi, one of the teams that are actually fighting for that fourth spot. And from your opinion now, looking at the competition, who do you think would be the fourth team if we stayed with the same three at the top right now? Alems, you can take it first.
The four team that qualify?
No, the fourth, which one? Le quatrième. La quatrième équipe.
Okay. It's a tough question, to be honest, but I will probably say M&M because they have like up and downs. I think this is a team that they need to fix some stuff, but I think in my mind they are the most consistent team if you take all of the other teams.
Likivac?
I feel also M&M, and I have one team in my mind. It's Secret. I think they can still try to go up, maybe not fourth, but go up on the leaderboard. Yeah, and I agree with that.
Really? Why so, actually? What do you see in them?
No, we can't. No, it's a secret stuff, we can say. But we have things in mind, that's it.
Okay. A bit of a tease. Is this like an I emoji tweet that...
No, I know. Okay, just to say, we think, actually, that Secret improved a lot since the start of the season. They are not the same team, and they are working as a five, and we can see it through the practice, through the match they play and stuff. So,
okay,
could be Secret.
Very, very good to hear. I think everybody's forgetting about Heroic, but maybe that's, I guess, a topic for.
Oh
another.
Yeah, Heroic, my bad. Oh, completely forgot. No. Actually, I will say Heroic first. Sorry, I totally forgot. My friend Melo is playing in this team too. I totally forgot. My bad, Melo. But yeah, Heroic, for sure. Heroic. And then M&M and maybe Secret. I changed my vote.
Okay, Likivac, would you say it or not?
Forgive me. No, I didn't change my mind.
All right, fair enough. Gentlemen, anything you'd like to say before we say goodbye, Likivac?
Thank you to watching us. Like I said last time, we try to do better, and today we improve. So it's for you, boys, the caster, everyone looking at us, and that's it.
Adams?
Yeah, thanks to all the people that are supporting us. Thanks to my teammate, my team. This victory is a special win for Eagle Miss, our analyst. So I shout out to him here right now. He knows why. And yeah, that's it. Thanks to everyone supporting us. Merci à mon petit frère Chris qui regarde le match, je t'aime beaucoup. Et puis à ma maman aussi, et puis voilà.
Shout out to Chris, Lem's little brother is watching the game, and this game is dedicated to Melo. Also, after all of that, Lems, I think we'll just make it clear at the end of it. Anyways, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us live from Boot Camp. It's BDS, Likivac, and Lems. For all the fans, make sure you're tuning in on Monday. BDS will be playing G2 as our last game. We're promised the 7 to -5 series, so we'll see how that goes. Till then, good night, bonne nuit, bye-bye.
Good night. Bonne nuit, bye-bye, see you guys.
There you go. Good to have the boys on here and have a chat and a bold prediction for our next game, man.
Yeah, I like how they also mentioned Secret, who now have a 0.01% to still make it.
If they win.
If they win.
In regulation.
Yeah. It's something, but well, it's good that they're acknowledging teams that are making progress as well, and that they're seeing that.
Yeah, it's a massive improvement over Secret last year.
Which was a 0.00%. Yeah.
Okay. Exactly.
It's improvement.
I love these double interviews. So I just forgot about Heroic. Just didn't mention Navi. Nothing to do with Outsiders. Secret though. On the way up. Yeah. I loved it.
It does seem that they have been scrimming Secret quite a bit, understanding what's been going on in there. So take that what you will for all those that are out there. But friends, closing thoughts before we head out.
I've got some clothing thoughts. I like that jacket, Milos.
I also love the crocodile pattern. That is
the crocodile pattern?
I think it's a croc teeth pattern. It's like a Burberry kind of thing.
Okay. I've learned something new.
I only learned it like a couple months ago anyways, but yeah, fashion. Jack, speaking of fashion.
Yeah, I'm no fashion icon. The best team won, in my opinion. I think BDS looks like they've clearly gone and worked away on their issues, sorted them out, and they're looking genuinely quite dangerous to the major. I feel like, in the context of the grand scheme of things, I think Europe is going to send 3, at least, very good teams to the major, including BDS.
Yep. I'll have to completely agree with that. I'm going to look at this thing from a helicopter view as well. This game also means that Rogue cannot be confirmed for the major today. At least.
Today,
Yes, because Navi needed to win in regulation in order for that to still be a possibility today. So the maximum that Rogue will get is at 99.9%. And yeah, I saw you looking up from the helicopter. Yeah. I'm not actually
I was attempting
tall,
to not board it.
but yeah.
I think the word is do not board the helicopter.
Oh yeah. So I can do it from a helicopter view, but I shouldn't be boarding the helicopter, which is not.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Next operator coming to Rainbow Six is a small drone that you can fly around and use that as a camera.
Is that Echo?
No, but on the attack.
Oh.
That'd be catchy there. I'm just giving ideas. You'll have my lawyers with you tomorrow. Anyways, thank you very much, Fresh and Anne. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, that'll be the rest of our play day, as this is the big one. The top two teams go up against one another, and it's Wolves versus Rogue.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
and welcome back. It's our match of the day. Wolves versus Rogues about to begin. I can't wait for this game to get started. Bibu versus Spoit. Oh man, goosebumps just thinking about it. Hello, I'm Austin Medic, your host. With me are Anne and Fresh, and we'll have a chat about our two squads, starting off with Rogue, a team that has really gone above and beyond. They kept up their run after their victory in Berlin, and they're looking for the next major spot.
Yep, indeed. They won their last game against Outsiders on Monday. It was a little closer than expected, but still some good points for them. And what they specifically did well in that game was use the space well and try to push from a lot of different sides. We talked about that in the pre-show with a bit of the Telestrator segment, but you'll see that many of these rounds actually come down to a multi-site push. Not necessarily a one-dimensional push. They won't throw bodies at you, and that's really been working well for them. They struggled a little bit with retakes last game against Outsiders. The ideas were there, but the executions weren't the greatest. Retaking the entire top floor, but they couldn't win against a perfect passiveness from Outsiders. Looking at the players, though, we will see that Kryde and Spoy are really topping this team when it comes to KD, entry, and cost. But of course, they have that very solid backline with Deepak and Leon.
I really would love to see a full round from Deepak's.
Use your words.
I just really want to see it. Really.
Yeah.
Because what people don't realize, and I'm so surprised nobody has banned Echo away from Deepak yet in this stage. It happened a little bit in Berlin, but not as much as it should have. Because Deepak has this such dynamic information that he can drone his front line with Echo drones. The amount of Valk bans we see against Rogue, which is obviously Valk is obviously good, but it's very static information. You put it in an area, can get droned out and shot. Deepak drones? Yeah, they're called Deepak drones. Deepak drones, Echo drones. He can drive them wherever he wants, feed his teammates information, and that front line just goes and gets all the kills. It works so well.
To be fair, if they don't have the Echo, they will do the same with the Mozzie, for example. We've seen them get the same kind of information with the Mozzie, technically droning in their roamers.
But now you got Dokkaebi with her buff in the mix. If she survives, maybe Rogue will be able to ban it. I mean, there's ways for both of these teams to use and abuse the operator themselves. But then if you're Wolves, you also have to think about Nook on the other side. Oh, there's so many variables that I can't wait to see. Something's got to slip through. And my question to myself, hello Milos, is this the time for 3 bans per team?
Ooh.
Just putting it out there. Anyways, moving on to Wolves as Rogue's opponents. They've also been incredible this stage. They have been, even if you're looking at stage 2, Jack, can they keep it up and hold the number 1 position?
I think it's going to be a big test today, but what I will say for Wolves is that they've also got this kind of team play. We've talked about Rogue team play and did the whole Telestrator on Rogue's team play. Now, you could very easily find a Wolves round on exactly the same site, and they will play it in almost the same way. Multi-dimensional approaches, all at once, the team play, the togetherness. One slight twinge, one slight difference between Wolves and Rogue is that Mowgli has a lot of freedom to do what he wants on the entry, and then Wolves are used to playing 4v5s. I would say that's probably the only difference. But they're so impressive. Like, the way that they can manufacture 4v5s, 3v5s, their advantages, they can be stuck in a player can be in a crossfire, 1v2 crossfire, and then suddenly, within 5 seconds, Wolves has then made that fight not a 1v2, but a 3v2. And that's what's really good about Wolves. That's why I really like watching them, because they understand the FPS element of this game spectacularly well.
Exactly. Those 1v1s, turning them into 2v1s as a team is something that they excel in, and they have great communication. They play off of each other's gunfire, and that's really a sign that the communication is definitely there. If you look at the player specifically, P4, he maybe had a little bit of a slower start off the stage, but he's been really influential in those final 2 games, specifically the last one where he walked in from other sides, killed players that were not even looking at them, but that is something that Wolves have been so good with as well. Looking for those opportunities, seeking for those opportunities, reading the situation very well, and then adapting to that.
So what will be our map for this series? With 2 teams that are so close, and with how they're both so effective on attack especially, we're going to get Villa. Okay. That's a bit of a surprise. Wolves ban away Theme Park and take us to Villa Tuscany for it, and it's attacking starting side as Rogues opted for the defense. Now, in the past, we would say Villa, hyper-defensive map. Things have changed. Both teams are attacker-sided, I guess. They're more powerful on it. So how do you see this going, Fresh?
I think the ban's a curious phase, the way that Rogue and Wolves ban it. Wolves have banned it quite aggressive towards Rogue's best map, whereas Rogue have kind of just got away with getting rid of their worst maps. You know, Chalet Clubhouse don't really work too well for Rogue. So I think it was curious between Female Villa because it's not a map that you would have had these two playing on 6 months ago. I think Rogue starting defense as well. They're the best defensive team in the league. They're just by far and away the best defensive team in the league. They're very comfortable there. Not saying they're a bad attacking team, but you know they're the best defensive team. Get in front, I think, is the mantra for them.
But then they're up against the best attacking team in the league as well. So Wolves could definitely shake some things
So the
up
first 6
on
rounds
the
are going to be
attack.
incredible. That's what we're saying.
Yeah. I mean, this entire game is going to be incredible,
Yeah.
but there's definitely going to be something going down in those first 6 rounds. If you look at the past 4 months, I think this used to be Rogue's a little bit of a, insta-ban. They've
Yeah,
done
they brought it out for
once.
Berlin, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And now they're playing it a little bit more. They've won at the stage again as well against TT9. Kind of expected if you look at that. Wolves haven't really played it yet this stage, though.
Okay, so Villa, big surprise, and it's Rogue versus Wolves, the top 2 teams in the region. BDS is going to snake in right behind or just jumped above them, but that all depends on this game. Big test for Wolves and also for Rogue to see their preferred sides. The map is going to be a big test. I really cannot wait for it. Fresh, and thank you so much. Toss it to our casters. It's happening.
Well, thank you very much, Milos. Yes, it is here for the game of the day, maybe the game of the split, and that's why we're super excited. These are 2 teams that we both want to see do big bits fresh at a major.
What did he do?
He dropped his tablet.
How dare he?
Oh, just the
Just
pen.
the pen. Okay, well.
Okay. Do you want to hear my Milos impression?
Yes, please.
Sunny Tuscany. He says it every time we come to Villa.
This Sunny Tuscany.
Sunny Tuscany.
It definitely is. Yeah. The clock tower you see on the back of the map is Etsy Auditor on top of it. Can't see it from here. As you heard, full name.
Requiesce de pace. That's a different
one.
Italian.
It is in Assassin's Creed.
Okay. Listen, it's
Okay,
the game
well,
of the
I
day,
don't know.
Milos. We can't be distracted by your impressions of Italian plumbers. Rogue Band Dockerby. We do not get the stretch in New Dockerby. We do not get the taste of what they can bring here yet. It's sort of been an up and down of whether we'd truly get the face of. Nook is gone as well. That's, again, no surprise. No Osiban.
Quickly want to redo the
Crying's getting to the bottom of this.
Oh, why? Question mark.
Oh, Crying has a cool new hat.
Does he? Oh, he does. It's not quite a top hat that we had in APAC. Kanto's giving them some information.
Well, if we do not get Osa 100% of these attack rounds, somebody is lying.
Yes. This first starts with Wolves, though.
I have 6 impact. Good luck.
For those of you wondering, the banter between the 2 teams have already started in the all chat. Yeah, let's see. Is there an Osa? Don't see the Osa yet. Do you? Oh.
It might be a 6th pick.
Might be a repick, yeah.
No, it's that sort of play around each other. 2 teams, they're very familiar. I think this is 2 teams that, regardless of the result today, expect to see each other at the major. They've been sort of top of the boards for a long time.
Yeah.
BDS had a bit of a dip, but they came back and are currently sitting in that top spot. Whoever wins this game is likely to find themselves in it, depending on how the wind goes out. But look at that. Look at those statistics.
Yeah. Neither of the teams can qualify themselves anymore today. That was the case beforehand. Rogue could have done it, but results did not go their way. And that means the best they can do is a 99.8% chance of qualifying for the major. And again, it is going to be down on like 16 points, so nothing really to worry about. More even, so they should be good. But it could also still, you know, go down south. We're starting off with Trophy and Statuary as the first site. Otherwise, you would often see AVGs. This might be Rogue wanting to throw a bit of a curveball here, trying to, you know, catch them off guard or disturb the rhythm a little bit that usually comes with Villa.
Okay. We had a lot of expectations towards the first half of this game. The best defending team against the best attacking team on a map that can be a little bit spicy to try and drive themselves as a thoroughfare through a lot of drones, rolling their way from study. There's a bit of attention being paid back here. Cryan has the ability to try and Ramadash his way out of there if it gets a little bit too hot, and it's about to get a little bit too hot. The first drone, there's the watch on the opposite side. Study door, and it's Spoit in that position. The grenade goes through. So does Mowgli, but Spoit's able to get the catch on their backup. P4 is caught out. They're going to keep pushing forward into it. Leans into the fight. Cryan gets one before getting himself downed in the engagement. Spoit gets a double for himself. Kanto, he wants to risk the pickup here. The audio might come through, but with Spoit still watching the door, it's not something Shinka can just try and throw himself into. All of this bloodshed in a single room on the opposite side of the map. One more off the board. Rise, all that is left within about 15 seconds.
There's not much you can do here. There's definitely a lot of time, but not a lot to play with here. Diffuser is down, needs to be recovered, and you see that the remaining Rogue players are all starting to fall back. They're not having any of it. They want to keep Rise guessing, and as he picks up that diffuser, he slowly makes his way over towards the site. Soon starts knocking. Still some players downstairs from Rogue as well. They're keeping themselves with some width. Not all stacking themselves up in the site. What all Rise would have to do is just go from angle to angle. Walks over a bit of verticality here. No one underneath as we speak, and usually these rounds will not be going away with Rise, but you never know. As he's struggling to find the first.
Yeah, Rogue aren't going to hand anything to him. It's a 5 versus 1. They've seen things fall away. They've sort of held positions and angles. They're ready to strike from underneath. They got themselves positioned at the bottom of the stair set. There's no more C4s in pocket, but you don't massively need the lead in too much. And you know, still with Pocket's utility at this point, it's more just seeing if you can get anybody on the way out the door. There's a sledgehammer, or a sledgehammer shotgun, even, opening up. Holes, I know the difference. Around towards the default plant spot.
Tried to use a grenade to check if someone was out there. Not the case. Now he gets into the gunfights. He's on full HP, but it's a flawless route from Rogue. As they looked them all off, as they managed to, or at least tried to, enter the study.
Oh, there's a GIF, Bartosz.
That's a GIF. A Leon GIF.
It was half the team.
Oh, sorry, Leon caught my eye in that moment.
Cryan and Spoit were both there. There is a lot of hand gestures that are often thrown up by both these teams during rounds. I want creativity today.
I want it as well, yes. I agree.
We usually have airplanes and running from Wolves.
A little bit of dancing as well every now and then.
Yeah, a little tiki dance.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they
They're
can.
moving.
The dock is in.
Is it a P90 though? Leon Gids, are you making Fresh proud?
Would Leon want to make Fresh proud?
I don't know. So that's between them. But I can at least pose the question.
Chat, what do you think?
We're still waiting.
P90?
He's still running around with a bailiff, just opening up some verticalities.
No T.
Still opening up. I think he's going to use every single bit of ammo.
The rest of the setup is happening. Come on. Oh, Leon, you're holding us all at bay.
You could just show us if you're using the P9 to the MP5.
No, he can't.
5 seconds left.
We'll have to wait.
He's just going to play with a bailiff the entire
We'll
round.
have to wait. Yeah, he's a bailiff main.
All he needs is 10 shots. All he needs anything else.
I mean, there's 5 players against him. One of them.
Just hit it.
Max just hid the overlay for a second so we can see. One of them is playing the Blitz, Rise. Am I going to see if he can try and muscle his way through the guns? The previous round was well put together by Rogue. They sort of had a lot of a spread fire. It's not the P90.
It's an MP5. He has one bullet left in the bailiff as well.
1 kill.
All you need.
1 bullet, 1 kill.
But it is going to be the AVGs now, and that is usually the first sign as B4 takes out Spoit. That is going to be a very welcome kill coming out for Wolves. It's an opening they needed, but Kanto responds, finds Bibu. I believe that was through a window. Brings it back to that 4-4. Rise playing on the Blitz, though. You mentioned it before. That is going to be the interesting one. How are they going to be able to put that pace behind that shield?
Yeah, that sort of locked and loaded round. They're trying to find just somewhere they can shove him in. The cross angles, as I said before, were a big drive from the previous hold here of Rogue. Wolves couldn't quite find the right snap through, and they don't want to make that same mistake. A Rogue player unchecked is a likely one that's going to be shooting you in the side of the face if you try and enter their building. Steady clear, steady clarity. They're, again, being a lot more thorough. And the fight is going to start to push its way up these main magical stairs. The steady run of the Flores. First the Barbs, second the ADS, then the World.
I think that's just to give Rise an opportunity to quickly run through, get rid of that bot wire so he can actually start pushing up the main stairs momentarily from now. So be careful for a bit of the verticality that comes through. Smoke canister to lock him off as well. They are aware of him coming through and instantly falling back. They're not sticking around. They want to make sure that they're not getting up close enough where Rise can just quickly press that knife button and go for the instant injure.
That's it, very quickly got himself in as you'd called. He made sure he could move right behind it, take the territory, and suddenly try and make it work for them. They still have a bit of a backline here, but the fight has started where there was previously a massacre. This time, not quite the same luck. The bulletproof on the back is going to give them an eye, and Leon gets the swing onto the door. Mowgli goes down as soon as they try and enter. Reverse on the shield there. And a shield was just there a second ago, but suddenly, now with one body less, once again, the man disadvantage, it's going to be something that might cost them on these narrow squeezes.
He's still playing with that blitz, but he needs some support behind it. He cannot clear out the entire side alone. Rotations are being made by the RC Retiros, but is it going to be enough in the end? That's the big question. P4 on the opposite side of the map is being waited on by one of the players of Rogue. Scanted is just holding the jump in here. Sees it come through. That's a free pickup. Doesn't even worry about it. And now Rise is trying to go for the quick push with the train. Finds one, but the instant heal comes back up. Stays alive just barely though. Kenta with a double kill to lock it all out. And that is the second round for Rogue.
Yeah, 4K on the round there for Kanto. He sort of found himself in a great position for the first, a ready position for the second, and the third was sort of the back end of a fight, and he was gifted with the remains to pick them up. 2 rounds in a row here for Rogue. Bit of a more cautious approach from Wolves. It almost paid off. They did find themselves better, but it's not that tricky to be better than a flawless statistically. So from that point onwards, what can they do here on the tertiary site? You are still attacking the best defensive team on a good defensive map.
Also, they managed to get more control as they actually get the main stairs this time.
Yeah,
just the door.
They got in the building.
They got in the building this time. Big change. But as we're headed towards the tertiary side, this is where Wolves need to be picking up these rounds. It was mentioned before, it's the best defensive team in League against the best attacking team in League. Playing on a very defensive side of map, so Rogue should have a slight favor. A 4-2 is probably where they would be content with.
10 seconds to go.
Potentially even a 5-1. And that means that Wolves is looking to find themselves 2, maybe 3 rounds if they're lucky, to find themselves at a good half. The first 2 rounds, though, weren't quite what they would like, so the tertiary sites is what they need to ensure themselves victories.
All right, Wolves. What's the change of pace here? It might be in the pockets of Bibu and the Amaru, seeing if they can try and maybe get a bit of a drive up against any potential player on the top floor with a bit of the pace here. They can't go get the breach immediately onto Pantry, so they're just going to pull off. There's a lot of work to do on this in terms of the verticality. You're trying to find these pockets of space. Deepek goes out, gets rid of that Selma, and goes right back in. Just a bit of cleaning.
It's good. You got to make sure that you take out utility when you can, even if it is on a muted wall. You never know when that mute jammer suddenly disappears by either a grenade that comes in from above or maybe a bit of a floor bang. And that way you don't have to worry about it later on. That's Bieber with a quick entry. Mowgli takes some damage in the meantime. P4 as well. The top floor surely under pressure as a rat beam comes through and Spoint will be caught off right after he finds the first kill.
Yeah, there it is. And P4 is able to push the balance into their favor. They've got a quick lockdown here. There's still a bit of fishing going on. They've got the C4 in pocket and the Pulse trying to lead the angle. There's the throw. And there's the pop. Mowgli was safe, tucked around the corner, had some safety. The second though. Oh, it's the double! Oh, Shinker, I think they just rotated their way around. They lose the hard breach charges. They lose the body advantage from threading the needle. Leon able to get the double, and there's the third for his trouble.
They used one Nitro Cell to open up the floor to toss the Nitro Cell through into concrete, which you normally cannot reach from below. Incredible bit of adaptability right there. A bit of a flexibility, creativeness as well that we asked for before. So well done by Rogue, leaving only Bibu up now on the Amaru to see if he can go for that 1v3 clutch. But Rogue, they're all spread out again. They're not wanting to give any of these 1v1s. They're making sure that Bibu needs to be checking every single corner he can, and he did not check the door. Crying finds the kill, and that is going to be 3-0 for Rogue as they lock off that tertiary site.
I think that's the important part here, as you sort of mentioned. they're not handing any 1 versus 1s to Wolves' approach here. They're making sure that that game that Wolves is really good at, which is hunting, finding a player, shutting them out, pulling them off at sometimes a surprise angle and sometimes not, isn't one that can be played here. Sure, there was a bit of a back and forth during the approaches, but there's always a back and forth with Rogue. There's always another player. There's always another stretch. They're confident to sort of rotate into a firefight and sort of say, I'll help you, if the odds might to other people seem impossible.
And that's it. That's team play, right? You need to be working together. You need to have that cohesion. And that all comes down from communicating as well. And I've no clue if this is exactly how it goes with Rogue, right? But you often have where a player runs into a problem. It's like, I'm being pushed from stat tree and from games at the same time. Is there anybody that can help? It's like, oh yeah, I could come up the red stairs. And you start working together. You start piecing out these little angles side by side, and you find yourself some trade kills. And you find yourself in a, well, either body advantage or disadvantage, but at least you make the best out of it. And then the C4 comes in. Deepak sacrificing his C4 to open up the flooring to get a second one through for a double kill. That is just incredible communication from the two coming through. So well done, all we can say about that. And as they head on to round 4 now, of course, they will be back to stat tree and the trophy area, because the other one is locked off. Aviator Games, it was the second side they went to. Frost making an appearance as well, underneath the window, so if a quick push into the walk-in closet comes through, you might actually find yourself punished for it. You need to make sure everything is droned out.
10 seconds to insertion.
Okay, Wolves, tech timeout, refresh. 3 rounds have gone away from you. If you can try and pull back at least a couple, well, it's definitely a better turn of fate than it's been. It has. At points looked like it was getting better. A well-placed C4 is a trick that you've got to be aware of from what is maybe the other best team in the league, or definitely one of the contenders. I said that they sort of came into this with expectations they'll both be seeing each other at the major and both be waving the flag for the region. But here, I think Rogue have sort of come out a little bit swingy. And Wolves, they need to try and catch up and match the pace. P4's on a bit of an adventure deep underneath, seeing if they can maybe get a bit of a surprise strike, take some of the expectations, and instead of meeting Rogue head on with a lot of noise, play some of their tricks against them.
Took out the default cam though, so if someone has been cycling through the cams on Rogue, they should be aware of the fact that someone is or could be coming from the basement. And that's P4, you know, you might be trying to go in a bit sneaky, but they might be aware. This party's just hiding a memorial here. He's not looking to go for any aggressive fight, waiting to be droned out, waiting to be pushed or hear some noise. As P4 is deciding to go back down again, the E1D pops, and we'll have literally no information on any of the players currently because no one is rotating around.
Yeah, Rogue, they've sort of got themselves set up. You can see that Wolves are in a position where they're trying to apply the pressure onto the site itself. They're hoping P4 can get a loose catch on his own, and instead of focusing on these pinches that I've said have been very good from their guns, try and break and batter down the hatch. C4 does a lot there to the steps of Rise. Deepak, how close does he know he is? P4, same question. Seems like P4 just misses the slip, gets the first, the second is his as well. P4, an important double kill round on the Solarium stairs. Shinka gets the lockdown on Leon, who did get downed in and amongst that. There's the back end, and P4 gets spoiled for his trouble. As I said, they tried to change a pace, and it was a flawless one.
That's what they needed to get back into that game. A flawless round to really turn the tides. And P4 pushing through, just barely missing the catch on the first attempt onto Deepak, but at least locking off the kill, and the second, and the third. Really allows Wolves to snowball into that side, take it with both their hands. But they need to do that again. 2 rounds is what I want to see from them on this first half. 3, if they're feeling adventurous.
Well, are they?
We'll find out. We'll find out.
As weird as it is to say, I think missing the first kill here, if he'd have got the kill as he passed the door and then gone for the swing, I think it would have been trickier to get the follow-up. But he was already leading himself around the corner because he had to pick up the pieces of Deepak. So he was almost more ready for the second engagement there that followed. The call on Spoit coming around the back end, getting that as well. I mean, sometimes you just need to try something new, and it worked much better for them.
He was definitely ready because they knew someone was already on those staircases, and as soon as Deepak dies to someone that suddenly pops up out of a basement staircase,
5 seconds to go.
that is like a bit of panic coming through, and Kanto then hoping to salvage whatever it was, going for that swing, didn't know exactly how far up he was already. Loses his life as well. Aviator Games coming up next. Rogue is continuing their rotation, not sticking around the trophy stat tree to see if they can make a change. Quick couple of claymores being set up. You might wonder, why is that one? That's for the 90 window. They haven't. Just to stop any jump back from there on if you put in pressure onto the main door. And as we see, a very heavy presence coming down from Aviator, from the statuary and trophy area, or at least that side of the map. Kanto trying to hold off just so slightly because they are on the rappel and they are already in the bathroom. That might just lose you your first sport taken down, and they knew someone was down those staircases. Kanto already rotated out though, looking for safety.
P4 once again able to get himself in for the fight. As I said, they're going to try a slightly different tack here. Instead of the full sort of flood and get that pinch player, try and not dumb things down, but secret. Play those little corners, those little creeps, and put the pressure on a way where you finally strike isn't something they seem to have the full beat and read on here. Rogue, they've had to back off. Pulled themselves around to the opposite side of the site. We saw where Leon was holding down from the top of red last time when the push was steady. Here they've done the reverse. Wolves had the man advantage. Can they put the pressure now?
That's a big question. Can they turn this into a round win? A second one. Two players very aggressive around 90, but due to the fact that the window hadn't been opened up yet, they are free to fall back. E1D pops to get some information out, but well, there's nothing much they can do on the back of that. As the Selma start to pop, at least they open up some extra lines aside into the side. It's a missed opportunity from Rise. Could have actually found another kill. But Rogue escaped with yet one more life in their pockets.
They do still have a player underneath as well. Kanto, he's on a bit of an adventure. He wants to see if he can try and cut somebody off on the route. Chinka's watching the rotation around on the red stairs. Cryan tried to find a fight out the opposite, and Leon is actually going to be the one that leans around the corner. Just misses out on P4. Who had the awareness and the sharpness, and over the past 2 rounds has done massive bits here for Wolves, but there's still a bit left. Kanto, he's caught out, rotating his way back round on the opposite side. Mowgli was ready, and it almost feels like they've been entirely surrounded here, and in practicality, they pretty much have. There's only one real missing corner for them to lock down at Study, but by that point, with what's open, do they really need it? Cryan tucked around into an open gun vault, this grenade. Well, it's probably going to tuck itself right at his feet. Rolls a little bit too far. Cryan survives and takes out Rise. Can't quite get Mowgli on the second. Deepak suddenly all that's left in the clutch situation. 4 players ahead of them. One of them's going to stick the kit down. They're holding the tall angle. There's one on 90 as well, so he can't quite get the full rotate out. He's going to have to try and make a choice. P4 goes down, but not out. Wolves, 2 rounds.
Tactical timer does really help them there. They managed to instantly get 2 rounds in a row, and that is going to be the bare minimum they were looking for. So they've had that under the pockets now. See if they can expand into that 3-3 and find themselves with an even half, which was looking very unlikely after the first 3. And now Rogue have to make a decision. What site will we go to? Because everything is unlocked again. It seems like Aviator Games will be the site choice. And there is a way they could adapt to this, because they lost control of Trophy Statuary side of the map, the northern side of the map, quite quickly, which resulted in them being snowballed. So they need to be a bit more passive around there, possibly. Play it, be present, but not toss your life away. If Kanto stays active on the staircase, for example, Spoy can play around those doors with a little bit more safety. But as soon as he starts rotating the long way around, that's how he found himself caught.
Most of P4's kills have come over the past 2 rounds when he's picked up the Ash with the suppressor and decided to try and suppress anything loose on the side of Rogue. Can he be another lead in the entry statistic that started to turn into a little bit more of their favor here? It's the back of Wolves on the back of 2 rounds. An even half from where things were. Both teams getting a flawless in this opening half is kind of what you wanted. There still seems to be not quite an 100% back and forth. It's one team's in the driving seat. We're not having too many rounds that are coming really down to the wire here, which maybe we'll get in the second half.
Opens up the big wine barrel. Definitely made some noise, but pushing through in that basement. P4 has been finding success on these little off flanks, these little off angles where they don't expect them to come from. This time, though, they have closed off the door. They're not having it. They don't want them to run through freely. Bit of an adaptation from Rogue. As Kanto makes his presence known, opens up on that window, lets them know, hey, I'm downstairs, come and get me. Of course, it makes it more difficult playing that Vigil. It's able to be droned out, so really trying to play into the roam clear here from Wolves.
How long can they survive for? Tucked around in that situation, and how patient will P4 be? He has the idea of a player in this position. He's waiting to see if he can get a catch. Maybe they're hoping Cryin is forced out that way. Kanto gets caught out the spray round, and I'm assuming that was P4 in the fight. Spoit also suffers massively there from the run back, the route away, and you can see Wolves just kept applying the pressure. However, this, almost Kanto getting the surprise strike, pulls himself back, wanted to lean back in for the first time over the past couple of rounds. Rogue trying to find an immediate response, could not quite manage it, but 3 of them almost on the rotten end of a gunfight.
Bunch of drones have been taken out, though, from Wolves. Only 3 left currently in play they could use to try and figure out what these defenders are holding up on. Luckily, though, they're mostly coming back to the side, and Wolves have a lot of control. Basically, everything they wish for, but the players on the bottom floor, that is going to be the one big question mark they need to deal with sooner rather than later, or to completely bypass it. He'll be taken out, so hoping to open up onto the gunfall, but that won't work because of the mute jammers out there.
When will it go? There it will. Cryin ready with the C4. You talked about what they can control and what they didn't, and that was one of the important parts. 90. There's 2 stories of destruction as proven there by a C4. Another entry goes into the favor here of Rogue. Tucked in, Spoit tried to get the fadeaway kill. P4 smoked out and pushed out of the site itself. Tucked back round the corner. Cryan's tapping away. Kanto's there for a little bit of shoulder support. They're trying to expect where the drive of the site is coming from, because with 30 seconds, it's got to happen soon. Shinka, he's locked outside of the door itself. Deepek's in a position to maybe try and apply some pressure here, but he's held off by Bibu as the opener on Volt. Shinka's tucked round. Right towards the side of the strategy table, past the smoke canister most importantly. Gonna see if he can maybe stick it, waiting for the audio, but it's Spoit that gets it from underneath. The bottom floor is still theirs. Mowgli finds at least Spoit on the way through. P4's recollected the kit. Gonna tuck behind the strategy table once again. Deepek in a position here with a C4. He's gonna go for the firefight first. Goes for the default plant, swings around. The 360's his, but the plant is theirs. 3 versus 1. Mowgli on the door, gets the first, gets the second. He needs the ace to lock in this round here and bring an even half for the guns of Wolves. He does not know. Now he does. He sees the quick rotate, the pings of the player, the bullets that fly by, and it is a Mowgli ace!
Locks it off for a while. It seemed like Rogue was able to get back into it. Spoit from below. He had those default plans under control. He dies by Mowgli. That's the verticality gone. Deepek, unaware of where the plans exactly was going down in that moment in time, takes a bit of time, finds it eventually, but then it's Mowgli just popping up, finding them one by one as they slowly try and retake the site. And that's the 3-3 split. That's what Wolves hope for. And now to go over to the defense themselves. See if they can lock it off. They need 4 rounds. 3 for a point. But after the first 3 rounds, this is a very big turnaround from Wolves. A completely different kind of Wolves that we've seen play as well. This first one just sees the shoulder start shooting, instantly aware of the fact that the swing comes in from Study, and knew the last one was rotating around as well. Good knowledge, good communication.
It was also a bit, obviously, Deepek, he knew the plant was going down, he expected the default.
Yeah, he didn't know exactly where.
If he'd have known where, he still had the C4 in pocket, it would have been the round, and that's the sort of, obviously, you know, it's the perspective of us where we can sort of see those things and see all the parts at play. And it's much trickier when you're buried inside, but so many of that round could have been decided by just a moment, and these are the sort of rounds that we wanted to see from this game between these 2 teams.
It is. We wanted to go down to the wire here between these 2, because this might be decided who is going to be taking that first place at the end of the stage. Of course, with BDS slightly in the mix as well.
With an even opening half, both teams still get to keep their record. That they're both great at attacking and defending, but only one of them can leave with well, we are great today. Who's going to be able to do the distance, and can they do it in standard time? P4 takes a lot of damage. Leon takes even more. Mowgli able to take care of that first engagement, get Leon locked out. The Lion with 1 pulse is all they're going to be able to contribute to the game itself. A grenade attempt underneath, opening up the rotate on the door. There is a player not too far away, but look at this. Rogue's trying to go for the clarification with the kit far and cold outside.
Spot is close. He can just jump out the window, grab it, and then be back on his way. But they wanted to make sure that the ground they currently have is going to be actually clear as well before they do dedicate one of those players to pick up the diffuser. Before holding tight. Might actually run into Crying soon, and it seems like they might be setting up a bit of a crossfire network. Kenta coming in from Art Studio. Bibo going for the chase instantly. They are well aware of where these players are coming from.
That's it. There's pings coming through. There's the pre-fire and the take. Rise does get Kanto in the meantime. I think that was from Study above. Koryan's going to see if they can try and maybe get the player below the pop onto the Banshee. I don't know if they truly know about P4. Tucked round. Ooh, they might also find out soon about a player just above them. He's holding onto the angle. He's looking for the swing in the fight. P4 is still there, though, and Koryan definitely has some idea. He's cautious, but he's on his own. And there are body downs. They can't really set somebody to do it. Just drifts on by. It's really the test. Does he truly know where this player is? Is he sort of gut checking by audio? He's pulled himself up to the top of red. It's 50 seconds. They got to find the fight. He's definitely trying to draw something. And there it is. The leg, the spray through. Both kind of suffer. The Finker puts a little bit more back into them.
So surely saw him earlier on and actually went for the peak as well, went for the swing. Grenade will find Rise, brings it back to a 3-3. Still worried about that one player that is playing downstairs. It is an effective all 2-on-2 on side, or 3-on-2 if they decide to all start pushing it. Before it's rotated all the way around, he's found himself back into the first floor and is now looking to go for a big flank towards the main stairs and maybe use that C4 to his advantage as well.
Pre-plays doesn't quite have the connection with the kit itself. They're trying to fight their way through the smoke, and that's a poorly timed Finker boost because that's just going to hurt you a little bit more. Has to take the spray in the fight itself. They're trying to force it, but Mowgli has different ideas. Mowgli has very different ideas. 3 versus 1. One dropped on the back stairs. There's barely any time. And Wolves take their first defense.
It was very scrappy though in the end there, as Rogue was able to get back into it. We're able to get quite close to the site, but not quite in it. That's going to be that massive difference compared to what we've seen from Wolves in their last couple of attacking rounds. And as they find that, they take the lead. According to those standings, wouldn't be enough to put them up into the first place here today. It's definitely going to be solidifying their spots into that top 4. And Rogue, of course, would be dropping down if that would be the case. And, you know, we've had that. I'm going to mention it again. We've had that interview with Spoid earlier on for the podcast that we do. And he did say, like, the goal is to get first place in EUL. Like, we were kind of bummed out when we won the major. We didn't get that first place in the regional league. And I'm like, that's some weird set of priorities. You win the major, but we didn't get that first place. Always looking for improvements. But for now, they're not really in a position to think about that unless they do find those 3 points here today against Wolves. Otherwise, it's going to be BDS that find themselves in that first spot. That first seat, back where they used to be.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
Okay, Wolves, you finally found yourself ahead with 4 rounds threaded in a row, Rogue. It's been a bit of a drought since the last one. But there's also been the turn of the half, and you still have your attack time out as well. More than enough time. I have a feeling if this one goes away from you, though, there'll be a bit of a conversation before we find ourselves on map point. Trying to find this lead in here across the bow. Study, they're looking for these longer angles, and it's Mowgli that's looking for maybe a fight. Drifts himself closer and further away.
Quick shoulder peek just to get some extra information out. Spotted out that player, and that's a pixel. He's going to be holding that. Sees the head. Oh, just hits the shoulder of Kanto as he swings to the left. But that could have been a very early pickup there, a very unfortunate one. One that Kanto basically could do nothing about if that would be his head.
Yeah, that's one of those angles that you die from and you're frustrated for the rest of the round as you sit and watch cams for 2 minutes. Here, though, lucky to survive and, well, struggling to find the route through. Rogue, they're running the numbers, trying to find just anyone from Wolves that they might be able to formulate a play on, or even the site itself. If you get the fact that so many are currently in these situations that are making certain routes through impossible and impossible, you've got to come up with these. Secondary routes, plan Bs, a fight for the player. It's going to be covered by Crime, potentially rotating his way around on the opposite side towards Mudroom. They open it up and put a pinch on the one in China. That might be the next route through.
We said enough about Rogue, where on the attack they usually did rely on Sport opening up, finding 2 or 3K to start it off. Well, that's the first that he finds.
You were saying.
That's how they found success usually, and he finds that first. Takes Mowgli off the board. He has been a very big impact for Wolves.
I mean, it was always going to be a sort of Mowgli versus Spoit fight that we wanted to see happen as much as we can. Mowgli has had a great game so far. He's going to have to sit out a little bit more of this round, but with a minute left, he's still got the rest of the Guns of Wolves behind him, and P4, as we said, also turned into a bit of a tour de force in the remaining rounds itself. Obviously, Mowgli being able to pull an ace is something that's definitely worked into their favor, too, with the energy that goes behind it, but Rogue, they've got to see if they can lock this down, shut it out, and suddenly they're in a much better mental position, and back tied up here. Spoit rotating all the way around to Study. He got the lead in on the opposite side of the map itself. Now they're going to fight their way over the top of red. P4 is close. We hear a drone rolling. Did it see him?
No, it didn't.
No, it didn't.
There's another player coming through. Will he find him? Is in big panic as he hopes to reload his SMG, but Deepek finds the kill. Brings the favor back to Rogue. But that's a big loss, 20 seconds. They need to start pushing the site right now. Are they capable of getting that diffuser down on the ground? How much utility is still available? No smoke canister, so this is going to be just a gunfight on gunfight experience.
Well, there's 2 on Solarium, and now there's 1 less, but it's the Rogue player gone. Deepek's going to see if he can stick it. Cryan is the only player technically left alive, but not very well. And there, time's out. I think he knew that the Wolves were circling, and they've now put 5 rounds in a row.
I think it's time for a bit of a tech timeout from Rogue. Have a bit of a chat. As you see, by the way, down there, this is going to be first place for Wolves. Round differential, of course, being part of that. And there you have it, 45 seconds. It is time to talk because you found 3 in a row and then you lost 5 in a row.
After their tech timeout as well.
After the tech timeout from your opponent. So, are you going to be able to turn that back around? Or is Wolves going to be able to have a bit of a chat with their coach as well and come back even swinging harder than they already were?
It's always that bit of a worry here with sort of these 2 teams hitting heads. Is Wolves, they sometimes thrive against teams like Rogue. They can put themselves in good positions. They're happy to go into gun games. They have that ability. As they sort of said on the desk, there's not many teams that remember how much of an FPS this game can be than Wolves, who have all the fangs and the bite of the aforementioned team name. You know, Rogue, sometimes when teams are more hefty, more slow, they'll find themselves at their pace. But if their pace gets a little bit shaken up, that's something that, you know, with these dynamics of these 2 teams, that Wolves sort of flourish around.
Yeah. I mean, morale is a really real thing, right? And if you lose 5 rounds in a row, it's never great for morale when that happens. So that's why we did have that tactical timeout. A quick chat to see if we can get everybody back onto the same direction. And see if they can progress into finding themselves some success again. And I'm just going to finish the point I was making before when Sport rudely interrupted me. Last stage, Rogue really relied on Spoit, for example, being able to find himself a double or triple entry. That's how they won a lot of their attacking rounds, just by opening up the ground. He hasn't been quite able to do that this stage, and that is maybe why we've seen a bit of a drop in their attacking win rate over the stage as well. But if you're looking at Spoit currently, and I'm not saying he's a bad player, he's not at all, he's a really good player. But he's not putting up the same numbers as he was last stage, right now, in this game.
It's old age. He's gone from 18.
He's getting older, right?
It's 18 and 3 months
He's won a
old.
major. It's all done. He's experienced now.
No, I mean, it's always that thing is...
Once a hard breach he goes.
Yeah, you find a landing in this game and you find your sort of pace on it. There are, you know, getting used to players, getting used to experiences. It's almost like the Yas effect that other teams have quoted, where Yas first sort of hit the boards, everyone was terrified of him, but then you learn to play against these players.
Yeah.
I suppose it's the same thing. Bolo was the same thing. Mowgli was the same thing as well. Mowgli had a lot of expectation, didn't quite hit it as good at points, and then has games like this where he's outstanding. It's finding that consistency is close to impossible, unfortunately.
I mean, there's so many thoughts coming out as well, right? Like so many games that get played and you find out what the weakness of set player is. Like maybe he over-rotates, maybe he doesn't check his corners when he's getting drone, like stuff like that. You just play into that. Try and find these little advantages that you can use against the team in general or just players in particular if you want to isolate them. But we're playing in the living room, by the way. It's something that we do not often see. And as Shinka is trying to just slow them down as much as he can with these smoke canisters, it is at least keeping 2 players of Rogue at bay for now. It's going to be running out very soon. That's when he needs to start heading back. And that's also when there is a lot of time for Rogue to continue their attack.
Mowgli suffers a shoulder of damage first. They're sort of rebuffing the team further back. P4 and Shinka on the rotate, and Mowgli on that. BB with the second, straight over the top there, tucked onto the back of the shield. He's been a bit quieter this game, but he doesn't really need to be as loud as the rest of his team are allowing him to be. Spoit suddenly a bit alone on this position. He's going to see if he can try and get himself to some semblance of safety, but you've got to look at what's been taken out of them. Hard breach. Now they're in a trickier situation, and they're going to have to try and work out if they can just strong-arm themselves onto what is maybe the most locked site. Mowgli with one more. He's replaced Bibu behind the shield.
I mean, they did try and take care of that shield earlier on. You saw it Spoit, he's tossed in a Gone 6, but caught off or didn't quite connect. And I mean, the shield has those little vision holes in him nowadays, so it can be perfectly used like you saw right there by Mowgli. That leaves Deepak and Kanto in a 2v5 situation. It's not looking very likely that they could win it, but Deepak finds himself inside. He's going to get pre-fired. He's going to be able to find a kill. No, he will not. It's only up to Kanto now. A bit of a pre-fire coming through. Finds one, but needs 4 more within 7 seconds. That means this round is over. That means it is going to be match point for Wolves, and not just 1, but 3, Emmy.
6 rounds in a row. It's hard to argue with, and even harder to play against. Wolves, they've really sort of reset the mental after the opening 3 here, when Rogue seemed to be in such a good stead. The fact that this game opened with a flawless Rogue round, and then since then it's just drifted further and further away, sort of shows the face of it. They're back to AVG, back to this first site, and a site where it became a little bit to the wire at points.
It did come to the wire, here and there. But Wolves, they have been able to just play a bit freely here. They haven't really been punished for the setups that they were holding. And Rogue's been attacking quite one-dimensional. If I have to tell you about the big difference between these two teams is when Wolves started struggling onto the attack, you know, they used to be attacking from one angle as well, but then they just sent P4 into a different angle. So if you can find an opening, you start using it. You start putting your fingers in between to try and wedge it into a bit of a bigger opening. And that's how they find a bit of success. They found those entries time and time and time again. Rogue all seem to be coming from the same side to some extent, or at least no impact is being made elsewhere. And Wolves, they can just all aim towards the same direction, not have to worry about anything in their backs. They're able to lock it off as a result. Perhaps a little bit of a lack of flexibility on the Rogue attack. Drone's coming out, denying some of the utility. People has been spotted out, but pretended he was going up to the top floor before he decided to stick around just a little bit longer. Drone will be taken care of now, so no need to worry about that Twitch drone anymore.
There's a C4 ready to go. P4 wants somebody closer to this window. Nobody is there as of yet. This is actually where things, I think, started to go away from them the first time round here. The fight onto this window, the kit got dropped cold, and Rogue aren't giving them that satisfaction as of yet. Spray through, a pull back, and well, I think Wolves have learned the idea that they're being slower and steadier. There is somebody ready for that. Cry and tucked inside Mudroom on the window. Hoped for the drop to happen his way, and it did. Hoped maybe get a second.
It's what you needed to do, right? You need to punish these players from Wolves as they are so flexible. They are running around. They're rotating from time to time as well. And if you manage to catch them whilst they are at their most vulnerable, which is when they're, you know, either jumping down a skylight or when they're running without checking the corners, you find yourselves with these free engagements where there's basically no risk of you losing your life. And if you then manage to put the man count into your favor, you might be able to wedge that into something bigger. But you need to continue up this pace right now, and you need to make sure you do not get stuck on the actual side itself, which is what we have seen before.
Now the pressure, they're going to see if they can try and get the site itself cracked open. They found themselves on the wrong end of this last time round and couldn't quite get the lock in. It was a massive fight back, obviously, and can it be the tether and the thread this time round? Minute on, They have the first body. They still have some structural work to do and some control to get on the opposite stair set, which is where they're angling up now. You can see they want to try and drone and push their way up. Spoit's got the cutoff here onto the vault, hoping somebody swings into him as the rest of the pressure starts to come across Rise inside Study. He's caught out on a drone, drifting himself to what is slightly safer, but still likely about to be attacked by Cryan.
As I said, I need to be attacking from multiple different angles at the same time. You cannot afford to all be walking through that same door. The thing is, though, there's still 2 players down below. P4 has a C4, he's about to use it, might catch Spoit as a result. No, Rise is going to be coming in quite close, finds him into the back of it, and that is going to be a kill. It brings it back to a 4-on-4, spots another player on the top of red, knows there's going to be 2 there. P4 locks one off.
20 seconds now. Leon's inside the site with the kit, but he doesn't feel comfortable enough to stick it, and it makes sense. They're rotating their way back round on the main stairs on the opposite side. The fight is onto the gun vault, and it's theirs. There's Deepak over the top for a double. Watching the stair set itself. Shinka inside. All that's left. The kit should get locked in here, tucked behind the default plant spot. There's the reveal on one. And the reveal on the player itself, the second outside far onto the balcony, and now with the rotate round onto red stairs, Rogue is playing this cautiously. They've lost clutches on this site before, and, well, they're not going to be the victim of another. Rogue, their first round in 6. They need 2 more to get to OT.
Warming up their hands, they're getting ready for it. They need to find a couple more. You mentioned it. They need to find themselves a way to OT. Because 4 points is what they need to be completely locked in. They cannot get that today, but if they at least find 1, or if they find 2, that's going to be putting them a whole way there. Aviator Games up next. Again, Wolves rerunning it. It was just barely that they've lost it. They managed to muscle themselves through the site and open that one up completely. Small adaptations could be the difference maker here. Maybe holding on a little bit longer onto that top floor. Not rotating down if you're unsure if it's going to be clear, because that just worked out for Rogue. They will be aware of that now on Wolves' side. So a rotation similar to that, I doubt we'll see it.
Rogue, it's got to be flawless from here on out. It's close to a fight there, but that's that scrappiness. And to be fair, I mean, they got a 3 on the back end of the last half. There's no reason that you shouldn't be able to do the same thing here. Just need another bit of a lead in. The first take was great. It was the first time it felt like they'd got a true handle on the opening game instead of it being a very scrappy back and forth as it had been previously. The take there, the hop over, the force on the pressure of the players of Wolves. They know the rotations. They know how they like to move. They were more than happy to catch them as they drop down to the bottom of the gantry.
Preparing themselves, setting up a bit of a heavier hole. The shield and some ADS is just to make sure the player can stick around on Solarium just a little bit longer. Mentioned this before. That might be the change that they make, just to hold on to that site. You see ADS is on the other side as well. Mew Gemmers. They're really leaning into this now. They want to hold on to North as Rogue is coming in for the attack. Will they realize this? Are they walking right into the traps? That's going to be the big question. Spoit comes in first. He needs to make these entries happen. We talked about it before. That is when they found success.
The ADS is going to catch off whatever is first thrown around this corner. Leon's going to see if he can try and burn it out with the flashes tucked around the corner. The first gets caught out. The second will get the shield. They're going to swing behind it, find the player, but the C4 pops off from P4. Split a second too late to save Bibu out, who was looking for the fight onto the window. It's a very important kill to take back, but still, they've got a bit of ground here. Mowgli, oh, he's looking for a retake. Almost gets all of Kanto there, who's just sort of tucked himself around into the corner.
They just need to get out of here now in Rogue. They realize that it's not going to be safe yet. They just lost one player, 4-1 though. As Kron is coming around the corner, checking that bottom floor, sees that barricade, so probably thinks Memorial will be clear. There's going to be a player out there, but not going to be any direct threat. But they could be rotating themselves back up on Solarium stairs, and that's when it becomes problematic. Mowgli, maybe going for the chase into Cryan, actually. No, he's going back, sorry, no worries.
Yeah, pulled himself back round. They're not going to sit and see how much devastation can be dropped onto them. There's still the holds coming through and still the pressure coming across the opposite side. We've got to think how much time and where they're attacking and what they've been able to do at this point before Leon almost caught out there. This time they've got the backup hard destruction. They're not just sort of single dipping it onto the fight, and Deepak's going to start to stretch that on the other side of the site itself. That was too high to pop. The second one should be able to pop off maybe as Leon's putting the pressure here on towards the gun vault.
Hoping to open up, but again, the Mew Gemmer, so Kanto needing to use a grenade to get rid of them. Comes through, gets the Mew Gemmer, that means the opening will be made. Finds will be forced, so that is going to be at least bring the favor back in them. Not anymore. Mowgli finds one. Deepak finds another kill, and that brings it to a 2 and 3. Wolves again on the back foot.
All traded across the board here, but you're looking at 20 seconds. That ominous sixth man keeps ticking, and Rise is holding onto the angle. They're going to see if they can slip themselves behind the default plant spot. The pre-fire comes against them, just sort of making the statement and hoping they come in on the back of it. The smoke cover. They're behind the strategy table. They opted the gamble there onto the plant itself. Shinka's trying to go for the retake round onto the opposite side. They can't make the connection with any of these remaining players. One inside study. And now, only one left. They take the first. With one on the strategy table, there's the second downed. They just need to get this. The last player, the last fight, both of them on a flicker, a sliver of health over the bow. A red 30 seconds. Shinka with the wider swings. Gonna wait for the audio here. They're not entirely sure where the player is. They're not entirely sure on the angle they're gonna go with. Cryan tucks himself in close, but it's Shinka that has the final connection, and look at P4's face. He's in as much disbelief as we are. The day is Wolves.
I was going to say Shinka had the advantage there because he was defusing, but he knew exactly where he had to be coming from. Went for that quick high fire rate SMG burst, finds that kill. Mowgli's returning the favor, showing the rogue jersey. No. Not today. And Bibu's running to the major.
Run to the major. First place on the board secured. Rogue. Unfortunately, they are the team with the tails behind legs today, as an alpha is proven, but it was a performance that I think still showed the sparks of both these teams' possibility and why we're still likely to see both at the major.
Yeah, for sure. Both these teams, of course, were looking likely like they would make it. If they would win today, they would solidify their chances almost 100%. But for now, Rogue will have to hold off. There's still 2 more playdays for them to get 3 points, so it should be doable for them. No worries for the fans back at home. I say now before I curse them. Who knows? It is going to be Wolves that gets the full victory. That is going to be 3 points. And let's toss it over to the desk to break this down further.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We have our victors on the line. Let's go. Hello, Bibu. How are you?
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thanks. I'm good. And you?
I mean, it's good to see you again. It's a big game for you that we hyped it up. You know, top two teams in the region. They're going up against one another. It's a big game. Rogue can pretty much be qualified by the end of this, and you guys can push yourself deeper and deeper to basically head to the major. And then you not only win, but then get all 3 points. First, I want to ask you about Villa. Why specifically this map? It came as a surprise.
Why Villa?
Yeah?
But I would just say, why not? We were ready to play.
Well, I would say why yes.
No. The thing is like we are a good team on Villa. We know it. We thought they will ban it, to be honest, because I think against TT9 they played it well, but not enough to it's a big game. We were more like maybe they want to play Oregon or other maps, but they managed. I mean, they said that they wanted to play Villa because at the end we won Team Park. So yeah, I think it was a good map for us. It always has been. I think we have we didn't lost on the official game on it. So except in French League, but in UL we didn't. So I think it's a good map. I think we lost, but we can dash through the game against M&M first stage. They made a good comeback. But it was always a good map. You know, we felt always on control on this map. We know how to play the different type of play style. So yeah, when it went on Villa after the ban phase, we were kind of feeling great and we're ready to play it.
And it feels like you and Rogue have a bit of a friendly rivalry, you know, not just in the chat, but also, you know, with how you're interacting with the camera, either be it, you know, Rogue or you as well. Is that hey, we're just friends, we're just messing about with one another?
I mean, yeah, we are really liking we really like the guys of Rogues. They are great players. I mean, we especially with Crane, Deepak, we tried a lot with Deepak in long time ago, and it was I was happy to see him going in Rogue in Pro League because he will, because he deserved it, and I think he showed it on the major, to be honest. And yeah, it's always a good rivalry against each other because we all know that we are great people, great players, and we always know that the games will be banger games. So, yeah.
What happened in the first half, actually? The first 30 rounds, Rogue kind of collected and washed over you. Then you took a timeout, and then you brought it back. What was going on there?
I mean, Rogue did what they are doing the best, to be honest. Picking, being aggressive when they need it, taking the good fights. And after the timeout, I mean, when we took the timeout, it was not because we are lacking solutions. It was more like to take a breath, breaking the momentum too, and saying, okay, guys, we are not doing bad things. Just be more aware. We know how they are playing. Just more focus even more on these points. And I feel, it just went well for us. We kind of came back in the game, and the momentum was really good for us. 3-3 at the half, and after in defense, it was like just Mowgli doing Mowgli things on Alibi, and even P4 at the end, just the Clutchmeister. I would say like Shinka doing Shinka things.
It was a great moment, all set up by the Jaeger also at the end to help out in the 3v2. But yeah, what do you think about the Dokebi ban from Rogue? Because we know Dokebi was buffed recently. Villa can be I mean, there's almost no map where Dokebi can't be good on. But do you think it impacted your gameplay?
Not really. Of course, Dokebi is very strong, even more with the patch which has been like 2 days ago. So yeah, we get a bit surprised because against the TT9 they played, I think on all their rounds in attack they played Dokebi. So we were kind of surprised they banned it. But for us it was okay. If it's banned, it's good for us. But at the end, if it's open, we will play it. I think they would have do the same. So no, I think Dokebi is very strong, even more on Villa with the roam and flankers players.
Okay. And next Playday, you guys are going up against TT9. This is something that you can collect the points, and right now you're at 98% probability of making it to the major. So a point would pretty much make it all work. How do you feel about that game?
I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know. Like it was really tricky against a Russian team, especially when their teams are nothing to lose. They are great players. They are not there because they are bad. They deserve their spot. So we need to focus on the game, prepare the game as we prepare Rogue, as we prepare Heroic and all the team before, and after the only goal at the moment will be to win and grab the 3 points to make maybe a better run at the stage 2 run we made before.
Fair enough. Anything you want to say to all the fans out there, Bibu?
I mean, like always, thank you for everything, for the support, for cheering for us on the social medias, even in the major. It was great to see you. A lot of loves to everyone. Thanks to you guys on the analyst desk, on the caster, on the hosts, everything. And yeah, see you next week.
Thank you very much, Bibu, and congratulations again. I remind everybody, Wolves versus TT9 will be in the next Playday, which is on a Monday. So we'll see you then. Till then, Bibu, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. One pack. Boom!
One pack Indian. And I want to credit this fully to Demo because he thought, nobody's ever said this, but they're one pack of wolves, and one of their plays is called Mowgli, who was raised by wolves in the story itself. There you go. Demo. Can we get him some easy claps in chat? They're very well done. I hope that wolves, should they use that for any promotional content or whatever, that they credit Demo for it. Thank you very much. Anyways, hello again. It's nice to see you guys on here with us. And I got to say, that first half was electric like you promised, Jack.
Yeah, it was, honestly, it was so good. It started out and I thought, oh my God, Rogue are going to run away with this. That first round, flawless. Second, third, Rogue completely in control. And people said that they didn't feel like they changed much after that tactical timeout after the round 3. I actually think they did. They kind of changed and went back to kind of a little bit more, instead of team-centric, they actually went a little bit more crouch walk, P4 in particular. Let's just see, they almost became fishermen. They just stuck their baits in Villa, just got into an area, stuck their baits in, waited for Rogue. And they perfectly executed that, got themselves a couple of rounds, got a 1v3, the momentum changed, and then they were on top from there.
You'll say it, raised by wolves and grown to be a superstar. Well, if you look at Mowgli, for example, that AC head in round 6 was absolutely sick indeed. Just to hold off with the diffuser like that, maybe some mistakes made on the side of Rogue, the way they kind of tackled that situation with the diffuser going on, but to hold it off like that as Mowgli is just very impressive. We've seen high performance players throughout this entire game. We've seen it with Shinka as well in the final round with his clutch, where you think like, he's probably not going to be able to win this, but he still wins it anyway. I think the first 3 rounds specifically, Wolves looked a little bit indecisive. They would gain ground and then don't know what to do with it anymore. They just like, maybe pick this door, pick the horse, pick the door. It looked a little bit indecisive, but luckily after the timeout, a lot of things changed. Like you said, a little bit more crouch walk, maybe a little bit more unpredictable, but it did work for them.
Showed a lot of resilience, I think. Like, it's very easy to be 0-3 down, attacking onto Villa, and then you've got, like, 0-3 down, you're against one of the best teams in the league. And it's, and then you've got to show a lot of courage, a lot of mental fortitude, I think. They did that, and yeah, I'm genuinely very impressed with Wolves, especially after that start.
We talked about Wolves' attack, but same applied to Rogue's defense. It was a good game overall, especially in that first half. But just a reminder, here's what Sprabuni and Wrath gave us earlier today. So this is regulation win for Wolves, 98%. It was a regulation loss for Rogue, so their percentage to make it to the major now dropped to 57%. And this is not updated, so these things also rely on other games and their scores, but it's in the 50 to 60% range, and Wolves also in the high 90s. So there's still potential. There's 3 points. I think Rogue that needs that really they'll be comfortable. That depends on next Playday. Same goes for Wolves. Getting a point or 2 should be enough to drive them over the corner.
They'll still play Secret and Heroic. Those 2 are playing against each other later today, so that might be a very influential match for how things go for Rogue eventually. But yeah, one of the matchups should be a little easier. Heroic probably a little more difficult.
Just one last thing for Wolves.
Yeah.
We can confirm them for SI today if one of 2 scenarios occurs.
Okay.
Either Eminem wins 6 rounds, or Team Secret wins. If either of those occur, I'm being told by Sprabuni and Wrath, that would qualify Wolves statistically for SI.
All right, very much looking forward to see what happens in our next 2 games. It's good that they're coming up right after, right? That's good timing. M&M versus G2. It's in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. It is time. M&M Gaming versus Gold 2 Esports is about to begin. Thanks so much for joining us here live from very rainy Paris. It's very gemütlich, as the Germans like to say. It's very cozy. I don't know, how is it in Dutch?
gemoedelijk of gezellig, which is, if you ask a lot of people about their favorite Dutch word, they'll say gezellig.
Why?
Because I don't know why, but...
Mine is teleurgesteld.
Teleurgesteld, yeah.
Disappointed.
Are you teleurgesteld in G2? Disappointed?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I think they're disappointed. See, finally we get to take over. It's a Benelux takeover here for the crew. Anyways, welcome back to the Analyst Desk. Here's Anne and Fresh. Hello, Jack. How are you?
I have no idea.
Any crazy words from all that you'd like us to know about?
Mafting.
What?
Oh, actually, we don't have a G. It's mafting.
What is that?
That means it's really warm.
What if it's
I don't know
rainy?
Why. What?
What if it's rainy?
It's raining cats and dogs?
Nah, that's...
Yeah, you don't want to hear the Dutch thing about that.
It's probably something really creepy. Anyways, moving on.
Yeah.
Speaking of creepy, let's have a chat about G2 and what they can offer today, because last Playday, Jack,
Yep.
it looked like it was not the team that we wanted to see.
I actually had a telestrator planned for how bad G2 were.
I.e.
Milosh.
Stuck it in
but
pre-show.
I can't telestrate 7 rounds in a row. It would just be too long. I was trying to find one round where they were particularly bad, and they were bad in every single one of them. Not saying Navi didn't deserve that win, but G2 were just leaving gaping holes absolutely everywhere. And it's, I hate to say it, it's been the story of this team pretty much all stage. They beat TT9. They had a bit of a win on against Wolves with a very good map for G2. So I think take those 2 games aside, and it's been a really poor showing, and it's somewhat, every now and again, paper over the cracks, but the cracks are still there and have been there all year long.
Yep. And with that last game, what we were lacking most was communication. There are moments where Kaya could just knife someone in tellers, and just after that, someone walks down square stairs, and you're not even checking tellers. If that communication doesn't come through, it's going to be really difficult to get rounds there. And whereas with a lot of teams, we see a very clear front and a very clear backline, but G2 we don't really see that well, but then players are not performing the way they should be, so it comes across as very unorganized.
All right, and what about M&M on the other side? Because, I mean, you heard it from BDS in the post-game interview, Anne. It seems like there's a lot of hope behind the squad.
Exactly, yeah. We've seen some decent attacks from M&M, but it really needs some more coming out from them. If you look at their attack and win rates, it is not the brightest. Nello said it in the interview as well. There's still things they need to work on. They're just not winning enough rounds or losing rounds that they really shouldn't have lost. And well, you mainly got to look at their player advantages there. Last game looked a little bit better in regards to that. They weren't throwing their player advantages as much as we have seen from them earlier, but it needs work, basically.
Yeah, I think this team, and I always say with this team, take a step back, look at the big picture of this team, and look at a year ago there where they're just prepping for UCL. And we're saying, oh my God, they should be the team that gets 4th, that gets to the major, that goes to SI, their 2nd SI in a row. But they're still learning. They're absolutely still learning. A lot of these players came into this league without any prior Tier 1 experience. I think, if anything, it was only, I want to say it was only Nello that had any prior Tier 1 experience, right? So they're learning. This isn't, you know, what we're on, game 20-something of their Tier 1 careers. Still a very new team. They've got a big opportunity to make Tier 4. Tier 4? to make 4th.
Are they moving to NAL?
To make 4th place and go to the major.
Okay, fair enough. Anyways, let's have a chat about our map for this series. Put it up on screen for you and see if we get any surprises out of this game. There it is. 8 maps out, 1 is left, and it'll be M&M that decide. They bring out Skyscraper and take us to Clubhouse, where they start off on attack. G2 opting for defense. Jack, your thoughts?
I've criticized Fabian a lot in the map ban phase, but I wonder if he's pulled a masterclass here, because M&M were long known to have 2 permabans, Bank and Clubhouse. Now, M&M have pulled Clubhouse out once, back in stage 1 when they were trying to take teams to their best map. They played against Heroic and lost.
Yeah.
Now, for G2, it also makes a lot of sense. It's a smaller map. It's more compact. You can't really do too much wrong on Clubhouse. Actually, when Hat found out the map, he said if a team can't play Clubhouse, they're shit. So if G2 can't play Clubhouse, then yeah, I think it's a really good map for G2.
Yeah, it's M&M's most banned map indeed. They haven't played it at all in the past 4 months. G2's played it once a stage. They had a really good defensive win rate in that game, and they won that game against TT9. My main concern is M&M starting out on the attack here. We've talked about their attacks. It needs work. If you're already going to be facing down, let's say maybe a 2-4 or a 1-5, that's a really big upwards battle.
Okay, very quickly, since our lobby is pretty much set, if we were to compare 2 players, on these rosters. Who would they be? Let's see who our analyst chose for this game. It's Solotov and Doki. And why is that the case?
I think both these players have a similar type of role. They'll lurk solo, they'll get these influential kills, and that helps their team to enable and be a potential win factor towards a round. So we'll see the stats are leaning a little bit more in the way of Solotov. He's had some really good games as of recently, where if you're on G2 and you're losing some games, it's not weird that your stats aren't as good as, for example, M&M's.
Big battle of the entry for these two as well. We know Doki to be that entry player, but I swear to whichever god you swear to, Solotov last week on the entry and the whole stage has been nothing short of incredible for M&M. He opens up so many rounds for them. If they can piggyback off the back of that with the other two on the front three working together, they just become this title force, and that's what I want to see from M&M.
Thank you guys very much. A lot of pressure on G2 to perform here today, even if the major is kind of out of sight at this point. It's M&M also that have to fight through to keep themselves in the running, especially with how things have worked out with, I guess, the other two competitors that they're going up against. We'll see what happens with Heroic later. But we toss it to our casters. We freshened up, and it's Demo and Ollie. Enjoy.
Thank you very much indeed, Milosh. We are going to be taking you through this game. Demo, we get to cast a little bit of G2. I know that's always something that you enjoy.
I hate this whole stigma that people just have about me and G2.
But you're a glory supporter though, aren't you? You always support the team that's most popular.
Not always, no. Can't say that. I was one of the only ones who believed that they could make the top four last split. I was a believer.
Or delusional. Take your pick.
Do you want to prove that point, Ben? Who did I put to win this game?
I didn't look because I put my predictions.
Who do you think I put?
You probably put GT.
I did put GT,
yeah.
Of course I did. Don't be silly. Don't be silly.
Yeah. But there's nothing in it in the social vote. That was a 49-51.
Right. Here is the situation with G2. They are the most consistently inconsistent team I think I've ever witnessed in a year.
That's just words, though.
No, but that it makes sense. They are the most consistent, inconsistent team.
I've been thinking about this all day, right? Imagine if you were to make a soup.
Right, here we go.
Imagine you're going to use some real first-class ingredients.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were making perhaps a French and onion soup,
okay,
you'd maybe want some really high-quality onions.
Okay.
And you'd want to treat them right. You'd want to cook them well and all this sort of stuff. Now, that could be your M&M soup, where you've got Solotov, who's probably the best player on the team. Very good on the entry. Does a really important role. However, if you were to make a soup out of the G2 players, you would have things like fillet steak, caviar, all these sort of fanciful ingredients. But together in a soup, they're not going to work very well, are they?
But they do work. People forget. This is still a side that has had back-to-back major runs. Like, and pretty much they're going to be at SI, let's be real.
Yes.
For all accord, this team has been successful this year. They have been successful. They have been. They've got to SI, which was their main goal for the year. Too many critics. Go and do what G2 do. Go and play the game.
11%. A regulation win would see G2 in with an 11% chance of the major. Regulation win for M&M, however, would see them in with a 71% chance. Now, I believe these are the stats as of the start of the day. So I'm not sure how and if those percentages have changed a little bit as we've seen a couple of results, but the picture will remain largely
Picture still
the same.
M&M need to win today if they want to get a chance.
Exactly.
With outsiders putting on the pressure now, they need to win today.
They really do. Well, M&M are going to be starting off on the attack here of Clubhouse. As the Des mentioned, Clubhouse isn't really a map that we see M&M play all too often.
No.
However, it's a map that G2 have somewhat favoured inside of Stage 3.
It's a map whenever things are not going wrong, or whenever things are going wrong for G2 and things aren't just the way they should be, they kind of pull back and they go straight to basics and they go to Clubhouse. We've seen that happen during Stage 2, whenever they had that bad run at the beginning. They then took Navi to Clubhouse, they won that game. Then you look at what happened to them at the start of the season. Again, a bad start against CT9. Back to Clubhouse. They won. Is this the key? Is this the medicine to get them back up and running again?
Well, we often say anyone can play Oregon, and Clubhouse is certainly thrown into that mixture as well of anyone can play Clubhouse. Tyrant going to be making an approach here through Cash. There is a roaming presence upstairs, but as you can see from those red outlines, they have dipped. They've wasted 50 seconds or so, and we see A full 4-man flurry down those main stairs to rejoin Alamau.
Yep. No surprise, we've seen that a lot, isn't it? You just set up upstairs, means that Eminem just have to waste a bit of time to do the drone work. Utility, if they waste any, which I don't think they really have, you know, all the nades are still there, be still a flashbang. They haven't really wasted anything, but still, this time, to do the drone work, that should help G2. You'd expect it's going to help G2 in the long run.
Absolutely. You see that drop off at around the 2-minute mark, 2 minute and 10 seconds or so. It just slow things down somewhat. Doki's actually found himself taken out there. Tyrant nicking a little opportunity there on blue stairs. Feels like he's being spotted though. Maybe Doki tried for a little bit of an ambitious swing there off the back of some information from Alamau's Valkyrie cameras. But as it stands, no one from G2 is looking to re-challenge there onto Tyrant, and probably quite rightly so. They've still got time on their side here, and Eminem have still got a little bit of work to do. They're going to start by opening up that Moto hatch. We've got kitchen corridor largely ripped up as we start the dance of Excaros pellets onto that kitchen hatch. Impacts from below will be enough for a time, but not forever.
Yeah, it should be pretty clear cut, I think, for Eminem now, just to carry out a very simple basement attack. Kitchen dirt probably is where they're going to try and head to. A C4 gets missed. Nobody gets killed with that, and that honestly was something I think G2 needed there, was a kill back. With losing Doki and you are at that man disadvantage, it just gives Eminem an extra player to send down blue, to send down dirt, and attack from another angle.
You can see it is causing G2 some headache here because Alamau doesn't really know which way to look. Obviously, he's got Citizen helping him to look at the bottom of that Moto drop, but he also needs to be mindful of this push coming in through blue. Alamau just on the other side of the generator as Tyrant peeks his way on down. Nello's going to find himself a kill. A pre-fire from Tyrant's not going to be enough. Alamau shuts him down and turns his attention now toward dirt. Did get a little spot onto somebody there, but Solotov, he's inside of the site. He hasn't got a great deal of health, and the plant is going down. Nello looking to nail it to the floor as there's no time left for anything other than to press F. The plant will go down as Alamau picks up his second before he's traded out by users at the bottom of those main stairs. Virtue cut off from the action inside of Church. Can look to rotate through now. He's got an option to make his way into sight, but Eminem are still tearing through these defenders. Nello a plant and a kill to round things out. Very convincing first round there from Eminem.
Yeah, nothing really too complicated. Just simple as you like, isn't it? But that can, I think, look quite easy the way Eminem have done that. It's not as easy as what you think it is.
No.
We know that basement, sometimes if one thing goes wrong for the attackers, that could be it. Thankfully for them, I think that opening challenge from Doki, if that had maybe went G2's way, we could have definitely seen a different round. But just as an attacker, if you get that first pick in the basement, you have so much time remaining, you have that extra gun, it helps out massively. You have no idea the difference that it makes.
I've said this about Tyrant since, well, at least since we saw him in Challenger League and previous to this, whenever he's been playing in National League in the UK. He is such a great space finder. You put him on that role, he was on the Nook last round, and his job is essentially Zephyr's old job when Zephyr used to be perma-picked. And it is to play in and around those blue stairs, play in and around Adam and look to try and pressure on that generator. Not only did he pick up the kill, but he also was manipulating the stock hatch as well. He had the nades to work with, and all of that drew Alamau's attention for so long.
Should have killed Alamau, let's be honest.
Exactly, he really should have done. However, the fact that he survived up until that point was good enough, because then you start thinking, well, who fills that gap? Do you lose users to the bottom of main and then have to rotate him around as well? One kill can sometimes be all it takes, and it's been enough here to force G2 into a site rotation. And we're actually seeing CCTV demo.
And we're also seeing double French immediately.
Yes.
The double French comes in. It makes a lot of sense for Catwalk. Catwalk is a dangerous place to play. We know how easy it is to segregate one team in towards Catwalk with everyone else in the bomb site, because obviously you have this big double wall outside that just splits the bomb sites in two, essentially. And, you know, we've seen in the past, you know, Wamai, Jaeger, Azami all being stacked up to assist anyone inside a Catwalk. With Azami being banned, there isn't really a lot of protection that you can provide. What are you bringing in? Someone who can insta-heal, pick themselves up, and also less grenade damage because you have the rip plates.
A very successful breach from Eminem, and it really was a team effort. With a couple of pocket EMPs thrown, as well as both an exothermic and a Selma, to ensure that that wall was opened and the bandit wasn't able to do any sort of tricking. Citizen going to be at the bottom of Cash stairs. Now, of course, we know that there's somebody playing on Catwalk, but with Doc's stim pistol and with Rook's armor,
no nades.
It is going to be difficult to deal with, especially when you ain't brought nades.
It's a tricky one. And
so heavily focused on those impacts.
Virtue on the catwalk. This was an area that you would always see Wamai play in, Ollie, because he had the 1.5x. Wamai doesn't have anymore. So 1.5x in that position is so crucial. Doki just swinging for all he's worth. But back to the point, I mean, just this catwalk, having a 1.5x up there, you can take the challenges, you can take the swings. And wow, when was the last time you've seen a flawless Castrum defense?
Unreal from GT.
Wow, they got around. They are buzzing about that one, Ollie.
I mean, you would be though, wouldn't you?
God.
I think they've masterclassed it a little bit there because we didn't really see M&M have the tools for the job.
Oh, just... I just look at G2 right now and you just... What is the mentality? Are they in the place where, you know what, let's make this 12% happen, let's make this run again?
11.
Or is it, or whatever it was, or do we just, you know, what's the idea? You know, what are they really going for? Because right now I'm kind of getting the vibes off. Remember whenever they played against W7M at Berlin? Remember whenever they got like a round, whatever it was, and Doki and Alamo just like high-fived each other as if they won the hammer?
Right.
Where it was just, oh, we don't care, because we've done what we needed to do anyway. And like I said, the overarching thing for this team is they've pretty much already got the SI. You know, you expect to see that happen.
I think they're still just in a fact-finding stage, aren't they? You know, new coach is always a
new coach, new player, new IGL change as well.
Yeah. There's still a lot of growth.
It's another point I wanted to bring up is just, you know, what has that change been like for Citizen? Because obviously he's taken the mantle of saying, okay, I'm an IGL. Ben's a very smart player. Very, very clever. Reads the game exceptionally well. The main concern that I have about him is whenever he's IGLing, he then can't put 110% into his fragging capabilities, which we know he is one of the most deadliest players we've seen in EU, if not the whole world, in that department. Does that take away from him a little bit? And that's the only where I have. Because that was always the question. If he is taking up that mantle of being the IGL, do other departments of his game then maybe start to drop off a little bit?
It's always going to have a slight effect, isn't it?
But I mean, he's still positive, I think, at the moment, isn't he, in terms of the KD for the stage so far? So I suppose you can say, yeah, you know, he's still doing the business, is he not?
No, I think he's -8 currently.
-8?
Yeah. To be fair, there's nobody on G2 that's positive. But I think that speaks more to the... I mean, last week's drilling of 0-7 is not going to help that,
I suppose,
is it?
yeah.
So but obviously, you know, there are some issues there to be ironed out. M&M on the flip side, they've brought a couple more nades this time. Might help them out. I can only think it was maybe a bit of a blunder last round of not really having the tools for the job.
Yeah.
We're going to be approaching this bedroom site rather slowly. Tyrant going to be maybe working in from below. He took very quick control of Strip and looked to push into showers.
Yeah,
just since dipped himself back out and just looked to gather a bit more info.
Tyrant's there just to watch out that anyone from G2 might be sniffing around bar for a C4 below. And that is something that we see G2 do quite a lot for the gym bedroom, is they will start rotating players downstairs. They like to bring C4 operators for this bomb site. They have 2 at the moment. Certainly with Valkyrie on the board, you would expect to see some form of C4 from below. And even, not only just C4, just somebody downstairs and pool table to play underneath the hatch. Remember, you can still shoot somebody if they try and jump in the window.
And the ever-present threat of a little bit of a run-out through Strip as well, and maybe looking to challenge onto anyone on Jacuzzi balcony, although for the time being, there is going to be nobody there. Virtue going to be the only real off-site player here as he's got himself into garage.
Interesting take from M&M. No real pressure towards that side of the map, just really nature below maybe, Ollie. Is that the idea? Pick them off from the site?
Could be the order of the day, and it's certainly going to deal with Doki. Tyrant is able to find himself one. Blur gets the trade out onto Nello, as Nello did actually flood through the breach and try and get into bathroom there.
Pulled.
User's going to be the next player to fall here as Neo tries to push his way through, but realistically, he's getting himself stuck into the bathroom here. Collects the diffuser, dips himself back out. This is good from Tyrant, top of these main stairs, is able to find one. Can he pick the second? No, dips off from the engagement, quite rightly so. Neo with the frag, that's going to be enough to get the plant down. Virtue and Citizen now going to attempt this retake. Citizen inside of logistics. Virtue, we already saw he was over toward the cache side of things, and that's going to be plant confirmed. Citizen with the hop over, looks toward those main stairs, doesn't realize that someone's peeking on it from below. And Virtue, the next to be taken on out. Tyrant swings out from the bathroom, secures the final kill.
M&M, I mean, it was a risky and bold strategy. A very minimalistic take, only no pressure towards cash room. They had the single wall on construction opened up, and then everyone else just kind of flooded in through the main breach or main stairs, primarily. And I think whenever I see Nello jump in and just immediately get killed, I was a little bit worried because then just leave Neo by himself. I'll be honest, I think it was Blur on the Jaeger. if he was decisive enough just to push down long and challenge onto Neo there, that could have been it, because there's nobody supporting Neo. It was kind of very separated of an attack there from M&M, which is a little bit of a worry, but I think it was good from the two players up main stairs just to double push, say, we just have to go for it. We have to just swing and take these engagements. And, you know, Tyrant done well, got that first opening pick. Neo then, that was a big kill where he just slipped in towards Jim, killed the guy, I think, in construction. You know, there's some big moments there that kind of shifted it. But still, I suppose for M&M, it's a risky play style.
I think it's risky from M&M, and there's a question to be asked of G2. Why was there nobody below? Bringing the C4s, playing below is so popular. If you set up
M&M
shop,
weren't allowing them though. They didn't allow them to go down there.
There's no one even on the challenge. You know, Tyrant, you're not telling me he was safe the entire time he was downstairs throwing nades vertically. Virtue set up shop over, well, and team and co set up shop over inside of Cash, and then when Cash isn't pushed and you're around the minute mark, you're thinking, well, they're probably not going to come from here. You know, we've seen them open construction wall. They don't need to really root us out of Cash. They can just catch us on the rotate now. And that's exactly what M&M were able to do. We go back down now to the basement. This was a repeat of round number 1, round where M&M were successful in not only getting the diffuser down, but they also got the opening pick as well. And that was a big part of the round and how it played. Now G2 had a bit of a roam game for around a minute, 50 seconds, but this time looks like they may think to stick around for a tad longer.
Yeah, they are. Maybe looking for a challenge this time, a little more confident in their team play.
I think they would do well to stick around for a little bit longer. Look at Alamau's position in here.
I like that.
Maybe looking for a little bit of a flank. There's quite a few bodies around him here, though. Citizen just playing aggro at the top of those stairs.
Nobody's in sight, Ollie. They're really looking for the roam game.
Very easily push the objective here, but obviously M&M are getting themselves wrapped up in clearing out these players. Looks like Citizen's going to join the party here as well as Alamau takes off Solotov. Not quite from chains, but certainly from that kitchen doorway.
And that's it, they got the kill and that's them gone. Exactly the same for G2, except they have the opening pick. I mentioned last time that M&M, they had the opening pick. It gave them a lot more options and where they can send players. Now they don't have that luxury. Now they are very headlocked into either one way, where they all push together and try and play off refrags, which isn't the greatest, where you kind of need to hit basement from multiple angles, or they are essentially relying on 1v1s, and they don't have the same trade-off that they could potentially have if they had that extra man.
What they've also lost is the sledge, so they've lost any ability to rip over.
Yeah, great point, yeah.
Tyrant is going to make his way here down, sees the back, but doesn't take the shot. He doesn't realise someone's playing in behind Generator. Tyrant, you can't lose this engagement again. Alamau is peeking him with a deagle there. Tyrant still looking to back himself out and maybe double dip at a later point, but the element of surprise is entirely gone. Kitchen hatch is going to look to be open now, but Virtue still with 2 impacts from below, although will be taken out. Neo actually picks him out there as he was attempting to impact trick. A good refrag back, and that's going to do something to alleviate some of this pressure that's going to be felt in the final 30 seconds. A double drop into Moto. Users getting himself into bother there on the Dokkaebi. He's got so much information to work with here. Tyrant maybe going to drop here inside a stock. He knows that someone's still going to be playing behind this generator. He doesn't have any nades to root him out with this time, though. Nello taking a little bit of damage here as he's got himself caught on triple wall and will be taken out through the soft. Citizen finds one. Tyrant with the drop can only pick up one. Uses inside of the side. 5 seconds left. He's got plenty of kills to find here and not many seconds to do so. Blur. He's going to be lying in wait. Shotgun at close range. Always going to be a tough one to deal with. G2 really flipped things on its head that time. I love the adaptation of sticking around for a little bit longer on that roam game.
Yeah, they got that first pick. That was the real important thing. You can see M&M, they weren't as confident in terms of where they wanted to go for. They knew they didn't have the man count to go for the kitchen dirt, which is where we seen them pressure last time. So they thought, let's just go Mo. Let's go Moto Blue. Let's try our best for that. But just too many men, too many angles to find. I think not being able to open up triple wall kind of costs you. I think if you're pushing Moto, you need triple wall opened up, don't you, realistically? Because look where Citizen was. As easy as you like, in behind that bar. Nothing really pressured him out of that position. If you want to go for that, you need triple wall open. I will say, I think the Bandit's been a bit of a headache.
It has.
It's a bit of a sleeper pick. If you look at it, Doki's played that quite religiously at the moment. And it's just stopped the Habana. It stopped Nello, obviously, on the Fermat as well. It's just been a bit of a pain.
I think, funnily enough, it was one of the things that focused M&M into dealing with a lot of utility when they attacked this site last. However, Doki's not played it this time. Instead, he's going to be on the mirror.
Yeah.
And you can already see, look at the 6 picks coming through. We've seen a full 5-6 pick there. Now some of the operators have remained the same. Some of them just switched back and forth between. But again, Demo, where are the grenades?
No nades.
What is going on here? The nades were the one key. They were the one piece of the puzzle that M&M needed last time in round number 2.
I'll take a Capitao at this stage. I'll take anything to help with Catwalk.
Get Fresh in. Fresh likes a bit of Capitao.
It's the thing. It's, okay, sure, you can go for another attack. You don't have to go Catwalk. You can easily go bedroom side. That's a possibility. M&M have not shown us last time that they wanted to go for that. They wanted to go for Catwalk, but you cannot take Catwalk if you do not have the correct utility. You are relying on gunfights at that stage. You're against a 1.5x MP5. Well, it's a difficult gun to challenge on.
Especially when you're dealing with all the health and all of the sort of counters to those nades and that pressure that we've got now for the defenders available. G2 both playing Rook and Doc here. Citizen again at the steps location, just knocking off the drones as they come through. A Lion Scan will route him for the meantime, and actually Soltov,
he's in.
Pick up an opener here. Virtue, he's coming under quite a bit of fire. He needs to be careful now from below. He's going to get double pushed here. He hasn't got a great deal of health left. Does take out the drone. Stun going to come in, full white flash. Is anyone there with the backup though? This is where a nade would be quite handy.
Where's Citizen?
Be able to rip him out, no problem. Citizen is still below, so could look to try and affect onto this, but no one from G2
Where is
looking to assist at the moment.
Oh, he's came back up the site probably. I think that call from Lion being in sight maybe spooked him a bit, Ollie, and he's decided to track back in. But, I mean, Virtue, he's doing a good job. He's slowing them down. He doesn't need to stand up. He just needs to wait. It's up to M&M to have to go for the push. And like we've mentioned, no nades. They're going to have to walk up that staircase. They're going to have to challenge him. Blur, has he been droned? Maybe. I don't know. Was that a drone from Tyrant? Was that just a hunch they had? Virtue. He tries to get back in. Citizen will get the refrag onto the man in Bane Breach. That is Diffuser cold. Ollie, can he find a second? Yes, he can. A massive kill from Citizen. Now it's into a 2 versus 2. Doki, how has he ended up there? Ollie, he needs to be careful. He is in a good position, I suppose, if he does not get droned. That's the key thing. If he gets droned, he's a dead man.
G2 really occupying some off locations here. No one, of course, knows where Doki is, and he's going to go for a slow and steady swing on round the Vector. He's going to rip apart Nello, but the trade's there. Citizen! 3 kills on the round. The Alibi, very much a trademark pick for him at this point. He covered the map well.
Was that 2v4 from those two? I think it was. I think it was a 2v4. Yeah. Roll back the years.
I mean, that's M&M's problem, isn't it? Man count advantage. I can't believe we're screaming out for nades.
I know.
It's ludicrous. You know, you think about the lineup that M&M brought there. They even had the Zephyr. You think about how that site used to be attacked 8-9 months ago with Zephyr underneath, shooting off the bandit battery, ripping the floor up and making it so you can't play. Sure, you got Citizen to deal with there, but it's ludicrous to me that we're not seeing nades brought for that attack.
Here's another point that we have to talk about. What Solotov jumping in windows at 2 minutes by himself? Sure, he got a kill, but then there's the Lion gun. All that utility out the window? What was the idea? What was the communication? What went on there? Because that seems quite strange. Because realistically, for that attack, for that bomb site, we've mentioned it so many times, it is a very difficult bomb site to hold because you have these exterior walls that you can open up, you have these windows that you can open up, and just shut down anything the defense try and do. You literally box them in, they cannot move. So why are you trying to rush it? Why are you jumping in windows and all that? What's going on in that regard?
Unsure. Soltov not having the best of times at the minute, 2 and 4. I mean, I'm really relying quite heavily on Tyrant and Neo's contribution.
I mean, Soltov had a blinder of a game the last Playday.
Oh dear. Oh, I thought Alamo was going to
He's looking for the impact
stick
tricks.
around for a little bit longer there, but he's going to make it more difficult to impact trick this open. Now, funnily enough, M&M didn't show any interest in this CCCV side in round number 3. They were heavily focused on a main stair and jacuzzi approach. But G2 have recognised that M&M are somewhat changing things up a little bit. And they've gone, well, you know what, we're just going to make it really difficult this time. And it's kind of funny that M&M are choosing to go into it.
Yeah, so we're going to see an attempted clear out of Cash. One man top red, one man inside of Cash. Fairly standard from G2's perspective. Alamau, of course, can also try and deny anyone opening up that main wall. Can go with that impact trick. Tyrant Trying to get these heat seekers in below. Will he catch anyone? No. 2 nades, both missed now, Ollie, but that is enough to scare away G2 from holding onto that side of the map. I'm sure G2, they're happy enough. They've wasted half the round. They've wasted some nades there as well. And more importantly, they haven't lost anyone.
Not even on that cut back to site. Users there was trying to cut off somewhat of a cross there, but the G2 members have managed to find safe passage. Still really like for that jacuzzi wall to be opened, and I'm sure that'll come in due time.
Better get a move on though.
Minute 15 left. Neo just in drone at the minute, so I can't see how many Selmas he has left, but I'm sure he has at least one. Should be enough for a line of sight, if nothing else. Users trying to play onto these windows, but no one from G2 giving themselves up right now. Still, this heavy stack up inside of construction, and you think about what you funneled in through here. You funneled in through one doorway or pushing and fighting through logistics.
I think
you need that alternate approach.
Users needs to have a good play here. I think he probably will end up jumping in through that gym window at some point, so he needs to make sure he lands his shots, because he could be the answer. You know, if he slips his way in and maybe shoot the guys in back from the back, that could work out really well for them, Ollie.
I'm not sure if he's going to find any back. Citizen, he's going to be ready and waiting inside of the corridor. We are seeing the wall open now. Doki going to find one onto Tyrant. Neo doesn't get a chance, as players have since scarpered. But G2, they're knocking him down here. Virtue with the C4 from below. Citizen, another multi-kill round here. Solotov, he is the only hope here for M&M. 20 seconds and a fight up main stairs. No, thank you. One of the toughest angles in the game to challenge onto, and it was surely only a matter of time. G2 stacked up a little bit, but an impact is going to catch him in the end.
Yeah, G2 holding it firm. Nothing really bothering them there. I think G2 have really adapted well to let it go, isn't it? I think that's the way you look at some of these holds, Ollie. It's whenever it gets to a certain point, we're done. Give them it. That's us. We're moving out. We're shipping on to the next camp.
That's how you play Clubhouse. I mean, it's how you play a lot of maps in Siege, but it really is how you play Club. You know, you make a fort, make a base, go outside and have a bit of a play. Once it's home time, come home. Back to the base. Fort. You build a fort with pillows and duvet covers and blankets. Yeah, and then go out and, I don't know, kick a ball around for a bit and then come back.
Break a window or two. However, we are now in stranger territory.
How so?
G2's on the attack. They won 0 of those on Monday.
They did.
They had 6 attempts. They won 0. Keep in mind, it's not Bank. It's not as elaborate as Bank. It is Clubhouse. We mentioned basic, 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 basic. Whenever G2 are struggling with their attacks, which does happen quite a lot, they always seem to find a way back into Clubhouse, and their attacks, usually for the most part, go okay, which is a step up from non-existent. Little steps.
Well, they've not done so well too far, Demo. The drone economy leaves a little bit to be desired. Something that M&M were really good at was keeping the drones alive and ensuring that they had those drones to be able to make sure and further that roam clear that G2 were putting out there. But you can see the drones on G2's side are dwindling somewhat. Got around 7 remaining at the moment, so never great to be losing them in that opening prep phase, but they should still have enough to be going on for the meantime. I'm excited to see where Alamau gets played, especially with that Ying. I quite enjoy that from Virtue. Just, yeah, you can put the breach in charge on it, but I'm going to sledge through anyway. It's a bit quicker.
Solotov ran up blue, ran into stock, actually pinged the head off Blur, and went back to site. What's happened there then?
It's just Solotov things.
And now somebody needs to go and pick up that diffuser. If anyone's going to remember to do it, I hope so. I hope somebody has the ability to realize that, hey, we maybe need that. Or if they don't, Ollie, then I do really, really worry.
I'm sure that we're not at a stage where G2 don't know what a diffuser is, Demo. I think that they're going to know where that is. I'll be honest with you.
Nobody's got it yet. Oh,
Doki's got it.
Out of everyone, he's got it.
Well, he's quick, isn't he?
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
He's going to chuck it over onto Alamau.
Has Doki ever planted before?
This is where things get worrying. Where's Alamau going to take it?
Yeah, the Ying, I mean, the Ying is still, that can change the outcome. We know how pivotal a Ying can be, especially whenever you're dealing with big areas that you need to try and cut off. You can roll those Candelas right down long, for example, Ollie, and hit somebody who can be in behind the third box, for example. That could be an option for them. Even hit somebody in AKs from the hatch. There is potential to really hit these power positions that M&M, of course, are going to be stationed in.
Of course, losing Blur so early, it did a lot to damage the heart breach. Kitchen Hatch.
They lose an extra man. That's the whole point.
Well, they lose the extra man, but they've also lost the exothermics. There's only one secondary heart breach gadget available now, along with the Selmas that are now getting deployed onto the triple wall.
I like this take.
Kitchen Hatch might not actually get opened here, which again could be a little bit of a problem. You can open the triple wall up as much as you like. M&M are still going to be comfortable to play there unless you have that pressure in blue to really force these players out. Toxic Babe Canister is going to come out now to stop this initial flood.
All of them.
G2 players coming on in, but Solotov gives himself away. Citizen gifted with an opportunity there. Now the push comes in down blue. There are players waiting for it though. Nello going to pick a great headshot onto Doki as the swing comes round. Unsuccessful. It's going to be a trade. That's Diffuser cold on the ground. Virtue, you got a lot of fighting to do, my friend. Neo shuts him down, making use of that mirror window right up until the death there. G2. And then they got stymied early on, Demo. That opening pick from Solotov was huge.
This opening pick for that basement is so important to keep yourself alive if you are the attacking side, because that extra man, it goes a mile. Because the likelihood of the defense giving you a kill whenever 9 times out of 10 it always ends up with some sort of turtle formation in the basement, they're not going to give you picks. They're going to be sitting in positions that you cannot kill them in.
Well, Solotov gave him one in the end. It was a very late trade from Citizen, but Citizen did manage to find
position a bit there from Solotov, but
it was.
Still, it's good enough for M&M. So a good first defense for them. Didn't have to do anything flashy. I think this has been the most part of Clubhouse. We're not seeing anything that's genius. That's brilliant. It's all straight to the point. Very basic. That's what Clubhouse is supposed to be all about, Ollie. We know that.
One thing that's just triggered for me there, that is quite disappointing now in hindsight, is that Dirt Tunnel was left soft, and Nello played in the entrance to Dirt Tunnel for the majority of the round, and got a couple of really key kills from there. It again furthers this, if you lose the man, you lose the ability to play all these different angles.
They didn't go kitchen dirt. Sure, dirt's soft, good enough, but that does nothing if you're not going to go for the kitchen approach, which they couldn't go for
because they lost the it just all circles back to it. I feel like the guy that's got bags under his eyes and a glass of coffee in his hand and a load of pins and string.
Come on, honey, it's time to watch G2 again. Yes, dear. That's you.
Well, we're seeing something a bit different in round 8. We've not been to bar on stage yet, Demo.
True. True.
G2 were favouring Cash and CCTV and Jim as their second and third choice sites.
Wonder if G2 were expecting this. And we're seeing the floors, which is a really good pickup if you think about the barn stock. Whenever usually you'll find you know, a lot of utility being brought in, a little bit more extra information. Floors could be great for that. Good at getting rid of the Maestro cameras, for example. Oh, Castle Barricade X Mute Jammer combo is enough to stop the Flores drones. That is unfortunate. They need to try and get rid of those, but well, with either side not favouring Thatcher, which is a bit of a surprise, which honestly both teams, a couple of rounds there, Thatcher would have helped them out a lot. We've seen M&M struggle whenever the bandit charges were on. Equally G2, they themselves are going to be struggling with these bandit charges.
I think at least M&M brought the secondary EMP. We've not even seen that from G2.
What's G2 going for here? This is trying to walk in.
He's got himself in quite deep here. He's already just into that Showers corridor. Got Blur with some good positioning, going to be able to open up this wall now as well, as Doki going to deploy another Flores drone.
They worry.
Probably going to try and get this Castle Barricade open, which doesn't have a mute jammer on it. We could be going for a very basic plant here, but the hatch is open.
Doesn't work.
No one's cleared out top floor.
Doesn't work.
Sure, you've got the Capital, but just shoot into the smoke. There's a bulletproof watching as well.
Maestros, everything.
I'm a little bit concerned here. We are going to see
They're
the smoke
smoking off the vertical play.
They've smoked off the hatch. Blur is going to go for the plant.
Red pings.
There's still a default.
There
is a default here. You can't get away with this. Nello. Oh my goodness. All he had to do was hold Mouse 1. Neo takes Citizen down. Alamau, find as many impactless kills as you want there, but you're not going to get the round. Solotov takes him out there from Cash Stairs. Deary me.
You can't do that. It doesn't work. Never, ever has a team won that without going upstairs in some form. You just can't. The amount of times I've seen teams just try and do that, and every time it's failed miserably. You have to go above. You have to go above.
It seemed a bit lazy.
Attackers need to locate.
Honestly, it just seemed a little bit lazy because they had all the capability, they had all the time, they had all the tools to go above. Yet they didn't do it. Gym bedroom we go. M&M, they have drawn level, 4 rounds apiece. If anyone was sat at home seeing a scoreline of 4-2 and thinking, oh, you know, could be over in a few rounds, this. Think again.
It was always going to come to the attacks. It always was going to go here. Like, just the hatch open, just Nello can drop as freely as he wants.
Like Batman,
just
dropping down, the cape hits the ground, there's a big thud, the surround sound kicks in, you feel it in your chest.
Your time is up, Joker.
You guys Nello's spraying an MP7.
It's time to go, Penguin. Do a Batman. Feels as if you could do a good one.
I always think Batman's voice never really lives up to the
just
the
make
character.
it. Just do a deep voice. It's that easy.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Well, that's a mask. You can't let him know he's Bruce Wayne. You can't let him know that. No difference to Superman, of course. He's just the same.
Superman's just a normal person.
Yeah. Well, he's actually not a normal person.
Yeah, I don't think he's a person.
He's Kryptonian, I believe, is the correct term.
Doki on the Ash. It's going to be getting droned. Let's see what G2 try and go for this time. Hopefully something a little bit more status quo.
Well, they're going to be challenging the roam game, which is what we want to see. Disabling that top red stairs early on, Olias. It's good utility in the early portion. Now it's just all about getting in safely towards that cache. M&M Solotov still looking for something. Will be spotted out. That Gemini clone, but still wants to take his challenges. I mean, what else would you expect to see from Solotov? He's so good in these engagements with these thin angles, or he just somehow finds a way to hit something.
He's just got the confidence to peek it, hasn't he? He knows and trusts in his own ability.
And he's known for that. You don't want to peek him. If you know what Solotov, you know very rarely you want to be swinging into him.
You're going to be a little bit reluctant, aren't you? Going to be given another opportunity.
What I mean.
There. He takes Doki out.
That's just him.
I mean, poor Doki, he's only just got off a drone. He was droning for his teammates. He was doing something in the cams, and next minute, bang, he gets taken out. Alamau does occupy the space inside of Cash and is going to look to maybe pop a little Rotero drone out. Could look to go out and in and see if there's anything on the windows that he can deal with. Solotov, you can't get away with that. Jumps out, takes Blur down, that's the diffuser cold. Still got his sights trained on that construction's Cash doorway, and he's probably going to get another here. Takes out Alamau, he's got Citizen outside. Can he find it as well? Yes, he does. 4 kills and Virtue retires to the roof. He thinks, you know what, I don't want any part of this.
Is he going to give him the ace? Is Solotov going to go for said ace? No. Tyrant gets it from him. But I mean, it's just that's Solotov in a nutshell, isn't it?
What a party pooper.
He's just so good at the swings. It's just he's hit a real good form in this stage. The best stage he's had throughout the year, I think, has been this stage specifically.
What Solotov did there is he made me want to go and play Wamai. Because I want to do that, but I know that I can't.
He's just pivoting, isn't it? Just constantly looking, switching from one to another window, to a doorway, back again. Just constantly on the move, never giving you a chance to breathe.
And G2, what did they do? Peeked it one at a time. Peeked it one at a time. Why was no one on the window at the start?
It was always going to be won and lost in the attacks for G2. It's all well and good, you know, 4-2 in the defense. Yeah, wow, congratulations. Now it's all about the attacks. That's where it comes down to. That's where they struggled on Monday. They need something. They've called the timeout, Ollie. They've called the timeout. So, at least now they know that they'll probably be heading downstairs for a basement attack.
Yes.
So they can try and rectify the issues, which, in all honesty, it was just they gave away the first kill.
They got unfortunate in who got first killed. You can never control who you lose, and you can never control who you get. For it to be Blur on the hard breach, well, it's just tough luck, isn't it? We are going to get another little look at this ace. First kill on Doki was great.
Ace quad kill, you mean?
Oh, sorry, quad kill. Should have been an ace. Could have very easily been an ace. But I think it's just how he keeps track so well, and G2, they know where he is. Everyone on G2 that's challenging him knows his location. They've all received the call. Like, they're not communicating. They're just not peeking together.
I know. Just, I mean, you can hear the comms. It's just all of going, one dead, one more dead, one dead, one dead. That's all you'd hear.
And Nello's just sat on the side with his feet up going, yeah, just call me when you need me.
Mm-hmm.
5 seconds left.
Deary me. Well, as predicted, downstairs we go. Oh, he's going to bring the cap can this time.
Mm-hmm. See if that gets anything.
At this point, I love a cap can at a later round because it's just frustration, isn't it?
They've opened up blue hatch just by their own accord. Suppose whenever they are roaming actually towards more red-sided off the map, Ollie, in towards cash. I suppose why not? Open blue generally would see teams if they're holding in towards bedroom, you'd actually open up moto hatch, then drop down quicker. So each their own, I suppose, but M&M looking to take the frontal stance and denying G2 any early map control. Let's see how good G2 are with their drone work.
I think M&M are obviously feeling confident at this point, aren't they? We've got Tyrant on the Vigil, looking to waste a little bit of time, just give out that cloak scanner on the drones and just let everyone know, yep, there's a Vigil knocking around. You are going to have to try and deal with that as well. Solotov's actually rotated up to assist him here as well. There is multiple avenues that they've got to get themselves back down onto site. But they are looking to stick around just for a little bit longer than maybe G2 did on some of their roams.
I'll be honest, they could probably leave now and they'd be in a good position. Oh, but he's going to get a kill. Blur goes down once again. M&M could just take what they have now and just leave. Doki, though, will find Solotov, and I do worry, is this an overextension, Ollie? They could be losing 2 for the price of 1, and that would not help them in the long run of things now. Tyrant needs to try and find a kill back because he is on such low HP. He is going to try and retreat now alongside users, so they have traded 1 for 1, but I would say that that is still a good trade-off for M&M. They've disabled that Thermite, which was an issue we mentioned last time. Doki and Tyrant, not on the best of HP.
Look at where Neo's playing right now. Neo's crawling around inside a strip. He could have a field day if this flank pays off for him. Tyrant did a great job to get himself back down. He's on 1 HP, so whatever. Everyone's on 1 HP if you hit him in the head. He's going to take the engagement no matter what. But Neo's position in here is wonderful because he's hiding out. He's got Doki inside a bar. Doki's super low.
Here he goes.
Just keeping himself alive. He doesn't... I mean, now's probably a good time to start moving because you're at the 45 mark. He's going to know now what's going on in the site. Is right, they're ripping open kitchen corridor. Okay, we know that.
I think they know.
They've got an inkling, haven't they?
I think they know, yeah.
They've got that feeling they are being watched. Alamau just going to put a drone on it.
They know.
Blur can now sit and watch that drone. Shouldn't really get anything out of that now, M&M. Neo should just be dead.
Essentially now it's a 3v4 in sight, which is a slight issue.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Misses the Candelas. I mean, it is good enough to, I suppose, blind anyone if they're going for the impact trick. Nello will find Doki. Here comes Neo now on the flank. Will he spot out? 2 from Nello inside the site. Rips 2 of them, and who one? Alamau has to drop in. Citizen finds Neo with a Claymore, but at what cost? Everyone else has died around him. Oh, M&M, they will win another round. Nello, I don't know what he did, but he must have done something big.
Well, he's done what he does best, hasn't he? He's defended the site. Nello, the anchor, the site player, picking up a couple of kills, putting M&M onto a match point here. I think even though we didn't see Neo get a kill, he still did his job. Because all that attention, we had somebody drone it, it was a distraction.
They didn't know if they wanted to commit. Do we commit? Do we leave a flank? What do we do? Do we push him? Do we kill him?
Do we just put a drone on it, or do we try and get him? You can't. You've got to do one or the other. And there was a moment there of decision, and, well, the rest is history. And we go back to what can only be described as a woeful attempt from G2 to attack into bar and stage.
It's not looking good.
M&M are going to set up exactly the same way because, hey, why not? It worked exceptionally well. There was no ability to take top floor. The old castle mute combination was enough.
It was good in those windows upstairs, wasn't it?
It was fantastic. It just neutralized the Floras. Now, okay, there's a little bit of a switch around here. We haven't got the Floras. Instead, we've got a lot of soft destruction. We've got some range soft destruction that isn't affected by those mute jammers necessarily, so it should be a touch easier. I imagine Neo's going to go and throw a couple of castle barricades up there. There's still going to be this presence to deal with upstairs, and G2 surely have got to deal with it.
That's what we want to see. We want to see them challenge that, because you cannot get away with attacking those bombs without the upstairs being neutralized. You don't have to fully take bedroom. I'm not saying you have to fully sweep across the top floor. All you need is to stop somebody on the hatch. That's it. That's all you need is to stop somebody playing there. Look what Nello did. Easiest 2K of the game. Just dropped in, nobody looking at him. You need to stop defenders from doing that. So thankfully, G2, look at where they're positioned. They will be looking for the neutralization of that top 4 inside of Cash. A bandit trick trying to come in, but Sophia Stan will stop Nello from going for that. That's good work from G2. Simple and effective. And it gets that first breach open. What I want to see from G2 now is that they have that main breach. I want to see the sledge over on those windows. Get that construction window open, Ollie. That's what we want to see. Deny the rotations from M&M. Put pressure on them. Maybe neutralize anyone who may be looking to play aggressive perhaps in this single wall. You know, we see that single wall be opened up a lot, and teams maybe try and tuck their way into a corner, hide behind it, whatever they can do. Even a bandit trick, which maybe that's what Nello's looking for as well. You need that construction window open.
G2 certainly biding the time a little bit here. Virtue He's going to rotate round and, of course, does have the ability to open up that castle barricade. Honestly, I think he's kind of worried about getting jumped out on because there's definitely a danger there.
They have an extra man to go hold it. It takes 2 seconds. All Virtue need to do is open it up so then Citizen can open up the wall. That's it. It will take you, what, 10 seconds? Even after that, 5 seconds? He'll do it via Sophia. Which, I mean, will do the same job, but again, Nello needs to be careful. Are we going for it? What are we doing? What are we waiting for?
So much deliberation time here.
Get it open. There we go.
Painful. Waiting for the right time to strike, and that time is going to be now. Doki has got himself now challenging onto the window.
Look at Nello.
Nello's gone for an aggressive play. Takes Citizen down. Doki does get the trade. It is going to allow Blur to move through. But again, damage done. 50 seconds or so left on the clock in a 4 versus 4. G2, they still haven't really got the ground they need here, Demo.
They do have construction. Nobody's going to be able to play the hatch, but there is still a shed load of utility in the actual bomb site. You still have the Maestros to go through. You still have the Bulletproof to go through. There is still issues for G2 if they try and go for the plan. I really don't know what they can do here. I think maybe, try and take the challenges upstairs? I don't know. That would be it, but it's going to be difficult, Ollie. It really is.
I think you've got to try and take the challenges, but there's still a site presence to be dealing with.
Oh, they're ignoring it.
Looks as though G2 are just going to ignore it, but we saw what happened last time. Doki has got such an important job here. He is tasked with making sure that no one rotates back into construction, but he could get double pushed at any moment. Looking to challenge on this way and that. He's got both the door and logistics to be dealing with. Virtue, he's going to fall to Solotov. Doki, he's going to put a couple of pre-fire shots down as the plant is attempted here. Doki gets taken down as the double push is successful. Blur is still getting that diffuser down, and it's going to put us into a 2 versus 1. Tyrant, he's got the Alder, he's got the plant location, he's got the pre-fire, but he hasn't got the finishing blow. Takes down Alamau, now locked into the 1v1 with Blur. Maybe waiting for a bit of information to be exchanged through. There's still likely some cameras up on site. Takes a couple of points of damage as he makes that drop. Can look now to try and bait out this diffuse. Blur going to aggress on through. You can only think there's information on this. Both players exchange shots. A stun thrown out from Blur as a last-ditch attempt at trying to nail this round in and keep his team in it, and he will do so. Blur redeems himself.
Whoa.
Is this what you like as a G2 fan? Do you want to be on the edge of your seat all night?
God, I hate this. I absolutely hate this. Honestly, it's just... Oh! G2 fans, how are we? How are we today? How's the blood pressure?
It's got to be pumping after that round.
Pumping in all the wrong reasons.
Still, match point here for Eminem. So, regardless of what happened in that previous round, there's still a chance they can walk away with 3.
It's 6-5. It doesn't feel like 6-5. It feels as if Eminem's been up more than what G2 have. But hey, G2, they get that round win. They get their first attack. Can they get their second? I mean, again, it's scrappy from G2. Again, it's very big 50-50. Do they challenge above? Do they risk that one man can hold, 2 of them above?
Doki was always in a losing battle there.
I'll be honest, I think he'd done enough to get that diffuser down. Alamau was the star for me. Alamau had all to do. Alamau was the only man who was really covering Blur getting that diffuser down realistically. Alamau did very well in that occasion. And then obviously Blur holds his ball, holds his nerve. All credit to them.
And wins the 1. That's the important thing. It'd be nice to go through that on the replay and see just exactly what was left up in the side, because there has to be a Maestro camera or something still knocking around.
I'll be honest, I just think G2, or not G2, Eminem, I think they just needed to retake upstairs quicker. I think that was a main issue for them, was if they were 2 seconds quicker, they could have probably killed Blur on the diffuse, no?
There was a lot of hesitation in that round from both sides.
They just needed to go for it, yeah.
Gym bedroom we go to now. G2 still fighting against that match point. Not quite going for it as clear, or as concise a clear, should I say, of that east side.
I've seen a gridlock.
Yeah, the question in the grid is a little bit. Do you love a bit of gridlock?
Suppose for EMP grenade, and I mean, obviously there's other operators. Lion, for example, is open, but if Virtue wants to play it, go for it. I guess, so he's a player.
I mean, you pick whoever you want to pick.
Yeah. Just let it be known that your opinion might not be agreed with everyone else. I'd go for the Lion, but yeah, it's just me.
We'll see if the track singers get placed out anywhere. It looks as though he's throwing them here and there, so you can imagine something's going on with him. Tyrant, a little bit of an off angle. Don't really expect to see a shotgun poking through a hatch, but that's exactly what he's going to give you.
It's a big risk. It could work for him, or he could just give away the kill.
Huge risk for the smoke player.
Yeah,
given that you've got some toxic babes there that you're probably going to rely on at some point in the round.
I like the pace better from G2 this round, but again, Ollie, they've lost the opening pick.
Doki going to be falling there on the sledge. Was the only player to bring nades in this lineup as well. We are going to see the EMP used now, and a little bit of an attempted bandit trick.
Gets a wall open at least.
No dice from Users though on the trick. It's now going to force him out just a little bit. It was only a couple of X-Karos pellets that got deployed there, so it's a little bit of an awkward one. You can maybe peek off it, you can maybe look to make that hole a little bit bigger. We are going to see some of these track stingers get caught up in the Wamai. It's still going to detonate though, and Virtue actually hits the drop. Nello just gets caught really flat-footed there.
Yeah, Alamau is actually in a good position. They can maybe just try and jump in Jim window Ollie and just try and go for the plant. Alamau, is he going to be aggroed upon? He has to stay firm on that construction doorway. Smoke grenades will hit him in the face, and Alamau not in a favorable position. Blur and Virtue pick up 2 kills. There's also been a down inside of bedroom, a 1v4 all of a sudden for G2. Kills out of thin air, it appears to be Ollie. Neo, he's below, he's a Jaeger. What's he going to be doing downstairs? Has to make that long rotation up the main stairs. Somebody maybe's hunting for him. Alamau's taking a trip downstairs, and Neo will get caught out. G2. Whew. A magical attack, Ollie, because it literally appeared out of nowhere.
G2 doing a great job of keeping themselves in it there. That was very reminiscent for me of some of their attacks on Theme Park, where it was a big 3-2-1. There was a lot, you look at that in an overhead view, there's a lot of moving parts all going together at the same time. Eminem forced into the tack timeout. Unfortunately for them now, there is no longer full 3 points available.
That's true. We talk about the importance of Eminem in terms of their conquest of getting top 4, of Outsiders getting all 3 points today. It automatically put the pressure on them. And for them to drop points, it's not favorable. So, yeah, Eminem really missing the mark here today. I mean, 2 points, again, is what they need now. They need the 2 points. If it's 1 point, Ollie, it's dire straits at that stage, because then you're relying on other teams messing up.
Yeah, so it would have been 73% for a regulation win.
Massive.
However, now the best that Eminem are able to achieve is a 58% with an overtime win. But if they get an overtime loss, that drops even further to 42%.
Yeah.
G2 on the flip side, an overtime win would only give them, guess what? Guess the percent.
4.
A 4% chance. Here we are again.
Ooh. Here we go.
Overtime win.
Yeah.
Sorry, overtime loss with 0.4.
Obviously, G2 fans, 4%, yes. Lucky number, all that jazz. But keep in mind that we'll go into the next Playday, and that 4%, yes, you know, if G2 can go and win all their games, albeit they could go and get, 8 points out here the next 3 games, but then they still have to rely on other teams slipping up. So it's never going to be in their hands. They got very fortunate last season. I don't think Lady Luck will be as favorable to them again. Just my opinion, and that's coming from me.
A GT fan.
You know, at the end of the day, G2, SI. Look forward to SI. That's where you're at.
Cool.
Look forward to that.
6-6 overtime, G2 start here on the attack. Does that paint a picture of what is to come, given that attacks have been where both teams have struggled here tonight? We do occasionally see things flip around, and maps that were attacker-sided or defender-sided in the regular play will flip over into the OT, but for the most part, I imagine that the troubles are going to remain the same. Doki on the nook.
This is Doki on Hinge now. It feels like it, doesn't it? He just straight
loose
in. Just get down there. Get down the stairs. Look for an opening pick. Look for a kill. Just surprises Eminem. Tyrant was great at doing that against them, wasn't he? Tyrant was just there. Immediately finds these kills. Who's to say Doki can't do the same?
Look at the difference in time here as well.
No roam game. It just it helps out massively. Honestly, that's why I think the defense, it's always worth a shot. You're not there to get kills. You know, you don't have to live and die for the badge upstairs. Just enough so you can see a few drones come in. You can see them open up some of the windows upstairs, some of the walls upstairs, so you know, okay, they're looking for the hunt. Let's just leave now. Let's let them chase ghosts.
Yep. And while Eminem have done a good job at taking out the drones, given that they've got rid of 3, they haven't done a great job of removing the time. Fortunately for Tyrant, he's going to be rocking at Valk impacts, so maybe this was the plan all along, because he has so far removed a good deal of those X-Karos pellets. However, Blur still has 10 in pocket. That's another 5 goes, and with only 2 impacts left, you're never going to get them all, but you can do something to try and delay. What it also does is it also allows a lot of this floor to be ripped open quite early on, and Virtue's going to be getting in on the sledge and doing just exactly that. Taking care of this kitchen corridor as Doki joins in with a little bit of a... Oh, sorry, Alamau joins in with a little bit of a breaching round.
So this is pretty much, if you remember, think back to M&M whenever they were attacking these basements where they had about a minute and a half to go, they had hatches open, soft destruction. From here on out, it should just be an easy attack. Nothing complicated, just bread and butter, get dirt open next, start pushing down dirt, get the kitchen drops going in, put a bit of pressure onto blue, get that diffuser down, and as soon as that goes down, you're usually going to win that round. Get somebody main stairs, you know, the whole, just the basic setup, you know, classic siege, classic basement.
But it always gets a little bit concerning at the 45-second mark when everyone's alive. Now, I say that, Blur's just been downed. Andy is going to be finished off. Solotov wastes no time, grabs a second. Virtue, he gets himself taken out. Smoke canister now to cut off the push. Stokey makes his way down blue, finds one onto Neo. He's got a player inside of dirt to deal with, and he gets the glimpse, but looks as though Nello's going to keep him safe for the time being. Finds Solotov on the pre-fire. Doki's not finished yet. Tyrant, he shuts Alamau down. The Citizen still working from above and can eventually connect. Doki picks up 4 on the nug. Look at him, look at his face. He knows what he's got away with there.
Another clutch from those two. Roll back the years, this was the original M&M. We forget this, Ollie. It was those two in the beginning.
It really was. It is worth mentioning these two teams, these two orgs, these 10 players right here share a lot of history.
I know they do.
You know, Nello, Citizen, and Doki, that was a bit of a trio back in the day.
Doki and Citizen, wow. I mean, I know that's one thing whenever we've seen Doki get added into this lineup. I know Jack was just so happy, thinking, oh, we're going to see Doki and Citizen again. Thinking the memories that they gave us, and it took them a while, but we're starting to see a bit more of a consistent factor with those two. But then again, how are we getting into those situations of they have to clutch 2v4s? What's happening in between that? You know, it's not clean. It hasn't been clean attacks from G2 tonight. We know that.
I think it was a better attack there.
It was.
Doki made it happen, though.
It looked as if it was going to be better.
Yeah.
But then Blur gets downed.
Yeah.
Solotov finds 2 easy kills.
Blur's a magnet for the opening death, isn't he?
Blur's had a very difficult game today.
Sometimes it just happens like that as well. It's nothing that you can do, just getting caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. Gonna see a bit of Thunderbird demo. Not seen Thunderbird for a while. Obviously the gun got changed a little bit.
She's fallen out of favour.
Especially when you've got Rook and Doc now, as you look towards more health-based.
Even before those change games in, she still was not being played.
Well, I think the gun was changed back when the LMGs were changed, wasn't it? The spear.
Yeah, it's just, you know, the gadget is it's nice, it's good if you're an aggressive side, which I suppose G2 certainly can fit into that aggressive play style. I think it is mostly just, you know, I think missing out on like a secondary shotgun, which I think other operators that we see be chosen has been, you know, a better choice to say. I don't know, it's team preference, but I mean, she does the job. I'm not saying she's bad. She's just not picked as much because there's probably better options.
Is Citizen going to go for the swing? Yes, he is.
It was dangerous in the top operator, wasn't it? Dangerous.
Oh, Citizen on the Alibi. I remember back to like Coastline games that I remember watching Citizen play an Alibi where he's just absolutely nuts.
He always strikes me as a Valkyrie fiend, though. That's what I always recognise him for.
I think when you're on a team with Alamau, though, there's going to be only... I mean, everyone on this team can play the Valkyrie, though.
I mean, they're a flexible team, G2. Let's not forget.
They really are.
They are a flexible team.
They really are. There's been a lot of flex on particularly on the attack here tonight.
I think we forget that sometimes as well. Just they can play a lot of different styles of Siege. It's just that they can't figure out which one they want to play, and that's where they're struggling with the consistency.
Oh, Alamau's hunting here. The info has come through. Yeah, the info's come through from the Yokai drone. Neo gonna get himself stunned out. Probably saved Alamau there.
That's a great bait from Citizen.
Fantastic little peek there. Little bit of teamwork as well coming in from G2, just making sure and guaranteeing that they got that one. Nice refrag from Solotov.
They're
able to take him out. The hatch is still going to be a little bit of a concern here, though.
I mean, I'll be honest, Ollie, it looks as if M&M are just trying to, again, push into bar without taking upstairs. And it's not going to work. It does not work. The upstairs control, the diffuser is now in the sight line for Doki. M&M have just crumbled under the same way that G2 did. You have to take above, Ollie, if you want to make this work.
Alamau maybe finds himself a freebie on Solotov. Certainly hits the pre-fire. That's his third. Will he find one more and pick the quad? And the 2 points here for G2. We've got Tyrant crouch walking through, finds one, doesn't realize that one's going to be tucked in behind the doorway. Blur picks up that final kill. He's not at the best of games, but he is there when it counts. G2 flipping the script, picking up a round on the attack, taking back that lead that they had in the opening half of the game and securing themselves 2 points.
Yeah, 2 points for G2. It keeps them in it. It keeps them in it. But what a woe for M&M fans. They had an opportunity to really get themselves in the top 4 race. And now not so much, because now they're in a position where they have to rely on other fixtures. The fate is no longer really in their hands.
Well, especially with the outsiders result from the top of the day as well. You've got to commend G2 for what they've been able to do there. And I know that we've all thrown a lot of, criticism their way. And certainly even in the cast, we were fairly critical of some of the things they were doing. I think it was quite rightly point, though, that they weren't really doing the best things all the time. M&M have got to feel robbed there today because they played some fantastic Siege.
They're 6-4 up. They were 6-4 up. That's what you have to remember. They were in the driving position. They had 2 rounds to get the 3 points, to give themselves a really good standing going into the final 2 weeks. And it's gone now. It's gone. So M&M, is that the final blow?
Well, apparently it's not just man count advantages they can throw, it's also games, unfortunately. I am sorry to all the Molotov and Marshmallow fans out there. We are going to throw it to a very short break. After that, we'll be back with our desk.
Hello, everybody. Welcome again. G2 victorious. Let's have a chat with our winners. Hello, Doki. Hey, congratulations.
Hi.
What's up? How you doing?
What's up, mate? I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. Congratulations on the win. 2 points out of the game against M&M. How does it feel to, take points off of the old org?
Oh, God. That was a long time ago, mate.
Yeah.
Jeez. That takes me back. You make me look old.
Well, we are. No. Everybody's old here.
You're fine. Nothing could make me look old. But yeah, it feels good. It feels good.
I mean, the gameplay definitely didn't make you look any older today. You played excellently if we're looking at it. Late round flanks on the Nook. Now, that's pretty fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty fun. That was a life round. That's what you call a life round. I think there was a few of them on both sides today in that game. But yeah, it was a fun game. Nice match.
So why Clubhouse specifically in this case, you think?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because Jack was calling this as like a stroke of genius from Fabian.
Yeah.
Which, normally Jack likes to, hate on G2 and all that. We talked about this earlier a few weeks ago. But specifically in this case, he's saying like, oh, maybe this was a good decision.
I mean, I think we've been doing the map bans, like everyone's been so involved recently. And we know that M&M ban this map a lot, but we know that they still play it. So it's like they're maybe not so comfortable on it or whatever. They felt comfortable on it today. They played really well. But I don't know. We didn't really think it would go to Clubhouse because of that, the fact that they banned it a lot. But we were like nonetheless ready for it. So we ended up there, I guess.
So I want to talk about the elephant in the room. I think it's pretty clear. So what happened Monday? Come on, dude. The 7-0'd?
When? Monday? I don't know what happened. I was sleeping on Monday. I wasn't working that day.
Yeah, it definitely looked like you were. I watched that game. What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. A bit of a weird one, to be honest. We had a big talk after it and stuff and see what went on. We were really ready for Bank. I know everyone says, like, G2, don't play Bank. Shut up. We're actually LB Like Bank, but we definitely didn't play on Monday. That definitely wasn't us. That was just nonsense. Because we went into the game and it was like really great. Like we were super ready. We were like, oh, we're going to destroy Navi. We know exactly what to do. Blah, 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 blah. And then we just got like slapped in the face very hard. But I don't know. I think it's like you got to brush it off. I've seen so much shit on Twitter. It was like ridiculous. Like so much stuff. Like people just going for you and just hating on you. So to those guys, we're back, I guess, today. We played a bit better. Wasn't the best game, but we played a bit better today. And I do think Monday was a bit of a fluke. I know we haven't had the best season, not far from it. But I do think Monday was definitely a bit of a fluke. We didn't play our game whatsoever. We just terrible all around. It was just a terrible, terrible day. But I think those days can happen. So we just got to, brush it off and bounce back and come up for the next game.
Fair enough. I mean, if anything, it is kind of G2 culture to make some jokes, crack some. Yeah, true.
To lose.
Usually in grand finals and 0-3 if they're best of 5. That's usually how it goes. But mostly cracking jokes at the expense of the team when they take losses, right?
Listen, Milosh.
Yes, my dear.
I have something that I'm going to pass down to my grandkids, right? It's just very, very... You can't lose in the grand final if you don't make the grand final. So
from can't lose in the grand final if you don't make the grand final, there also comes the if you keep saving strats, you never get to use them, right?
We can't save strats because we don't have any more.
Exactly.
That's the old team.
Exactly.
That's the old guys. That's the old guys.
There you go. There you go. That's the pedigree of G2 evolving over time with different quotes for life, right?
Yep. That's us. You're welcome, guys. You can use that one free of charge. Free of charge.
Free of charge. Okay, well, that's a good thing. That's a good thing to talk about. It's a good thing we also have Jack that can help us with things if they're free of charge or not. As you know, Mr. Accountant Man, he's all that. But to talk about your next Playday, you go up against BDS. Now, that's a major rivalry here in Europe, as you know. And BDS today looked pretty comfortable. They absolutely rolled over Navi. So I turn to you and say, how do you think that game's going to go?
You can never base a team's performance on their previous game performance. You never can do it, and that's just how it's always been in Siege. We played in many teams this stage, like Wolves, for example. They've always been best in us last time we played them and stuff, but this season we'll manage to beat them. I think BDS will just be a interesting match. I'm looking forward to it. No idea how it's going to go. No idea what map we're going to go to. No idea. I seen you asking the guys earlier on BDS. I have no idea. I wouldn't tell you anyway if I did. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just looking forward to it. It's always a fun match there. And they're a new player, like Ifak, so he's great. So can't wait to play against him.
I mean, that's pretty much what they were saying. Is like, you know what, we're not really sure. Probably not bank again. Trying something different. But what they're actually happy about is that it'll be a good game because, they always look forward to this sort of matchup and seeing how things shape up. So there you go. Doki, the end of all of this, anything you'd like to say to all the peeps out there?
Stop hating on us.
Is it hate or is it making jokes at your expense?
Actually, I can't say the next part. It's not allowed on the broadcast. But yeah, you get the gist of it. There you go.
Fair enough. There you go. Thank you very much, Doki, for the interview. Congratulations on the win. That's 2 points for G2 on the board, who are this close to qualifying to 6th Invitational, Doki. You realize that?
Yeah. I don't realize that, no. Wow.
Yeah,
we're not there yet. We're not there yet, though. We can still fail, and that is, remember the grandkids quotes. We can still fail. We're coming for that failure.
All right.
No, I'm kidding. We'll make it. No problem.
You know, as the song goes, always look on the bright side of life, right? There you go. Exactly. Thank you very much, Doki, for the interview. I hope that doesn't get us the MC8.
It was nowhere near.
Yeah, I can't whistle. Just there.
It's on the spot. I'll give him a 7 out of 10 for it. Anyways, thank you so much. Make sure you're watching Doki and the crew G2 going up against BDS on our next Playday. Very excited for that one on Monday. Till then, take care, Doki. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. See ya.
Here we are. Good to hear from Doki and his thoughts on what happened last week and this one. Some wise words and some odd propositions. Here and there, there you go. But 8-6 is what we had. G2 clawing it back for an OT victory, Anne.
Yes, if you look at the stats on the players at G2, I think they had a slower bit of a start, and then eventually we'll still see LMAO and Doki both going 13 and 10, and Citizen going 10 and 10. A high cost though on the side of LMAO. If you look at that, I've seen some mistakes on this side. For example, tossing 2 of the Candelas in kitchen instead of throwing them in the bomb site. But still influential in that game. We'll see a little bit of plant as well, so a little bit more objective focus, and that to me hints that there's more communication, more teamwork, and they're actually trying to do things together.
I think G2 set themselves up with a 4-2 half, obviously. They started off really well as Alamal gets the MVP. I think G2 set themselves up really well. The one thing is you're looking for a reaction when you get 0-7, and regardless of Doki saying, yeah, it's a glitch, it's whatever happened, you're looking for a reaction out of them, and the reaction that I was looking for is I wanted to see the team play. Now, there was a 2v4 that I'm thinking of in particular, which was Doki and Citizen played out a beautiful 2v4, particularly the final 2 kills where they're swinging off of each other's contact, and it's that perfect team play, the FPS scenario that we saw. It worked really well. Their attacks then started looking a real bit shaky, but they regrouped, they found a bit of composure, got to overtime and got it done. And, you know, it's a win. It's a performance on the back of a 0-7. It's what you'd want. It's the reaction that you'd want, even if it was scrappy.
Yeah, and like I said, with Doki, they're close to an invitational spot. It's 2 more games. They should be able to close it out and at least get that under their belts. A very important thing for G2, of course. But Fresh, and thank you very much. We still have 1 more game to go, and that's Secret versus Heroic. So, all the fans out there, we'll be back to you in just a few.
That final kill, he's out of the...
fucking all coming right up. Fucking all coming right up. big fucking hole coming right up.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's time for a final matchup. Team Secret versus Heroic here in our 7th Playday of EU League. Stage 3 of the 2022 competitive season. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Mosh the Medic. With me are Anne and Fresh. And before we start, because M&M hit the 6th round mark and took it to overtime, regardless of what happens anyways, they hit the 6 rounds. That means that the Wolves are qualified for 6 Invitational as per Sperbooni and Drath, our, I guess, statistics people here in EU League. And I only say that because just in case that was wrong, that it's not my fault. There you go. I trust in them, but numbers, how do they work? Anyways, let's talk about our 2 squads, starting off with Heroic. Jack, what can you tell me about this team?
Heroic, I like as a team. I like what they're trying to do. I called them the early adopters right at the start of the season because they're trying to play very aggro meta, very aggro style of Siege, with opportunity spotting, with a lot of Dokkaebi play, by the way. I know we're going to talk about Dokkaebi a lot today. A lot of Dokkaebi play already in Heroic. They love spotting their opportunities, getting themselves into sight, getting aggressive, and it's very fun to watch. And then they came up against BDS and got beat quite comfortably. They only just go and beat Outsiders, and then same again with Wolves. Officer put up a video today on Twitter, like he does, a bit less cringy than some of his normal ones. I hope he doesn't mind me saying that. But it was a bit more of an honest truth, and it was saying, you know, we're going through a bit of a patch. We know Uno's going through a bit of a patch, and they were just working it out. And this was always going to be the case when they pick up 2 more inexperienced players. They were going to hit a patch where they needed to figure themselves out. So, good team. I like them. I like the changes they made for the long term, but they are in a little bit of rough form.
A big subject we talked about last week is nerfs coming in for this team, potential nerfs. Definitely against that game with Wolves, it was a very difficult game, it was a very important game as well, and the nerves started to show. Those last 2 rounds specifically were very messy. 2 times they tried to go for an execute when the diffuser wasn't even close to the players at all. It was dropped outside the solar windows, it wasn't even close to them. Just very weird things. Is the stress in that case coming to them maybe?
I think, yeah, maybe a bit of stress and a little bit of inexperience kind of combined.
And Team Secret on the other side. Anne, what can you tell me about the squad?
Yes, this team has gotten so close a few times. They've not been able to get the full win yet, just overtime wins. And I like what they're trying to do. They have really interesting strategies or they've got really exciting things to show. They will bring the Amar to go up the kitchen hatch to combine it with Sense through the trophy drone hole. They'll bring a Capitao to push someone out of library, and then that player still escapes. If you look at stats for this team specifically, my main concern is that their survival rate is very low. They're losing bodies, and that is not at all helping you towards winning a round. Technically speaking, these players don't even survive in about a quarter of the rounds. That is a very poor stat if you look at that. That really needs to be changed.
Yeah, Jack. I think the BDS boys put it well, is that this team is going somewhere. This team has improved, and you know, the BDS boys probably know better than most. You know, they know better than me, because after you've played a team in EUL, you will then scrim them absolutely loads because they will become a scrim partner.
Is that possible to know more than
it absolutely
fresh
is.
On desk out?
Yeah, because I'm on the outside and they're absolutely on the inside. So
you're on the outside looking in.
Yeah.
You can see through them, see through the real them.
Yeah, okay.
And inside they're ugly like, anyways, this song. Did that fly over your head?
Yeah, straight off my head, mate.
Oh my God.
I was just there, yeah. But the BDS boys said Secret have improved a lot. They will have scrimmed them a lot since they played. So I'm going to take them on face value. And from what I've seen from Secret, their process have improved. Their team play has improved. They're still playing for a lot of plants, which is still good to see. At some point, I think they will actually get there and they'll be more than super competitive. They'll start winning.
One more thing that they are doing is they're trying to work on that refrag potential. We saw that specifically in their last game against M&M. It's working a little bit better for them. They're refragging the players that are dying on their team, but still the survival rate is kind of low. Okay,
our map ban for the series. Which map will we go to? And out of all of them, we're left with Theme Park. All right, that's I love seeing Theme Park. It's great. Border taken out by Heroic. They start off on the attack for Theme Park and Secret on defense. And your thoughts?
Yes, Heroic usually gets this map banned against them. People don't really want to play this map against Heroic, it seems. Well, makes sense, because they have about a 70% win rate on this map. So far, Secret haven't played it at all in the last 4 months. But then they don't really ban it themselves either, so they seem kind of neutral on it.
Both teams have a high preference for it. But what I would say is we don't normally see a theme park in a best of 1 because of how defender-sided it can lean. You can rack up those wins on the defense pretty comfortably, pretty quickly. So I think it's a very bold call to go to a theme park knowing that you'd be starting an attack. But, you know, fortune favors the brave.
Okay. Dokebi ban? Yes, no?
I personally would, and I think she's even better than on theme park. Like, it's Dokubi's best map, in my opinion. Because you've got to take risks when you're clearing.
Yeah, I can get behind that. There's some choke points on the map that you really got to get through, and a Dokubi could really enable that.
Okay, I'm very much looking forward to some cool strategies, and maybe we'll get to see Doc also, because there's a lot of nade spots and hiding spots. Spawn peaks, exactly. Rook also, that could be helpful. I can't wait to go back to the 2018 meta. Very much looking forward to it. And Fresh, thank you very much. It is time for our last game, Secret versus Heroic, and the wonderful XR Troika demo await you.
Good evening, everybody. No, it wasn't a thank you for Milosh. Milosh always likes to say thank you, Milosh. No. Good evening, everybody.
We don't play by those rules.
No,
we don't play by the rules.
We're not. Des. No.
We're not Des and We're not Des and
It's
a shoe hit.
We're going to be covering the final game here tonight. We get the joy and the privilege of watching Heroic play Secret on the old theme park. 25 to 75%. A lot of people backing Heroic here. And honestly, Demo, I don't think that it is going to be that clear cut.
It's surprising. A big gap. I think, sure, favoured Heroic, but 3/4 of everyone? You're telling me you line up 4 people, and 3 of them are saying Heroic? Not 2.5 of them, perhaps?
Well, that means... I was going to try and do maths, but I'm not going to.
Don't even. I seen the look and like, no, hold on, I'm not going to attempt that.
The cogs were turning, the steam was coming out of my ears, but no, not today.
No, there's nothing coming out.
Let's see what the bans are. If we do get the Dokubi ban, we get the Nook ban. Secret. Taking away Benja's favourite op. Benja loves a little bit of Nook. Oh, Grubby's camera's improved.
Kinda. We've got
since Monday.
Half and half.
We've got a face. We can put a face to the name now. Dokubi ban comes in. As predicted, obviously there are recent changes to Dokubi, how information heavy theme park can be as a map. Really does play into that quite nicely. Mirror, I mean, what are you doing, Demo, if you're not banning your mirrors on your theme parks?
It's a tricky one, those old mirror windows you have to disable. The reason why Ollie has specifically said about the mirror windows, Ollie, continue with your story about why the mirror and why me. Why have you mentioned that and referenced me as well with the mirror?
We played what is it, Staff Up? Yeah, Staff Up. We played a Staff Up game, and mirror was left open.
Let's put it this way. I said to my team, let's not ban mirror. Mirror isn't that good on theme park. I got 7-0'd. All right, we'll leave it at that.
Mirror's great on theme park, and we love it. As Army did make their way in as that final ban.
No surprise.
I can get behind all of that. I think that is
pretty run-of-the-mill.
Pretty run-of-the-mill. Pretty decent for both sides. I think there's a good balance there between nerfing the attackers and nerfing the defenders, and what both of these two teams are going to try and do. Heroic, they're going to kick off things on the attack here. And draw your attention to the bottom of the screen.
Heroic need the win. Secret,
they certainly do.
Not so much. Let's be honest, the 0.08%. That's come on.
Yes.
Right. We were stupid enough to believe in 4%. We're not believing in 0 points.
The problem is with any sort of outlandish percentage is everyone just thinks back to Team 1.
I know. But that's never gonna happen. That was the first time something like that ever happened in the history of this game. It's 1 in a million.
But that's the problem. It's statistically possible, but only just, and it relies on so many other things. But yeah, very unlikely.
Heroic need to win today.
The thing is, this game means a lot for Secret in the context. Fresh actually brought up the video that Mr. Officer posted up to Twitter today. Mr. Officer always does like a little bit of a game day video. It's quite enjoyable content. He'll talk about how his team are doing that week and how they're expecting the game to go against their opponents and stuff. He was very honest in the video. He said, look, we just need more time. He said there's nothing deeper going on than just building synergy and building a team. Fair enough. Scrolled down, saw Twister. Twister had done a little video response back. Felt like we were back on sort of YouTube where you video response someone's video and make a video about it. And Twister was very much the same. He was like, ditto. You know, we're in a very similar boat here. New coach, 2 new players, and we're trying to build that synergy as well. So while this game doesn't mean too much for Secret in terms of what it can do for them, it's still an official. It's still an opportunity to get the 5 players out there under a strict environment.
Did you see that?
And get themselves stuck into some siege.
Have you seen what Heroics just tried to attempt? So obviously they had Mellow on a drone the whole time, being able to spot out that smoke player just in sight for the majority by himself. Everyone else roaming realistically right now for Secret. And they just tried to walk in and challenge him. And as they tried to do that, oh, smoke just killed you. Really heroic. This has kind of been their playstyle, hasn't it? It has been, they see an opportunity and they try and go for it. And sometimes it does. It is very solo play, in a sense. You know, look at that. We've just seen the butt come in. Nobody was there to really follow up and trade that smoke. That's really where I think Heroic has struggled with sometimes. If these solo plays don't work, they're just kind of there, and that's it.
Yeah. And that's what we talk about when we talk about synergy and team play and that ability to know what your teammate is going to do and not have to commit necessarily. June puts a few cursory shots in onto Astro. Astro thought about dipping down for a second, but went for a double dip and has taken Doom out on the repeak. Maybe finds himself another here. No, eventually will be taken out there by Benja, grabbing his second in the round. A lot of solo play going out here on this roam. Sleben's actually pushed on deep into sight, taken out Uno, and got himself all the way in here, Demo.
Yeah, that should be the round locked out because Heroic have no way in via the walls. They have to push in through doorways. And look at both the Heroic members. They're an eye for doorway. One on Split, one on Dragon. That's not going to work out for the refrags, and all Secret have to do is sit and hold crossfires. That's all they have to do. And they should hopefully be able to do that. But then again, I don't put it past Benja because it's Benja.
I mean, Benja's got half HP. He's got the kit, sure. Look at the magnets. Look at the Malusi Banshee. There's a deployable shield to contend with as well. Benja will find one onto Secret. I'm not sure how Kendrew's giving himself away there. Hopefully we don't see Heroic overpeak onto this. Sorry, we don't see Secret overpeak onto this too much. Sleben, he's going to be tucked in here behind the fireplace as Benja eventually makes his way through and will be taken down. Mello next to fall as Sleben picks himself up a couple. Tucking himself in deep into sight, not giving himself away there. Secret, they didn't want to throw that, did they?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit sketchy for a moment there. It should have been a lot easier. I mean, I don't think Kendra should have been picked. I will say, for Heroic, it's that solo-ness, isn't it, that really kind of cost them there. There's very little refrags. Nobody supporting Uno as the Heartbreacher in barrels. How? Who? What? Where? When? Why?
A little bit strange. Looks as though players not too happy with the connection there. Going to be hitting a little bit of a rehost just to see if we can iron anything out.
So not much we can really touch upon apart from that is the armory, which is generally seen as the more defender-favored in terms of all of the bomb sites that we have. But then again, Theme Park, very defender-sided map. As we know, Ollie, it's really the attacks where you usually do struggle. And even like 2 attacks is quite, that's not too bad if you get 2 attacks. But yeah, getting that, it's easy saying it, but trying to get it. You know,
absolutely.
As we mentioned, I've suffered the hard way.
Well, I mean, it's easy saying it, especially when you can look at the way that Heroic approach that. Okay, it's last game of the day. Both teams have waited for this game, and it's round number 1. You can't judge too heavily what a team is going to do here in round number 1. Sure, they've had a warm-up scrim. Sure, they've played a load of Siege during the afternoon and the evening, whatever. But they played very solo. You know, if Benja hadn't picked up 3 kills in that round,
obviously,
where would Heroic have been?
Benja has been always the saving grace for this team. Yes. We know how good he is. He has been one of the most consistent players since he joined this league, and that's what, a year ago. We know he's that good. He just is. He just is. Everyone knows Benja. Everyone knows what he can do. He's always going to be there. When's the last time you've seen Benja have a bad game? Let's put it that way.
Yeah. This was something that we discussed a little bit on Monday as well, is that currently Heroic have got the best player in the league and the worst in the same roster. Yeah. We've got Benja, who's rated 1.22, and then we scroll down to Uno, who's rated 0.76. The gulf and the gap between what this team has to offer and some of the positives from this team, and then some of the things that need a little bit of work, it is so massive. You've got Grizzly not too far behind either, 0.87. So just going off a pure sort of numbers basis, if Benja wasn't the player that he is, Heroic could be nowhere near.
Yeah, we know that, yeah. I'm sure you could probably pick out a staple from each team and probably say the same argument, but I think it's just Benja is that something special.
It's more clear in this roster, I think, because if Benja wasn't above and away the better player, plus 22 on the stage so far in comparison to Dan, who's plus 17. There are all these things that give Benja the little bit of an edge, and you can't, as it's been proven, you can't build the team around that one entity, and that team play has to come.
You can, because we've seen Rogue do it with their young gun.
Little spoit.
Exactly, so don't know if you can use that argument, but
Look at crying this stage.
One thing you will say, though, about Heroic is it hasn't been a good season from the other players.
Yes.
Which you have to keep in mind. Sure, Benja has been there and done really, really well. The top teams, yes, they will have their staple. Like you've mentioned, we mentioned about Spoit and how good he is. But then you've got other players showing up. Everyone else is a team effort. All because Benja's playing well doesn't give everyone else an excuse just to slack off.
Yes.
He's not going to be there every day. I mean, obviously he hasn't. He has been there every day, but that's not the point because one day he'll not be there.
I mean, we've seen one round and he's already picked up 3 kills. Sure, Heroic lost the round, but he's doing a lot to start pad. Right, rehost new server. Let's hope that the players have no longer got any issues. Didn't hinder Secret in picking up the round win, but obviously something not quite right there. We're going to see, of course, a side change, given that Secret, the defending side, were successful. So we're going to hit over to Daycare.
Yep. And I think for Heroic today, after seeing M&M, of course, there's an opportunity for them to slip in the top 4, which has to be said, Ollie.
Yeah.
A big opportunity for them. And I mean, right now it's pretty clear cut that I would say that you're probably going to see Wolves at the major. I think BDS also probably going to be at the major, but really the other 2 spots, it's up for grabs, and who knows, Heroic could be one of the teams if they manage to get this win here today. Opportunities present themselves in the strangest of ways. Rogue losing today, I suppose, is another one, Ollie.
Yeah, it is.
It's just there's been teams that have lost today. They can get in there. They can definitely get in there, but it's up to them. Chat, who do we think is going to get top 4? Let us know. Call in. Show Ollie's phone number, production. Give us a call. Give us a buzz in. Who do you think will be the top 4? Any G2 fans, let's hear you if there is any.
There's got to be a few. It's a slow approach onto this cafeteria. Joom has been sort of playing around at the doorway for a while, just putting a few pre-fire shots in, but
get that shield gone. Get it gone.
ADS's and the shield wasn't a little bit of concern. Especially the player peeking behind it.
There we go.
Eventually, the shield's going to fall, but we've almost seen half the round there. Benja.
Asher swings.
To find one. That was the upside down repel, maybe?
No, he just got shot from Cafe Door, I'm pretty sure. Just got binged as he went for it. So, Secret losing that opening engagement. Sure, they've done good, I suppose, to burn through a bit of utility. Benja has no more nades, neither does Grizzly now. We know Joom has used all of his Sophia stuns, no flashbangs. There's really nothing that Heroic have left, but they do have that man advantage, Ollie, which we know can be so crucial into these final few seconds. But still, Heroic, because you're going for a cafe, you don't need a lot of control. You can get in basically into the bomb site with a very short amount of space. Oh, a great pick from Slabin as Benja was looking to push up in towards Arcade. Joom will now try and push in, but a C4 from below. Grubby says hello. Heroic, they've lost that man advantage now, Ollie. Not in a good position for them. Grizzly looking for the backstab, Ollie. He just wandered into initiation.
They do have a little bit of intel here, particularly onto Kendrew in his position.
Oh, great.
That intel will be worked through, and Grizzly takes Kendrew down. Does something to level things up here, and with 38 seconds left to go, you've got to think that this is still kind of doable here for Heroic, especially if Grizzly keeps going the way that he is. Second on the round onto Savage, Slebin and Grubby. They need to try and hold on here. Grubby could find himself caught out, given his position right now. He's at the top of yellow, going to make his way round through into Cash. Grizzly with the swing, gets visual. Maybe can find another here. He certainly cut Grubby off for the time being, and this pinch from Mello is certainly going to assist. Slebin, he's getting himself into a little bit of a firefight here as Mello looks to engage up through, and he's going to pick Grubby up as he rotates out. 6 seconds left to go. Slebin needs to be found, picks himself at one. The plank going down. Grizzly, what a round.
Great round. Great round from Grizzly. Done everything for his side. Has to be said from Heroic, going for that cafe take. Look how much time it gives them to play with. Even though things did not work well, we seen that they lost the 2 picks, a 3 versus 4, but just having enough time just to be able to control it. Grizzly, so still, even though Grizzly hasn't had a great season, I still think one of the most underrated players that we have in the league. I think what he brings, he's a great player. Honestly, I rate him so highly. I do. I really rate him so highly.
He's had a big round there. I think with the take that Heroic went for, they didn't need the time later on into the round, because once you've taken Cafe, you've taken Cafe. And once you've got somebody in through double repel, you've got someone in through double repel. They were just the areas that we were really concerned with. I think Slebem did a great job to keep himself alive for as long as he did, but the information game from Heroic really shone through there. Those drones, Grizzly wasn't alone in getting those kills. You know, he was pulling trigger, but there was someone there on the drone giving the info.
Even Uno, just being able to slow it down, control that game. He's not rushing to get the plant down. He's waiting for his teammates to say, now you can plant.
Yeah.
He's not trying to force it. He's waiting for his teammates to get in position. You've seen how slow and methodical that was. So yeah, great round from Heroic. Secret, I suppose just how somebody slipped into initiation that easily. That's what you have to get. Just one guy's been able to infiltrate the backline and you're done. You're toast.
And Grubby maybe hanging around for a little bit too long downstairs as well. Got himself caught out and cut off.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to transition properly back into the site. We see a little bit of shield play here, Demo. Can't quite call it a panic Monty if Heroic have just picked up a round.
I mean, Heroic historically known for
Grizzly
playing great shields, and Grizzly's not on it today though. Would you take him off? He's just got the triple kill to save you a round. Would you take him off?
I mean,
wouldn't.
He was on Iana.
Yeah, but still. Now you're on the Nomad ARX. Ooh.
Same gun.
Love it. Well, no, he was actually using the G36, wasn't he? Whenever he
was he?
I think he was using the G36.
Nade not quite bouncing the right way there.
ADS catches it.
Shield still intact. Gives Kendrew something to play off. He's got something to peek off here as well. He knows that there's someone likely on that repel. Going to try and bait out with a bit of a goo mine. Causes a little bit of distraction for the time being. This is where you really want the Azami to give you a couple more options in terms of that deployable cover. And obviously with the Azami being removed, you can still play the position, but you just need to be a lot more careful in how you do so, because you are a bit more vulnerable from that cash side.
Just the utility burn, really, that Heroic have had a few issues with. We've seen them, their cafe wasn't the cleanest. You know, they did lose a lot of utility just for one shield. And again, they're struggling in a similar position once more. Kendrew, honestly, just has to just stay safe. Doesn't need to swing. Just has to apply enough pressure that Heroic know that, hey, Secret still have this control of this map. We can't really do anything until we get rid of him. And as we know, that's a challenging job that Heroic, once again, are just struggling with. It's been, what, half the round, Ollie? Look how much utility's been used, and he is still there. This is poor from Heroic. He should have been dead a long time ago.
A lot of zeros in the utility column now. We've got one nade and 2 flashes left remaining. Eventually, everything will be removed.
They've used
the final nade.
6, 8, 12 throwables.
They've used the final nade. No one's even playing there anymore.
12 throwables for a shield. A single shield.
Ah, they got the mute jammer as well, though.
Wake up. Wake up.
Well, it is going to be enough here for Mello to start advancing through. It's going to be on the Monty, so can be that human drone and provide those yellow pings, but with half the wall still soft, passage isn't guaranteed, and you've got to be a little bit cautious as an attacker here.
It's just that smoke.
The defenders can look to try and swing round. We are going to see a smoke cut off the doorway. You can't go through the soft wall. 30 seconds, this is just going to end up in a choke.
They could sledge through it, but still, you're just going to get swung. You know, I think Secret are in a good position. They're set up. They've got these crossfires established to smoke. The Legion mine slowing down everything that Monty is trying to do. There it is. Jim tries to walk in, gets shut down. Benja is there with a refrag, but still Mello is taking so much damage. More goo mines, more impacts. Benja still stormed through. He has a diffuser. He has a goo mine in his foot. All he has to take time to bring it out of his foot. Secret, surely they have enough here to go for the retake and try and stop this diffuse going down. Monty's trying to cover as best as they can. The information is going to be supplied. Astra has to go for the swing. He sees the diffuser. He does catch it, but no, he gets shut down. Somehow Benja, out of nowhere, has a quad. How have they won that round? How?
Unbelievable stuff from Heroic. Honestly, at the point where the Monty couldn't get through because he had to crouch, it looked like they were just going to get choked out.
I'm going to flip the table. I'm going to flip the table. I'm going to flip the table. I can't want to leave. I don't want to be here. Honestly, that sent me. That has full sent me. Heroic used 12 deployables for one shield that literally, it did. The guy wasn't even, he was gone. He wasn't even there. They're trying to push in through a door. They came through one door. One door. They have smokes, legions, impacts, everything they had. And then Benj, he's just this guy. Ugh.
Well, Team Secret have taken a timeout, and I think Demo might have 20 seconds for himself as well.
Thank you for the timeout. That's all I can say. Thank you.
I think they needed it. Honestly, after the way that round played out, I think most teams would call a timeout. When was the last time we saw a Monty really shield someone like that to plant in a corner in the dying seconds?
And then Astro swung him, and I was like, oh, Astro surely got the down. The bench kills him.
Benji got his
bench kill. Oh,
I want to watch that back because I want to know where everyone was.
I can't do this. I can't do this. Right.
Was that worse than the the Hellraisers round in Oregon last year?
Let's not bring up CL.
I think that was worse than that. Yeah, it's one to go back and watch and just realise and figure out, well, where is everyone and what was everyone doing? Because there's not a lot of places you need to keep an eye on. Heroic.
Honestly, I think, our little stint here all at EUL, I think I've held it together quite well.
That's the first time you've lost
That's my snap. That's my snap of the split.
I'm justified. I think a lot of people would lose it over that.
It was waiting to happen. It was waiting to happen.
Fresh will be in the back pulling his hair out.
Fresh loves it. No, Fresh won't care. He just loves seeing me absolutely go, off the boat. Right, anywho, back into it. 2-1, only 2-1. Heroic leading at the moment. And I mean, Heroic realistically, I think they've been quite consistent in their lineup. We're seeing an IQ brought in though, which I think really it's only been Grizzly who's been flexing on and off operators tonight. IQ, I suppose, just seeing the Valkyrie, just a bit of a fear factor. It's always a good shout, isn't it?
Fog's great, especially on a map like Theme where you know that information is going to really provide quite a lot in the later part of the round.
It's a big map.
So many hiding places as well for these cameras, so just being able to ping them out makes things very easy. Already found 2.
Do you know what else is actually really good as well, if you think about it? Heroic have really struggled, as we've seen, with the utility burn.
Yeah.
You can spot out and say, okay, do they have triple stacks? Where the ADS is hiding?
How many ADSs are there? Yeah.
Very, very good to have.
Oh, we're seeing a little bit of a jump out. Slevin.
Oh!
Gets caught by the Claymore.
2 of them.
At least Astro is able to refrag, and onto none other than Benja. Who, by the way, is currently 8-3. Given the fact that we had the rehost. Astro will in fact find himself down and finished off by Doom as he swings and looks for another. Player will get themselves safe, just tucking into daycare for the time being. Lion Scan gives them up, but that's not going to concern them all too much. We've actually gone to Drug in this round, which isn't the most popular site in the world.
It's not, and it does depend on how good your retake potential is, because generally trying to stay inside the bomb site isn't going to happen whenever vertical play can happen upon you. Kendrew, very, very fortunate to be alive. He has made it out in towards Armory, but that does leave of course, the bomb site a little bit naked at the moment in terms of players. Only just Savage in a corner equally. He can be picked off from soft destruction. Will fire SE4. Does it catch anything? No. It looks as if the breaching charge maybe caught that instead, Ollie. Oh, there it is. No, never mind. There's the C4. Just a little bit late. If he'd blown that whenever that breaching charge went off, he would have got a kill.
Unfortunate timing. Not much you can do about that one, really. Grubby could be on the flank.
He needs to make this kill.
Mello's aware, though, isn't he? Don't forget, we've got somebody dead, so someone's going to be watching the drone, and so soft. Such a soft give up there from Grubby. We are going to see Kendrew make his way up the stairs. He gets turned and burned, Demo!
Did you see Kenny's reaction?
Mello shuts him down. 2 drones at the top of Yellow watching. Deary me. The retake, not very good, Demo, so far. Nope. Savage is left in the clutches. 25 seconds to try and hold on. Does pick up a little bit of damage, but not the finishing blow.
Heroic, just step-by-step, better refrag potential there, better team play, it has to be said from them. You know, they've learned from that first round where they lost. They've been in a good roll there, Ollie. That's 3 rounds on the attack.
On the attack on the
attack, nonetheless. Very impressive stuff from Heroic. Secret just giving away those early picks in the beginning. Yeah. I just think that they need to really force it out of Heroic.
That timeout has done wonders for Heroic. You think about the previous round, it was awful. And that round was fantastic. Everyone had the head screwed on. People were keeping an eye on flanks. There was no danger that Secret were going to get away with playing loose and playing fast. I mean, after we saw the jump out, I was thinking, jump outs are for guaranteed kills. That was not a guarantee. It was even a long shot at that. Kenny's been done there.
Kenny couldn't believe himself. If he had the camera action, he'd done that.
Kenny's been done.
Oh, it's
a backpack of Lion, isn't it?
He just took a big woof. Well, that's me dead. Secret, we need a rally. We need somebody to step up to the mark right now. Nobody has really, I would say, shone through for Secret at the moment. And I think whenever you know for a fact that Heroic, I'm going to mention him again, Benja, he's going to be that consistent threat. You need somebody to match him. That's what you need.
attacker's objective is
Yeah, you need someone to go par for par, really, and we're not quite seeing that. Obviously, this misses out the kills that happened in round number 1, but we still get the kills that have happened from round number 2 onwards, and as a judge, you can see that no one really on Secret is really winning those gunfights. Sleben had a good round 1, to be fair to him. Since then, there hasn't been anyone that's been consistently winning those gunfights. And I think that Secret have been trying the luck a little bit. Jumping out of windows, going for flanks, going for these rotations. It's things you do when you're confident.
It is theme park, which I suppose you certainly can play that way.
You certainly can, but you've got to be confident that you're going to win the fight. You've got to be on a little bit of momentum, and they're just trying to do it from a cold start.
It does remind me of M&M at the Major, whenever they were playing a lot of theme park against sides, and they went for that aggressive playstyle. But they were immediately, as soon as the team realized that's the playstyle they're going for, they just kept forcing and forcing and forcing, and it didn't work. I think Secret need to rethink what their ideology is here in this map. Because Heroic are onto it. Heroic aren't letting anything go away. I think Heroic have slowed the pace down. I think they've done it to their own pace and how they want to play Siege. They haven't rushed things. They haven't let Secret just run rampage. They've just very slow, methodical. They know what they want. They know what they want to do. The drone work's been excellent today. It's been good. Secret haven't really been able to get away with anything sneaky today.
They've definitely had flank protection on lock, which you need to if you're not going to bring a Nomad, realistically. You know, you can't be letting that sort of stuff slide. Great swing from Sleben. Jim, sit down. Lion scan isn't going to cause too many concerns. Mello, maybe looking to drop in from the hatch, just waiting for a little bit of backup from the team. I'm going to be attacking into throne. Now, previously we saw Heroic kind of rush site a little bit here. They didn't really open anything demo previously. They didn't get any of the hard walls open.
Because they lost Heart Breachers, that was the issue.
They didn't have the ability to. Now they're trying to pick off these vertical lines. They've still got a minute to go, so there's still time for them to be able to do so. But there has to be another step to this plan.
Yeah, the main thing with Heroic is they need a pick, and they find the pick onto Savage. Whenever you think about basement, it is... or not basement, but whenever you think about Armory and Throne, it's similar to the Clubhouse basement that we just seen in our last game, Ollie. It's if you have that man advantage, you have that extra crossfire, you have that extra gun. So Heroic losing that first engagement was not good. They've got it back now, so they certainly can work with this.
Smoke gone as well. That's going to cut off any approach through single doorways. It's going to make that a lot easier now. Grubby could be on the flank here. Again gets taken out by Uno. It's the second flank from Grubby we haven't seen work out. Astro, he's going to get sat down inside of Lab as the players for Secret are just falling by the wayside. There might only be 20 seconds left and a jammed exothermic charge. But surely with 15 they can still make this work. A ping going to be coming through. Can now be removed. There isn't a great deal of time left here. We can hear that exothermic charge going
Kenny's
off.
spot.
Uno,
Look at Kenny's spot.
And spoke all the way through. Kenny, he's got to play close in the site here. He's only got one chance to make this happen, and he needs to take out the planter.
What?
Why did they come off the plant? Excuse me, what just happened?
They didn't have diffuser because what happened was whoever was in back throne hit a mad shot onto Uno, hit an insane shot, killed him off. I honestly thought Kendry was going to be the savior. Kendry in an off-angle position. Nobody had droned him. They were going to push in, try and plant pillar. Kendry would have got the freebie, but no, it didn't even come to that. Honestly, if you really look at that, Benja probably could have seen him. Benja was walking through Dragon Door, but never looked towards Kenny. I don't know how they've won that round. I don't want to know how they won that round. I'm not going through it again. I'm not doing it.
I was convinced
the
diffuser was in hand.
Nope. A mad shot. An absolute mad angle.
Unforgivable.
Honestly, that mute jammer being left up for that amount of time has caused
a big problem.
They need to get that quick.
Yeah. Especially with how free the top floor was for Mello.
How that was not done. Benji was in sledging at 1 minute 40. Just to let you know. How was that? Little things. If you're Heroic, if you're the coaching staff, and you see that you've lost because you did not shoot mute jammer, wow. Wow. That's all you can say. But I mean, Kendry just had to stay alive. Honestly,
he did a good job, didn't he?
He was in the hot seat. They're all around him.
In the Viper's nest.
God. This is my kind. I mean, it's my kind of game. This is where I check out and I just watch. This is just I love it.
Well, Heroic, last time they attacked this site, brought the Monty. And it worked, but it shouldn't have worked, should it?
I don't want to talk about it.
We've seen a couple of changes. Instead of the Legion, Kenny's going to be on the Goyo.
good pickup. If you think about Heroic were very one-dimensional in terms of how they were attacking, just that extra bit of burn is going to be great.
Single doorways, single reinforced panels, whatever it might be, you're going to have a good deal of cut-off there with the canisters.
But look at the change-up from Heroic. Last time they struggled with a single deployable shield. They're just going to ignore that. They're going to go for a clear. They're going to sweep in through Cafe. They're going to send the Monty in that way. Clear bunks, and at the moment, I mean, you look at that kind of side of the map, it's only just one guy who's positioned, and it is going to be Astro gets caught out, the Monty pushes them out. I think Astro really chancing it there, isn't he? He's a chancer.
Not a lot you can do really against that if you've got the Monty just tearing down toward you and someone backing them up. Good opening pick for Heroic. I like how we've seen a little bit of utility juggled around here. Kendrew recognised where the push was coming from and moved one of the Vulcan canisters so that they can be in a bit more of a useful and effective location. Benji going to be below. He's going to expect some nades, more than likely. Maybe just be waiting for some pings onto the site. Gets the deployable shield ping, and it's going to be first on the hit list.
That's good. See, look at that. One nade for a shield. Wow.
This time, just 1 for 1.
Well done, Heroic. Well done. I mean, Heroic, again, going with that Cafe take, it's very easy to take. You don't waste a lot of time with doing it. They have so much time to make this push a success. They've already burned one of the Goyo canisters. I think maybe 2 Goyo canisters. Actually, they've burned out Ollie, and they've opened up the majority of the site. So that's going to be very tricky now. Oh, no, actually, they missed the other one. So only just the one in the double door, and there's the second one over towards Vault. So 2 more still located inside of Initiation. Another pick. There's Grizzly on the backstab. A great angle. Ollie almost just cuts the bomb site in 2.
Grubby will find himself a kill this time onto Benja. C4 swings and misses. Kendrew caught inside of the fog of war. He's going to likely have to deal with the Monty at some point. Grubby, this time the flank's working out. Him and Sleben running a number here on the back line of Heroic. Another player inside of the showers. Uno looking to try and get the plant down here now as the Monty is further harassing Kendrew. A couple of shots can be exchanged, but it looks as though Kendrew's having to play aggro here, pushing all the way through.
Wow.
Grubby, what a round! Picks himself up for 1 versus 1, 10 seconds. Kendrew, he's only 1 HP. Mello could try and get the plant down here, and he's going to have the shield covering his back, so Kenny needs to hit his shots here. Not enough time really remaining to come off this now. Kenny, have you got the heads up? Have you got the info? Mello, you could just extend the shield here, my friend. This is not going to be a fun one. Kendrew, you got to hit the shield, you got to find the angle, and you got to land the shot. This is extremely frustrating to pull off. Mello, you got to keep yourself alive here for a good number of seconds if you are going to try and hope. Of course, one melee is going to do it for Kendrew. He's only 1 HP, and it doesn't look like he's going to be able to find this one, Demo.
He's just...
What a tough spot to be in.
He can't do anything because of how small that gap is. You don't really get a chance to drift around and then shoot the Monty as the leg appears. Yeah, it's just a 1 in a million position just because of how...
Look at Mello's
just because
face.
of high...
Kendrew, frustrated. Mello, thrilled.
Just, it was...
What can you do? What can you do? The amount of rounds in this game that have ended in that sort of fashion as well.
Kenny doesn't even, he's laughing.
But what can you do? He doesn't care. You can't get angry about it. It's just one of those things. Goodness me.
This game, man. Utter madness.
I wasn't expecting this much out of the last game, I'll be honest with you.
We've descended.
Between the G2 M&M game and this, we've done all right tonight.
We're back in the pits. No, honestly, it's been a good game. I think both teams have certainly had some stuff to say and some other stuff to... I mean, it hasn't been too bad. I think Heroic, some of their attacks have been really, really good tonight. I think they've been able to control the pace exceptionally well. Obviously, a couple of rounds there from Secret. I think Secret should be in a better standing right now. In my opinion, it should be an even half. I personally think it should be an even half. I don't think a 4-2 is justified.
Yeah.
But Heroic are going to take their laurels. But yeah, in my opinion, it should be an even half.
Well, you could look back a couple of those rounds and you could say, they could have gone either way and they should have gone either way. Yeah. I think Team Secret have been unfortunate to lose two defenses that they really shouldn't have done. Both have included a Monty, funnily enough. Monty really being Secret's kryptonite here tonight.
I thought Secret had nailed that last round. I think that the retake...
Oh, they did fantastic.
Grubby
got 4 kills.
Grubby done amazingly, pushing through Dragon, sweeping across, killing everything that moved.
It was the first time that style had worked as well, because they've been attempting flanks, they've been attempting those sort of backstab
Brazilian play style that we see with a full commitment off the flanks, which we know is so successful.
But if it only works 1 time out of 6...
Exactly.
It's a bit of a problem.
one thing you can say, right? Secret, they haven't had, the greatest of stage, but it certainly has been better than the other two.
Yeah,
and we know they're a WIP, they're a work in progress. We know that. And you have to give credit to them. The commitment to this kind of new playstyle isn't really European. Works very, very well for them. Uno will find Grubby.
Just sit in a corner and wait for him to come.
Yeah, just waiting for him.
Where's the drone?
Honestly, Uno, that slump, I think he's out of it.
I think I'd have picked up that kill, mate.
No, but come on, give him some credit. He's in the slump.
Nah, he's on 6 and 2.
And just that little bit of a change. Whenever Uno, who has not been playing great Siege as of late, whenever he just appears, that can be enough to send it over the edge. Whenever everyone shows up, it's a better feeling.
And that's what we asked for, didn't we? You know, Benja always is always is up there. But Uno, Mello, both of them have cracking games so far. Doom, as if on cue.
He's had a solid game.
Not quite so good. He's died a lot more than the others, but he's still had a good showing. He's picked up some impactful frags. Secret, 2 opening deaths. Where are the drones, Demo?
You've lost the hard breach for
6 drones
You've
left.
lost the bait. For an armory attack, you have lost the be all and end all of you winning these rounds, and that is the Thermite. So I do not know where Secret go from here. It's going to have to be Heroic just giving up freebies, and look at Benja, just the rat plays just keep on coming through. Another one. Heroic. Should be an easy round from the lockout now. They could just sit in sight, all 5 of them, hold crossfires onto the doorways, and that's all she wrote.
This is where this game could speed up a little bit if Secret's attacks continue to go like this. We've not seen any potential for a trade. Astro is eventually going to pick up a kill for Secret. He's going to take Uno down. As we've already mentioned, damage has been done. Astro has a chance at another here potentially, but he's going to have to box a little bit clever. Benja going to be tucked in. Drone will be deployed, catches Benja out. Pre-fire comes through, but no pinch. No one there to really take advantage of that newfound information, and it's just a drone thrown and a drone lost.
Yeah, Secret just looking the challenge on to really just Benja at the moment. Nobody else from Heroic, everyone else happy enough to sit safe. Let Benja do what he wants. Let him out there, waste some time. Honestly, would it surprise you if Benja gets both of these? No, he has the diffuser in his hand as well, so he knows they have to come to him. There's the one. Can he find Astro in the midst of it? 10 seconds to go. Astro, he's going to go the same avenue as what his teammate was. Will it be the same fate? Astro takes a bit of damage, and even look at Benja actually retreats back, not even wanting to give away the kill. Heroic, great round. Rome game really winning it out. Secret, sloppy drone work.
Terrible drone work from Secret. How many we saw 2 players, and I'm not sure how the middle one died, how Astro died, but they just got caught out by players hiding behind brick walls, hiding behind desks. You got, drone it out. Why is Grubby entering as the lion?
We have seen enough of this new Heroic to know that obviously they can still go for the rat place.
Absolutely.
Like they have Benja. We know he's great, but he can also.
But the rat plays are going to work against sloppy drone work.
Of course it's going to work.
It's going to get exposed against good drone work.
Like you're against Jim, for goodness sake, as well. He's known for that. We know about Heroic. They can switch on that playstyle. They can switch on where they just, especially in Theme Park, a big map, a lot of stuff to hide behind. Great hiding map.
Yeah.
It's going to work. All credit to Heroic. They're playing to their advantages. Just, yeah.
And when you've got confident side players that go, yes, you can go out. I'm comfortable with you going out of the road.
That's where the structure we know works really well. You've got Uno and Grizzly who are happy enough to sit there, be the dads of the team, and let the free kids go wild.
But Uno got the opening pick.
I know, that's what we're saying. He's playing well.
Yeah. Get him on the Jaeger. Put him in that confidence position. It's working out for him.
He's having a good time. For a Finnish guy, is that a smile? Is that a Finnish smile? I don't know. A smirk? Is that good enough? I don't know.
I think Uno's been playing himself out of the slump as well because he's been streaming a lot of ranks.
Honestly, I hope that if Heroic do win, we get an Uno interview. They're always fun.
Look forward to that.
They're always fun.
I've been liking bit off topic, but I've been liking the BDS interviews where we get 2
of them.
I know that's kind of restricted to being in the same place, but Heroic have been in boot camp since the start of the stage, so
they've never not left boot camp apart from the MPL, which again they still played all together in the same room. So
I'm going to start calling it a team house. I think we maybe should transition from
the
boot
first
camp to
ever,
team house.
the first ever team house.
But yeah, it'd be nice to get a couple of people on for the interview there. 5-2 for Heroic. Secret need to give themselves a little bit of a wiggle.
Need more from Savage today. poor
Savage
game.
has had a horrid
Poor game. I think he needs to step up. He needs to start finding himself. I know that Jack has made this point many times, and Savage, he's kind of had to sacrifice in terms of what kind of player he was whenever he was brought into this lineup. Savage was that main entry. He was that thinker guy who would just go in, kill anything that moved. Great gun skill, was why he was picked up. Now we've had that change where, you know, the other two players have came in, Astro and Grubby. He's had to sacrifice. He's had to play a bit more of a back roll position. In a sense, has that hindered him? Has it? At the moment, he's struggling to find kills. So I suppose maybe if he wasn't on the entry, you know, if he was on the entry, maybe this would be quite bad. But you know, I don't know. I do rate Savage, but I don't feel as though from his stint in the UL, as we've seen throughout the year, I still don't think Savage has hit his best.
No, he's not.
He definitely hasn't.
Well, I mean, we both had the privilege of watching Savage a lot inside of MPL and seeing what he was able to do for 10-star, and we know that he's capable of more.
Yeah.
But obviously that transition does take a little bit of adjustment, and we're certainly seeing it. It's nice to see Secret going a little bit slower here. I know they haven't made all too much progress. We've got Slebin in, and we're starting to move a little bit further through, but I mean, they've only got 4 left, mate. They haven't got very many to be throwing out there, I'll be honest with you.
Oh,
but the fact that they haven't lost anybody yet is obviously a good sign. They're criminally low on that opening kill. But they have started to set up a couple of positions here. They're going to be attacking into Drug, so top floor control is vital for the success of that.
It's a bit of a boxing, isn't it? You've got 4 corners of attackers really starting to just squeeze their way in towards Storm. What a nade! Bombs away. Mellow, gone.
A depth charge dropped from above. Grubby successful there off the back of some information. Not sure if he knows about the player that's on long. Benja will rotate through, and there is a little bit of a retake happening here. Now Doom has the heads up and lands the headshot onto Grubby. Benja can think about dropping off now as well, as Doom has come up to assist and just alleviate some of that pressure. Still with a minute left, there's time to work this vertical, but you haven't got too much of it. Astro, he's gone chasing. There is a player deep inside a barrel. Slebin could try and push this as well as a bit of a double. A C4 from above is going to be enough to do a little bit of damage, but Kendrew picks up his first kill onto Doom, eventually leveling things out, and then some here. The Sledge can now start to rip open a lot of this floor as Secret find a little bit more success here, dropping themselves into barrels. A pretty straightforward push onto the site as Savage also picks up his first here. Uno, he's going to start to try and fire back. A nade flies in, he picks up one, but eventually will be taken out. Secret, much better round there, working under the pressure of the clock.
Yep, good structure. You can see that they were really setting up to almost catch these heroic players, set up the trap, wait for them, wait, bang, hit their shots. And they done that. It was much more controlled. It was safer, a lot more safer, which I think is the main point that we wanted to see from Secret, is honestly played the same way that Heroic did in their attacks. They slowed the pace down. They controlled the game.
Just try and guarantee it a little bit more. Don't leave so many things up to chance.
Much better. Much better. Heroic, stunned. Their first loss in the defense. Great nade. Just hindsight, isn't it? Just, you see a crack on that doorway, you know something's up.
Yeah. There's no smoke without fire, Demo. There's no vertical angle without a player underneath or above it.
Well, sometimes I've seen people not hold their angles, but that one certainly worked out well for him. So, Secret, can we see a bit of a battle back? Again, we know the way that Siege can be, Ollie. All because one team had, you know, a good half 4-2, obviously, for Heroic. Nothing to stop Secret from doing the same.
G2 Eminem. any remembrance from about an hour ago?
It's just,
it is
nothing
true.
Stopping them.
It is true. And we're to expect, you know, a little bit of a turbulent time here. I think the only thing that Heroic have got going for them is they picked up rounds on the attack, which is typically the harder side of Theme. Now, does that mean that Secret aren't capable of picking? No, of course they are. They can pick up rounds on the attack here as well, as just proven. But do it again, and do it again, and do it again. Drug is very much a tertiary site.
Not even tertiary, it's the 4th picked. Honestly. It's not like...
Well, it was 2nd picked here, which is a bit weird, but...
Yeah, but generally it's not seen as the favourable one.
Yes.
I think it's just, whenever that upstairs control gets taken, there's not a lot you can really do apart from play retakes, which as we know is risky, isn't it? So that's really the only issue that you start to see. And I suppose any bomb site with like a kind of exterior window you can jump in and immediately plant in, not the greatest either. So a few issues, but still teams, if they're up for it, they can certainly make it work. Secret. Now they have a challenge here to sweep across the top floor. Not a lot of utility, really, to give Doom a bit of safety. No shield.
No shield, yeah.
That's probably a bit of a surprise. I don't know where Uno's actually placed his. He is on the Frost. He did have one, but I don't see it at the moment. Oh, he's put it, okay, so they put it for Cafe rather than extending over towards the help with the Dragon player.
But of course, that gives away a lot more control a lot quicker.
It does.
Look how effortlessly Secret have been able to take that.
That's it, because Secret are not going to go anywhere near Cafe, so that shield is null and void.
Yep. And now, Secret are in a position where they haven't had to use anything. Look at their utility. They've still got 4 nades. They've got a couple of flashes for a little bit of burn here, which they're going to need on these surrogates. Astro, I think he knows that somebody's inside of showers here. Benja, just going to be playing around the reinforcement. Grubby finds his first onto Uno.
Ooh, kill from below, perhaps.
Frost, down and out. No follow-up immediately, though.
What's Savage up to?
Still a couple of sunbathers on the roof.
Oh, a double rotate. Okay. Don't really know what they're going to go for. Are they actually going to try and go for the Cafe side now, perhaps, Ollie? But then again, now you have to go for that shield that we just mentioned. That why would you go near it?
Oh, there's Frostmats now as well thrown into the mix.
It's, if they go for the jump in, oh dear.
I mean, it's a freebie, isn't it, if the Frost does get caught.
And look, there's a Frost, Anne. Quick, take notes. She loves a good Frost, our old Anne.
Well, Kendry does find one onto Grizzly. The Frostmat was dealt with, but I did just hear someone maybe get stuck in one there, or at least get one shot. We do see a couple of kills exchanged now. Benja should be able to find another one here if he does hold the angle for long enough. Doom and him have got to keep hold here of the site, but there isn't too much time left. Sleben maybe trying to push in as well.
One's in sight.
A very passive round by all intents and purposes here from Secret as a big kill there comes in from Doom. Sleben going to try and push on round and get the refrag. Picks himself up too as the heroic players both get caught out there, just over swinging a little bit. The diffuser was being threatened for a good amount of time there. In hindsight, a good adjustment from Secret to switch things up there.
Really good adaptation. Really good. So they had all that early pressure, pushing in, of course, through Dragon. They had that control. They had control security. Into initiation is where they went. They didn't go in for the cash, which obviously you'd think, okay, you've done that, may as well go for the cash. Then you have the walls open up. You can go for it. I think because Grubby was able to get that single pick onto Uno, they know, okay, now there's one less guy probably holding Cafe. Why don't we now keep the 2 guys who are towards initiation and cash? Let's keep them at bay, which Sleben basically did that single-handedly.
Yep.
Then we rotate everyone else from Cafe, and they'll never see it coming. And guess what? They didn't.
I think something that impressed me there with Secret is their conviction. They made the decision and they started acting on it instantly.
They commit. That's one thing you can say about Secret. They have not been indecisive this split.
Yes.
Everything they've went for, it's either worked fantastically or it's blown up in their face.
And I think it's better to go for something and stick to it and for it to fail than to half commit.
Yeah.
Timeout for Heroic. Something I did note their demos, they are actually not at bootcamp. It looks as though they're all at home.
Oh, so the team house has been...
So
it's gone.
Team house is on.
Lease is off.
Yeah, lease is up for the team house for the time being. Maybe they're back. Who knows? Oh, dear. Hang on a minute. We've seen the tactical timeout demo. And the fruits of that tactical timeout, the fruits of that 45 seconds are now... Uno has immediately got himself under a bench on Cav.
This, I'm not afraid to say, I've done this before. I've blatantly trolled. I've done it before. I'm sure many people have done this before.
Yep.
And honestly, it does work. It does work. It works. You don't get droned. Which...
It works if you don't get droned, and we can sort of call into question drone work in this game a little bit.
That is the motto of Siege. Everything works until you get droned.
Well, yeah. I mean, by that logic, a Capcan trap works, a Frostmat works.
Let me clarify. Everything stupid works until you get droned.
Well, let's see if Uno gets droned. Even if he doesn't initially get a kill, just the fact that he can flank and backstab could be enough for it to be a little bit of assistance. But you do, of course, run the risk of leaving the team a little bit light because you don't really bring anything. You've got no utility to speak of.
Look at this.
Oh my goodness, the site's open.
Yeah, Secret have kind of just said, okay, we're going to give them the top floor. We can see that they've already opened up one of the barrel walls for us. We may as well just jump in barrels and try and push our attack from there. I don't really know how they're going to stop a retake from above the hatch, because keep in mind, Barrels has a big hatch that you can kill anyone inside of it from if you are on the defense. So Secret have to be cautious of that. And Grizzly, I mean, he could easily slip in and hold that hatch if he wants to. I'm not really sure, again, what Secret are going to go for. It was very... We've seen it. You don't really know where Secret are going to go. We've seen that the last round whenever they attacked. They switched up their play. They went for Cafe. Are they going to switch up? What is the goal? I don't know yet, honestly. Give me 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds.
You can have a minute and 40. Why not? Uno's taken half damage, so the game is up. They know about the Cavi, and it hasn't really had the desired impact. Grizzly eventually hits some shots and will land one onto Astro, can try and make his way back through now. There is a pocket reinforcement if they do get the opportunity to plug that hole into barrels, and they will do just exactly that. But kills continue to trade here. However, Kendrew is going to get taken out there. The Cavi eventually works, but you could argue anyone would pick that kill.
Okay, so... I just don't know what they're doing. I can't. I don't know. I don't know what Secret are going for. I'm really confused. It seemed as if they had one guy jumped in barrels, and then everyone else was somewhere else, and then yeah.
I think Heroic have gone for the old bamboozle. They've gone for the confused.
A wild one.
If we don't know what we're doing, they don't know what we're doing.
So with that point secured for Heroic. Secret drop the points for all three. They're not going to the major.
No.
That's Secret. Not going to the major.
Even if they got the win, it was a very, very low chance.
Yeah. At the end of the day, we said this going into the start of the season. For Secret, it was never about top 4. It was never about that. For this team, it was all about the rebuild of Secret. That's where it came down to. You've got a new coach in, you've got new players in. You have to give them time. You have to back the team. You have to see how they can do. I think what they've showcased us throughout this season already, it's promising signs. Think about what this team can get stuck into on an off-season. They can make some really good headway.
And sometimes not going to the majors, sometimes better because you get a bit more of a break, you get a bit more time to really figure things out.
Don't forget, they're going to be having a lot of international experience as well with the teams coming over.
Yeah.
They can get some Brazilian scrims and, okay, this is what we want to do. Okay, now we see this is the model.
I'm sure that Twister's got the contacts for those international scrims.
So that's what it's about for Secret, but, you know, no matter what happens this season, I think, you know, they've done better than the other two, and that was what it was all about. We just want to see them do better than what they've done previously. They've had closer games, really games that maybe could have went their way but didn't. They've been a solid side. Promising for the future of EU.
Still a chance to pinch a few points away from Heroic here, however.
Of course, play spoiler, but I think Heroic, just at the moment, I think they've been in better control than really what Secret has. Secret have had a few rounds here or there, but the overall arc, I think just Heroic, they've been better. I think,
goodness.
I think their tactics, these cheap tricks, have really seen them over the edge, and that's what Heroic are going to do. You know, we mentioned this. They have all these sneaky tricks, this list of tricks where they can just do this, they can do that. It'll catch you by surprise. It'll work. You know, the Cav, it worked. Cav got a kill.
The Cav got a kill, but I think anyone could have picked the kill up. But on a different round and a slightly different start, it maybe would have found 3. You know, you can never really truly tell, and certainly with the solo nature that Secret have been pushing with, you wouldn't even rule out the chance of an interrogation.
I mean, I think the gun skill today has just been better from Heroic.
It has, hasn't it?
And that's what
I think Secret have had the moments though.
They have.
Slevin's had a good game. Grubby's had his moments, but for the most part, has been very hit or miss.
I mean, look, everyone's positive right now for Heroic. Doesn't that kind of sum it up?
Yeah, I think Heroic have had a good day confidence-wise as well.
They haven't been, I think, indecisive today. I think what they've wanted, they've got. They went for the plays, they've went for it. You know, overall,
go for
it's been
those
good.
rat plays when you're in that confident state.
Of course.
Well, anyway, they're still going to try and defend here. However, it is a rather favourable location. They're going down to the drug again. To keep a good eye on this vertical control. Grubby's got a yellow ping there, so he's certainly got the info. Going to try and pre-fire it out. Will, of course, be going up against Doom here. He's going to be gifted with a chance at 2, but no, gets taken down. We'll find Benja on the longer angle, but almost didn't know which way to look there. Slevin going to Amaru in and see if he can try and assist here, but Doom's going mad, finds himself another onto Savage. Kendrew, he's pushed all the way through. He knows that there's a rotation, but we will have Doom led down behind the counter. Horrible engagement, but will be won out by Kendrew. Still, advantage here, Heroic.
Yeah, they've done the damage. They've been able to pick off 3 of them, and really Secret, what do they have left? They have a flashbang. That's it. They have a flashbang from Slevin, who can do anything, but he just drops the hatch. No information, no. Picks him up. Now Kendrew in the 1v3. Can he make it happen? Has the AK-12, does spot the Mozzie. There's the 1. Needs 2 more, though.
Well, he needs to try and transition through the soft wall if he can, but proves a little bit too difficult. The lip there just not giving him enough room to move. Mello, shotgun at close range, got a red ping to work from as well, but it's going to be Uno, who's had a fantastic game tonight.
Certainly.
Really risen from the ashes there, considering the slump that he's been in so far this stage, and it's great to see. Heroic back on top here, a 7-4 win against Team Secret.
Yeah, gets them back in the top 4 contention now. Ollie, it's there for them with Rogue dropping points, with M&M dropping points. It is on for Heroic to see if they can make this final push to the major. I mean, it'd be a great achievement for Heroic, as we know, being able to get to another major, especially with 2 new pickups. Fantastic.
I think I'm really impressed with Heroic tonight, and I think there's, I kind of called it out at the start of the night. It was a 75-25 on the social vote. And after Heroic's performance this last couple of weeks, I really wasn't convinced.
Yeah.
I needed some convincing. And I think tonight it's done that for the most part.
It steadied the ship.
It steadied the ship. It was still scrappy. Look at those attacking rounds.
We're not going to talk about the first half.
There's
all right?
so
We're not talking
much
about
to
that.
get stuck into there in those attacking rounds. I'm sure that we've got at least some replays or maybe even a Illustrator lined up to really illustrate that. But
do not tell it. Jack,
no, we need to.
Jack Allen?
There was so much to go through that you almost can't not. Yeah, sure, there were some rounds that Secret could have walked away with there, but on the most part, kind of back to business as usual for Heroic.
Yeah, I think comfortable for them today. And again, for Secret, no major. They can just look to just keep improving as best as they can, and still 2 more playdates for Secret to see if they can. Hey, I'd say 6 points is on for them. I think they can do it. Secret,
Actually,
nothing to lose now. They can just go out and really do whatever they want. Experiment now.
Exactly. It will be a real learning process. We're going to throw this one back to a short break, then we're back with our desk to break that game down and to round out the show. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
Welcome back, everybody. Victory has been achieved, and on Theme Park, one of my favorite maps, let's have a chat with our winners. Hello, hello, hello. Mr. Officer joins us all the way from Norway. I would assume. Hello, my friend. How are you? Good night, in.
Good night, then. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Well, I'm all right, Mr. Officer. It's been a while now together. Murat, we can talk about some of the games that have been going on here with Heroic. An update, you guys are around 60 or so % probability of making it to the major with 2 more play days left. How do you feel about that?
It feels better after winning Team Secret today, but it's obviously been a bit sketchy lately. We haven't been performing at, I don't know, like I put a video out earlier on Twitter saying something about it as well. I think like when you pick up 2 people in the team, it's one of 2. Either it works immediately or you're going to have this honeymoon period. And then after that, trouble starts. And I think for us, we haven't yet had the time to find that identity. And I think that also shows in our gameplay. So it's a bit 50-50, if that makes sense.
But the dedication of the players really shows, if anything, because Uno even especially talked about it, 10 or so days ago, and he's saying, you know what, I really feel that I'm letting my team down and myself down, and then he's been grinding over the past couple of weeks, and look at him today, how he's always performed so well.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's I don't think it's about dedication. Like they have their hearts in the right place, but obviously, there's so many reasons for why things are not working immediately.
Takes time.
But I'm still confident that it will with a little bit more time. So I'm happy for the results today and also generally in the team. So yeah.
Why theme park today? I mean, I'm not saying anything against it. I like theme park. I like seeing it. But why did you select it? It's definitely not played as much here.
I think like we always been comfortable playing theme park, and we weren't 100% sure if Team Secret was comfortable on that. So we took the chance of trying to get the upper hand on them. But they played the map pretty decent. But we were really confident going into the map. So out of the ban phase, that was the map we believed in.
I mean, 4 rounds on attack is pretty impressive for a theme park, given how things are. Dokkaebi ban also from your side. Is that specifically because it's Team Secret or because of the update that came a couple days ago on Dokkaebi?
Well, if there's one guy that is smarter than me, it's surely you, Miloš. So you take the guess.
Well, I know there's a rat also on the other team, so that's something you always have to worry about.
But we have Joom. That's the rat. So
hey, I saw Uno picking Caveira. I know Jack was very happy when he picked Cav because he's like, oh my God, now I can post for the 15 likes. And that's only quoting him, by the way. That's not to make fun of my colleague.
Like, I swear to God, right straight after that, to answer the Dokkaebi, by the way, we generally don't like it. Like, who does these days, right?
Yeah.
So, but going for the second one, Uno, we won that round, but he didn't celebrate the second. The first thing he said was like, shit, I should have got that interrogation. so yeah, obviously that was just a, funny pocket thing we wanted to bring, just to spice things up a little bit for the viewers. But also, obviously if you get interrogated by Caveira, that's mental gone for sure.
If you get interrogated by Uno, I mean, the man has done this on the big stage. This is what you're looking forward to seeing. But you know what? Maybe next week or Monday will be another opportunity for that. And that's the big game I want to talk about for a moment. Heroic goes up against M&M. That could be a major decider for who goes there. Not even counting for Rogue Heroic, which is the last day. Obviously, 2 tough games. How do you feel you're going to approach them? Because 1 week to go through and prepare 3 matches that are also important for the major, that's a lot to deal with.
One of the things that you definitely need of shaking off, whatever is happening, is confidence. And unfortunately, one of the few places where you get confidence is actually winning stuff and winning games. So it was an important game for us to win now. So we're going to try to keep on that momentum and those good feelings and those, whatever was the win condition today, and try to bring that into the next 2 games that we're facing. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I think M&M has done a great job. To be frankly honest as well, if not only statistic, but I think their playstyle also has been more consistent than us. So we're not going into that game like thinking we're going to demolish them. Obviously, that's what we're going to think in the moment, but we also know it's going to be a tough game. But therefore, we're going to also put in the shift for it, and whatever happens, happens. Like that's how rough this business is sometimes. And same for Rogue. Those the favorites. Like that's gonna be the team to beat. But I think we can do it. We just need to gather our thoughts a little bit, and then gather our balls as well, if you may. and then.
Are you helping one another with those also? I mean, I don't know how it goes. Well, Twinsy, what do you want to say? Anything to the fans?
Well, as always, thank you so much for all of the support. We appreciate it. And sorry from the entire team that we have had some shaky moments now and probably disappointed some people. But believe me when I say we disappoint ourselves even more. So we're going to grind on that. And hopefully this win shows a little bit of light in the tunnel. And hopefully we can keep this momentum. So much love for the support. And also, yet again, as always, to you guys working behind the scenes and in front of, the panel and whatnot. Good job. Keep up the good spirits.
Thank you very much, Mr. Officer Murat. Always a pleasure to have you on here. And the interview for all the fans, keep in mind, Heroic will be playing M&M. That'll be next Playday on Monday. Tune in for more action. Till then, Twinsy, take care of the beard. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. There you go. Always good to have Mr. Officer and having a chat with him. And I have to say, very pragmatic today for Jack.
He's been much more pragmatic, much more humble. And then he throws in a little comment about the balls as well, just for good measure. I think, he understands where his team's at. He's trying to not be the one that's out in front and trying to rile people up. He's just trying to be humble and go about his business and hopefully sneak into the top 4 and then see how it goes.
Fly under the radar, eh?
Yeah, literally.
Exactly, yeah. It's a good game, though, coming out from Heroic. Still some shaky things as we saw last game as well. There were rounds where they were trying to go for an execute, but there wasn't a diffuser anywhere near them. There were also shaky moments from Secret, we must say. Kendra trying to flank with their 3 goo mines still in his pocket, for example. But if we look back at Heroic and we look back at the stats, it's a deserved MVP for Vincere. We saw some good teamwork today as well. They really used the Monty well to push him to the side, get the plant done. Literally someone hiding behind that Monty, and that 1v1 between Mello and Kentru is probably one of my favorite ones for a very long time.
We've actually got a clip of it. We've got to bring it back up.
He's standing here menacingly.
Yeah.
Now, I am a Monty enjoyer, and when the clip comes up, I love nothing more. You can see how much on the face cam of Mello he was enjoying playing around with Kendra that 1v1 just as the Monty just going, nope. You're not going to get me. It was certainly something to behold. And I thought the 2 uses of Monty actually worked really well on the side of Heroic for those initiation attacks. You know, the first one is Benja coming behind it, and then the second one is here. And is there anything more frustrating? I thought, obviously it's spare of the moment, right?
Yeah.
But the plant spot that he chose, and I said, if he gets it off, all he has to do is turn around, stand up, and extend the shield, and he's won the round.
It's hilarious. If you look at the face cams as well later on of Mello, for example, he's just having a great time at his PC, really.
He did a little dance and everything, didn't they?
The entire team, really, they were laughing about it. I mean, I would have probably done that too if it happens in an official like this. But yeah, good moments, good vibes, and I think the vibes spread on through the entire team as well, because Uno doesn't pick Kavira just for no reason. We don't often see Kavira, for example, but it's good to see that he has a good game as well. It's been a little while. He said himself that he had a good game. And also what Mr. Officer said, if his first response after that round is, I should have interrogated that person, then you know you're having a good day and a good vibe.
Yeah, there was only upside for Uno going Cav realistically.
You know, just an idea for a segment. Anne's vibe check.
Anne's vibe check.
Vibe check.
Yeah. That's the intro.
I could do that.
We've done it.
Yeah,
there it is.
Sure.
So keep tuned for more. Stay tuned for more of that. Now, looking at Team Secret, if we're recapping all of this, they had some good moments, but what is there still to work on? Because let's be honest, you know, with the whole thing with the major kind of set by the wayside, now they're looking at improving before the stage is done.
Yeah. I liked what they did, for example, with the Monty, right? It was round 4, I think, that the Monty was being brought out. Or round 3 it was, actually. And then in round 4, they thought, we're not going to let this happen to us again. We'll bring a Lesion. That was counter-stratted by Heroic to not bring the Monty again. And then afterwards, they brought a Monty again, which kind of confused Secret. There were rounds where, for example, like I mentioned, Kendra was off site. It was a 2v4, and one thing that really irks me is that he had 3 goo mines in his pocket. Sorry, it's viable utility. You should use them. But yeah, he was offsite in a 2v4 situation. Just unfortunate moments, really.
I think for Secret, there's 2 things for me today. One, they seem to play very individual. You know, I've seen Grubby going on his own, being a little bit ratty, just doing his own thing. And then the second time is we expect Secret the best planters in the league, the best planting team in the league, coming into this play day. No plants today. They weren't really focused, and that goes into the team play aspect of not being focused around the objective about how they're going to play out the round. It looked very stressed, very, dare I say, ill-prepared. It certainly wasn't the Secret I was expecting on the attack side of things.
One thing I want to mention as well still is the 2 rounds that were won on defense by Secret was round 1. Still, everyone died. And round 5, whereas only one person survived, and it really came down to the last few seconds. That is something we talked about in the pre-show. The low survival rate of Secret really hurt him in that. If you compare it to Heroic, by round 5, only 3 players had died just once. So that's a really, really big difference.
There you go. And bringing the facts straight up from our matchup. And with that said, it's time for us to wrap up our day in the post-show. Here's how our day went here in European League. Play number 7 out of 9. 2 more left. That's next Monday and the one after. And then that's it. That's it for the year. I can't believe it. We're 2 play days away. We still have APAC North, of course, on Wednesday. You can take a look at capitals in the background. That's Stockholm there for a moment. You could see Moscow for a bit, Paris. What other cities kind of come to mind? I think there's Milan also.
There needs to be Hull. I want Hull added. That's my official request. We've got a nice bridge. You could definitely add it. That's all I'm saying. It's a really nice bridge.
Like the silent judging, like, no.
The culture capital, was it? Wasn't it a few years ago?
City of Culture.
The
2017, I want to say.
For how long?
1 year.
It was for the year.
Yeah. And loads of events and things happen, yeah. It was good. It was fine.
I mean, my city, Tripoli, Lebanon, also was considered, or this year is the city of culture in the Arab world.
There you go.
There you go. Poorest city on the Mediterranean. Love it, by the way. Shout out to all the homies from Tripoli that are watching right now. You know who you are. There you go. We have our schedule, by the way. Best hummus you'll ever eat. Just saying. That's a vouch for me. 7-3 Outsiders versus TT9 in a Russian derby. 7-2 BDS versus Navi, collecting all points out of it. Our match of the day, bit underwhelming from Rogue, our major champions, but Wolves, well, they just howl away with 7-4. All 3 points that they take to the end of our day. 8-6 G2 versus M&M. They come back in great fashion, and M&M unable to close said matchup. Finally, 7-4 Heroic versus Team Secret. We got it on Theme Park. I'm very happy to see the map. Heroic, massive survival rate, something Anne mentioned a couple minutes ago. From schedule, we go to our rankings. Here's what they look like. Wabam! Wolves at the top at 16 points, BDS at 16. Also tied in points, but there's differentials here and there. That's something that we'll iron out near the end of the stage because the last Playday would determine seeding. Then again, both the teams are not confirmed yet to the major. They pretty much need a point each, and then it's all set. We'll have to look at next Playday for that. 14 points for Rogue. 13 for Heroic, so those teams now are in the line of fire. They could definitely lose their spots should things go awry. 12 points for M&M, 11 for Outsiders, 10 for Navi, 9 for G2, 4 for Team Secret, and none for TT9 at position 10 in EU League. Now, bless you. Sorry. What does our probability look like for teams qualifying to the major? We have an updated graphic for that and for Invitational, by the way. Rogue and Wolves, congratulations! Both are qualified officially to 6 Invitational. G2 at 99.9%. Same goes for BDS, 97% and 96% qualification formation. Thank you very much. I forgot we had that effect. 78% for Rogue, 59 Heroic, 34 for M&M, 20 Outsiders, 14 Navi, 2 for G2, none for Team Secret, and TT9 sitting at the bottom for both the Major and SI. You can screenshot this and post it on the subreddit for all the karma. Don't you worry, Daddy Milosh gives you the okay for it all. From the qualifying possibilities and the probabilities, we go into our last bit, which is our schedule for the next Playday, the penultimate Playday. Penultimo. Miss Pineapple usually likes to say that. There's a reference around 3 people out of 100 will understand. Navi versus Outsiders, Rogue versus Team Secret. Our match today is Heroic versus M&M, and that game might determine who actually stays in the fight for the top 4 just because of how stacked it is currently. G2 versus BDS right after. Finally, TT9 versus Wolves will end our day, and we might be seeing 2 teams already qualified come Playday 8. I'm looking at Rogue and Wolves, and BDS also close behind with G2, so a lot to fight for in that Heroic v M&M game. Hello, let's open up the podium here and say hello to our wonderful casters on the opposite end. Ollie, sorry for putting stuff on your laptop. Just making it clear, public apologies. I own it.
Stuff, Milosh. You mean food?
Yes, that was in a box. I didn't just put food randomly on it, but I
think
do.
we should show the food.
That's my food for tomorrow. No,
it's down here.
Milosh is like a squirrel, isn't he?
Did you bring it with
He's like
literally just
squirreling food away for winter.
Milosh has just got the food just by him.
That actually, about the squirreling thing, that used to be a thing with the pandemic when people would go into the supermarket and be like, got all their stuff right. In all the news things we had in the Netherlands about the pandemic, we would have someone translate it into like visual stuff so people that could not hear could still understand what was going on.
Yeah.
And this is very known gif right now of this woman that goes like this because she's trying to translate what everyone's saying about the. So that made me think about it. It's very random. I'm sorry.
It's the post show.
I'm kicking the post show off, everybody.
I'm loving it. There you go. Welcome.
It just made me think about it. I was like, yeah,
I
that's
love
a
how
very
trying to explain a GIF can be the hardest thing in the world, and you think of a moment and you're just like, that's the perfect GIF for this moment.
Yeah.
IRL text.
Hold on, I have
so
a meme
random.
for that. That's the kind of moment
we're
we're
in.
in.
In the Netherlands right now, yeah, because of
Was it Dumpert that everybody would go to in the Netherlands?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, that's how it goes. That's for all the Benelux people. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Hey, Demo.
All right.
How was the football game last night?
Yeah, it was all right.
Come on.
All right, you won.
Yeah, we did, but
Look at that
I don't
smirk.
think it's the time or place, really, to be talking about football.
What do you want to talk about?
I just want to talk about esports.
It's just esports in general.
To be fair, believe it or not, Jack was mentioning about Hull being City of Culture. We had one of those not too long ago.
Where?
In Northern Ireland.
Where?
So depending on where you're from, it's a place called Derry or Londonderry, which we'll not go into because we don't have time. We don't have time for a history lesson. But that was a City of Culture.
Cool.
I actually found a photo of the bridge while you were talking as well. It's the Humber Bridge.
Yeah, Humber Bridge is
Yeah.
beautiful.
It's not just a bridge. It is the Humber Bridge.
Yeah.
It's a feat of engineering.
Yeah.
Is it?
It's like
Yeah.
the
How old
third
is it?
longest suspension bridge in Europe or something. It's beautiful.
Well,
Milosh.
in the day when it was part of Europe.
Okay, that is a pretty
That's San Francisco. Cool.
But is the picture pretty because of the bridge or because of the background?
beautiful. What?
Is the picture pretty because of the bridge or the background?
Well, you could say that about anything, Anne.
Fair point.
But that's why I'm asking about this picture.
Fair point. Anyways,
Sorry.
you know,
I've thrown you under the
Like the
bridge.
Golden Gate Bridge, but in Hull.
Honestly, I know the post show goes a lot
Sorry.
of directions.
They went over your head.
Demo.
didn't they?
I want to ask you one thing. What do you think about that M&M heroic game? Because that could determine the fourth team that makes it through.
Oh, that's the decider for me.
Should be.
I'll be honest, I worry for Rogue next week. Because I think the pressure's on them. Because I think they lost today, the Wolves. I think they put themselves in a bad position. I think Secret coming into it, nothing to lose. And also, Rogue, they still have the habits of choking. You know, we still have to remember that team from the first stage.
It was like a different team.
Come on.
You're tired.
What, they've had one change?
Yeah,
It's
you're
getting a bit-
unbelievably
to be fair,
bad.
what
Hey,
time is it?
I'm just
Oh, it
saying,
is getting a bit late for you
that
then.
Rogue need to come on Monday and they need to be switched on and they need to go in and do the job. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying
fair.
they can't go in with just, it's only Secret. They need to go in treating that big game. Big game. That's just the way it is. Because the reason why I worry is if they're not at the major, it'll be a shame. And that's why. That's why. I worry because I care. Jack thinks I hate them. That's what Jack thinks.
I just think you can choose mate.
Did you understand what he said?
No.
So I'm not. Thank God.
I'm not following the Suj anymore.
No.
Just smiling and waving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Anyways, one thing that we all here know very well because we all came from it is Challenger League. Nah, hey.
There was a different joke going there, Milosh.
Jack didn't come from
Ollie
Challenge
locked
League.
eyes.
Oh, goodness me.
Jack never
Ollie
came from
locked
it.
eyes.
Jack never came
Yeah, I
from
skipped Challenger
it. He
League.
skipped it.
Say a prayer.
Yes, that's what I did. Anyways,
You got relegated in the Challenger League.
there you go. So he comes from Challenger League. So
played it, but yeah.
we all know Challenger League here. That's where we all started in many different times, different eras of the game and all. But Challenger League is going on right now, not as we speak, but it's at its height. There's more coming, and there's been plays also, and we want to talk about it on Monday, but also now. So Jack,
I've got Telestration, Milosh. It's a long one.
how long?
Very long.
Well, for those that want to get their packs done, this is the moment for you. Shout out, Jack.
I'm going to go over to the Telestrator.
Have a chat with us every now and then.
Yeah.
Should I be doing the match today and intro for this? Because it feels like a match of the day segment.
Go on.
No, as in football match day, like
Okay. Right. EU Challenger League. It's into groups at the minute. 4 groups of 4 teams where they play each other twice. So the first weekend's gone on last Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. EU Challenger League is on tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. It's being community casted by a wonderful array of people. And I've picked out.
Plug yourself, mate.
No, I'm not going to plug myself, Demo.
Jack's co-streaming.
I'm
for anyone
not.
interested.
That's illegal.
That's illegal. Anyway, I love my execute-based siege, so I picked out 3 executes that were my favourite from the first week. If you're so inclined to love a bit of execute-based siege, then watch it, basically. So, first up, we've got Wild. Now, they're going to have their fun on border with an age-old strat of Dokkaebi, Ying, Amaru, absolutely everything, and they're going to go for a plant spot by Sandwich. I'm actually going to keep this highlight on, because this is where the plant spot's going in. There's smokes, there's gridlocks, there's glass, there's absolutely everything you want to see from a Challenger League team, and there's a plant going down, and then there's a guy called Ravan, who you might remember played in EUL for the longest time for Penta, a few of the French teams, actually just goes and stares at the planter and completely misses him, to be fair. does end up trying to get the defuse, and Wild end up winning the round. One of my favorite executes ever onto Armory and Archives in terms of border. Now, what you're going to see actually for the next round, it's going to be Wild again, because not only do they try to actually double down on this as the rest of this play comes in, we might have to just wait, this guy will eventually die, and we'll wait for it. Right, stop it now. Next round, 40 seconds later, Wild go for the same thing. They actually choose to plant here. So he's still got the same lineup of Ying, of Glass, of Gridlock, of Smokes, of absolutely everything else. 1 round later, they plant on the Archives doorway, and Ascend, they had no idea what was going on over these 2 rounds from Wild. It was an absolute stroke of genius. This is what Wild are known and loved for as a team. So if you do happen to watch them this weekend, look out for their plants. Kaneo gets killed there in the end. You've got the final kill coming in just a second. Now, the next team that we're going to go on to is actually Victus. This is an MPL team from the UK going up against J Lings. Obviously, we know a couple of their players, particularly Leonsky is probably the most well-known player on that team. It's a bank execute. Now, Victus, they've picked a lineup that includes basically only hard breach charges down on the left of your screen here. They've got the Ying and the Buck for the hard breach charges. They've not been able to get the server wall off, so what they've got to do, they've got to push these players deep to try and get the kills because they're not going to get a plant. However, Leonsky's got other ideas. So they do end up pushing deep. The Yings are going off. The Dokkaebi is making the phone calls. They all push deep together, and it all comes crashing down on them when Discount Deepek, i.e. Leonsky, gets a 1v4 with the Echo drone. You see here, they get it basically as the drop of the hatch. They get it to the 1v4, and boom. What do? Do they push deep? Do they try and find the Echo drone? They don't really know. They're all running around like headless chickens. Leonsky gets the 1v4 clutch with that Echo drone in the end. And then the very final play. Now, this is a bit of a long one, so bear with me. It's going to be probably the best team in CL at the minute. It's going to be Makers going up against M&M Academy. Now, it's a 5v5 execute, 48 seconds left on Laundry Supply. They've figured out what their big issue is. It's a Jaeger and a Clash up on the top of the screen there near Tower Stairs. And what you're going to see from Makers, and I had to slow this down all the way to 0.5 times speed, is an execute that takes 13 seconds in totality, where they manage to get the kill onto Blue, they kill the Clash, and it's all done. First and foremost, they realize that this Jaeger needs to go. So what do? They send the Buck out to Blue to try and burn all the ADSs into Shaiko so that he can be naded out by the sledge. In the end, he actually ends up peeking the Buck and dying, and then they play in for the Clash. So that's what's going to happen now. Again, it's in 0.5 times speed. This execute happened just that fast. Once the Shaiko player dies, Makers, and this is what I loved, and I love team play. You'll see me talk about team play all the time. Makers actually team play onto this Clash, and I want to pause it there. So the Jackal drops the smokes to cover the line of sight for the sledge to walk all the way down the stairs, and the Ash to walk all the way at the Clash, and they 2v1. The Clash ends up actually getting knifed, killed, and at the same time, all the rest of the players from Makers have just collapsed onto the site, and the round is over within about 13 seconds. I actually clipped this from Jackal's point of view to show it, and the team play. Smoke goes down as the first kill comes in. Ash then drops the hatch the same time as the sledge, as we just saw in the top down. The Ash and the sledge to go. Knife, kill the guy in long, and then suddenly it's a 4v1, and this guy ends up dying at the end. It was such a quick execute, and they were my top 3, basically, favourite plays from Challenger League. To be honest, I can't wait for it coming up this weekend, starting tomorrow.
Thanks very much, Jack. There we go. We got CL Talstration, and we're going to have more. We'll talk about CL again on Monday, giving people updates on what's going on, because that pretty much wraps things up in a nice, neat little bow until the actual CL finals kind of arrive, the actual closed part of it. Yes, Anne. Hello.
Yes.
Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say something because I love that last round specifically that you showed. And we've seen this from Makers before in that same game, actually, where they really utilized those opportunities that unfold for themselves, because they did a similar thing later on into the game as well, where they dropped that E-box hatch to try and get a Clash off of the big tower stairs. Just really good opportunity seeking, really utilizing those things in their rounds. And there's teams in Challenge League right now that, for example, people were really underestimating, and they're topping their groups. There's a lot of stuff going down, and well, I think yeah, they're going to be really good games as well this weekend.
It's going to be a good weekend of
Yeah.
Siege. If you've not already had enough in Super Week, there's 3 more days of 4 games a day.
There's
or 8
literally
games a day, actually.
There's Siege pretty much all day, every day. By the way, for those that just want to see more different regions, different national competitions, etc., etc., etc. So you should always keep a keen eye if you want to learn from some of the best, not just here in all of Europe or globally at majors or at invitational, but also in your own country. Sometimes people that come from the same city you live in, because that's how nationals and then CL works with the promotion system that we've had up to this point. Ollie, Demo, do you have any favorite CL teams?
I think this year for CL has been a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
I'd like to see M&M Academy and 10 Star both go through, but obviously they've got Makers in their bracket, and Makers are a team that we all know and have kind of been flying under the radar for a little bit, I think, inside of CL. But yeah, I'd preference one of those two, I think.
I think it's difficult to call favourites at the moment because obviously only 1 week. I think I see another week to see who's going to make me lose hair or not.
Anything.
I think Ollie, I wasn't the best of last year. I was a bit.
Yeah, you lost your mind last year. I think I thought I interpreted the question as who was my favourite, not who was my favourite to win.
I mean,
so who do you like?
You can't choose to win at this stage. No chance. No chance.
It's got to be 10 Star. You just don't want to say it, do you?
Yeah. We all know it's 10 Star.
Look at that smirk.
It's 10 Star.
Yeah.
Man. Look at that.
Cross your fingers for 10 Star.
I want to see Robin, my goat. That's who I want to see. Robin gave me some of the
Ian Robin, the Dutch footballer?
No, Robin.
Helios Gaming.
Robin, who you might know from Helios. He gave me, honestly, some of the highest blood pressure results I've ever had. Honestly.
I want to go back and just make you recast that game on Bank.
Well, to be fair, you've seen a glimpse tonight.
Yeah.
Whenever something happens, and CL is only going to be...
The thing is, with CL, there was multiple, wasn't there?
There's going to be... And there
was the Oregon game. There was the Bank game.
Glitches.
There was a good handful of...
Hellraiser's killed me.
Oh my God, don't remind me of that one.
The Frost one on Oregon,
yeah. The Frost on Oregon was the one, wasn't it?
Shouldn't have gone.
Nah, that bank game that day, oh my God, I will never forget how incredible that was.
One for the ages.
Yeah.
One for the history books.
There you go. History books here in Challenger League. So for all those that are interested in seeing, who are people for them to look at, and Challenger League will be on. There'll be a lot of people co-streaming it, but also a lot of, I guess, national streams that... Okay, we want to go to sleep. It's past midnight, so there you go. You wanted to say something, I can see?
That was Dutch, by the way.
Right? No, I don't think anyone's allowed to say anything.
Was that Swamp German?
Yeah, that was how you do Dutch. They don't talk, they just...
It was sign language.
Anne, can you speak some Swamp German?
What did you say?
Swamp German.
Swamp German?
Yeah.
How dare you disrespect our linguists like that? That's rude.
Swamp German.
No.
Yeah.
It's Dutch.
Swamp.
I think it's best if we stop before we actually start fighting each other. Yeah.
Yes.
I can hear the music now.
I think you'd kick his ass, to be honest.
If she can reach it. People don't know she's in a box.
Anyways, thank you very much for watching today. Thank you, Anne and Fresh, and thank you, Demo, and Ollie. Of course, Happen M, that joined us earlier on Cast, our production team, and I won't say Easy, but I said it anyways, and Ante, who, of course, were observing today. So on that note, it is all done and dusted. We'll see you on Monday for EU League, the penultimate play day, but also on Wednesday for APAC. I don't know what he's doing with his fingers, for APAC North, so make sure you're tuning in for that.
I lost.
Until then, we love you so very much. Good night. Bye-bye. What are you doing with your hands?
Rock, paper, scissors, Milos.
What fingers were you using?
final kill. He's on the... who's had a fantastic game tonight.
Certainly.
Really.